At a glance, this young man looked like nothing more than an ordinary F-rank hunter, and yet he cleared the assessment with a perfect score, leaving the entire hall frozen in stunned silence. He even took down the boss barehanded right in the middle of the match. That performance shocked the examiner so badly that he blurted out, "Is this kid hacking the system or what?" Even the training room reserved exclusively for S-rank hunters was smashed beyond recognition by the protagonist. The old manager could only clutch his head and wail, "Where did this disaster god crawl out from? My whole paycheck is probably gone this month." Because in his previous life, this young man had once been a legendary hunter who stood at the #1 spot. But because he put his trust in the wrong people, he was betrayed by his own teammates and driven into a tragic end. On the 8th floor of the tower, in a land known as a death zone, a bone-chilling cold blanketed the entire space. Across a sea of pure white snow, giant stone pillars rose like spears aimed at the sky. An elite army was marching in formation, advancing thunderously into the raid zone. Leading that army was Kyojo Kazuki, guild master of the Blue Ward Guild, and the hunter currently holding rank 6. He declared loudly before the entire force, "Brothers, today we hunt the boss of the 8th floor and carve our names into history." Kyojo Kazuki immediately warned them in a stern voice, "Nobody drag your feet. This is an alliance raid, and if we do not clear this place, the 9th floor will remain a mystery forever." Just as the soldiers raised their weapons together, their fighting spirit surging in response, Kyojo Kazuki suddenly froze in surprise, because a group of people was strolling over from the distance, sending murmurs through the crowd. "Look over there, the people from Blue Eye have arrived." The one leading them was Narukami, guild master of the Blue Eye Guild, and the hunter standing at the very top of the rankings. The moment he recognized that familiar figure, Kyojo Kazuki excitedly called out the name of his old friend. The protagonist walked over calmly and softly apologized for making everyone wait, but Kyojo Kazuki laughed and waved it off. "What wait? You were the first one here." Then added that he had heard the martial arts squad was joining the raid today too. Kyojo Kazuki figured that, since the protagonist was the commander anyway, those people probably only wanted to trail behind him and pick up a few scraps. Hearing that, he lightly touched the hilt of his sword and muttered, "If they only plan to scavenge, then they have badly miscalculated. Because I already have something prepared right here," he said. He took out an item glowing with a blazing red light like ancient magic and placed it in Kyojo Kazuki's hand, leaving him stunned. It was the Archangel's Blessing, a legendary grade piece of equipment that could instantly recover half of its owner's fatigue when they reached their limit. Looking at the treasure in his hand, Kyojo Kazuki stammered in disbelief. "This is..." The protagonist explained that he had originally planned to complete this raid perfectly, but just in case anything went wrong, Kyojo Kazuki should keep it on him. Kyojo Kazuki tried to refuse, thinking the protagonist needed the item more, but he remained firm, then suddenly asked, "After this battle, do you want to come back to Blue Eye?" He added, "I can lend you my stuff, but if you dare keep it for good, you had better be ready for trouble." At the exact moment the protagonist placed his hand on his old friend's shoulder, a terrifying pressure suddenly came crashing down, making both of their expressions change at once. Kyojo Kazuki shouted, "It is here," while the protagonist could not hide his surprise either, because the enemy had appeared earlier than expected, as the Legion fell into chaos before the horrifying power of the 8th floor's guardian. Kyojo Kazuki roared an order for the entire army to take position and brace for impact. Right after that, a colossal monster shaped like a many-headed dragon, the Venom Dragon Hydra, slowly revealed itself as if ready to crush everything. Facing that twisted creature, the protagonist felt an unpleasant sensation crawling along his body, making every fiber of his flesh prickle. In the next instant, a violent current of electricity erupted and raced across his entire body. The protagonist's eyes blazed in the darkness, his voice cold as killing intent. "Today is the day you die, so do not bother me when my hands are itching for a fight." Seeing the monster begin gathering a deep blue-green energy inside its mouth, Kyojo Kazuki shouted in alarm, "It is about to fire its breath. Everyone fall back now." But the protagonist stood still without moving and answered firmly, "No need," leaving Kyojo Kazuki no time to understand what was happening. He had already shot forward like a bolt of lightning. Alone, he faced the dragon's death breath head-on. An earth-shaking explosion erupted, and the protagonist tore straight through the battlefield. He shattered the enemy's attack with a single sword strike wrapped in the power of thunder. Witnessing that scene, Kyojo Kazuki could only stand frozen before murmuring, "You really never change." After that dazzling opening strike, the team members immediately gathered around the protagonist, a red-haired young man excitedly cheering that his training sessions really had paid off, while Kyojo Kazuki clicked his tongue in regret for being one step too slow and missing the chance to land the first blow. At that moment, a girl in the group curiously stepped closer and quietly asked about the item he had just given to Kyojo Kazuki, but the protagonist only answered calmly, "You will know soon enough." He adjusted his mask, locked his eyes on the target ahead, and asked the whole team, "Is everyone ready? Today, we kill this oversized divine lizard and break through the deadly 8th floor." The colossal monster roared in a frenzy, its voice shaking the entire battlefield. Narukami's army surged forward at once, launching an all-out assault. From behind, Kyojo Kazuki watched in silence, then curled his lips into a sinister smile as the warriors moved in perfect sync. He muttered under his breath, "What touching teamwork. Usually the one smiling brightest is the most evil." Everything was unfolding almost exactly according to the script he had calculated. In his mind, he confirmed that the hidden soldiers were already in position, waiting only for the moment to trigger the secret plan. Realizing the timing was perfect, he turned and gave the order to the ones waiting behind him. "Good, then let us begin right now." Hearing the command, the mustached middle-aged man and the mysterious cloaked companion beside him both nodded in confirmation. "Good luck, because in a little while, you are definitely going to need it." He gave no reply, merely turned in silence, his ice-cold gaze fixed on the battlefield, sinking deeper into chaos. High above, a female mage calmly observed the entire battlefield, ready to cast support magic at any moment. The battle grew more suffocating by the second as the multi-headed dragon kept whipping its necks around. Its grotesquely long necks slammed down like guillotines, crushing anyone who dared get close. Yet the Alliance members did not falter at all. Every one of them charged forward together. Lightning-wreathed slashes tore through the air and shot straight toward the target. Razor-sharp spear thrusts dug in again and again, ripping open the monster's thick hide and flesh. In the middle of the fierce clash, a female assassin with a flickering, vanishing movement art suddenly sprang into the air and slashed her dagger hard into Dragon's neck. That reckless and unpredictable move made a nearby teammate shout, "Hey, do not just cut in without warning like that." She answered without a care, "You still are not used to how I work?" Even so, her teammate frowned and reminded her to be more careful, because in a high-floor boss fight, being off by half a beat meant death. Tashia rushed into the melee with blazing momentum, shouting his own name before loudly provoking his teammates. Whoever deals the most damage gets to be the boss, boys. Right after that, a slash carrying a stream of crimson spiritual power came crashing straight down onto the monster's neck. Refusing to be outdone, another warrior leaped into the air and joined the fight with a series of razor-edged sword techniques. Knowing full well the man was fired up, he excitedly declared that the loser would have to pay for dinner. "Sorry about this, Chino." Slash after slash tore away even more chunks of flesh and hide. The pain made the venom dragon sea beast shriek miserably, its enormous body trembling violently. From the rear line, Chino shouted. Her voice rang out to encourage the whole team. "Do not worry about me, keep attacking, and leave the defense to me." But at the exact moment Chino raised her protective barrier, Kyojo Kazuki suddenly appeared right behind her like a ghost. He coldly called her name, then mocked her, asking if she really thought she could defend against this too. With no time to react, Chino froze in horror as he mercilessly drove his sword through her body from behind. He calmly spat out his cruel words, "Seriously, this is the price you pay for arrogance." Sensing the disaster behind him, the protagonist turned back in stunned disbelief. Chino was collapsing to the ground after that cowardly sneak attack from the traitor, and Kyojo Kazuki still stood there, the sword in his hand stained with his comrade's blood. The protagonist's eyes blazed with uncontrollable fury. Kyojo Kazuki wore a wicked smile, his face smeared with the blood of someone who had once fought on the same side. He reminded them coldly, "You do not have time to look away." With the giant monster closing in right behind him, he could only grit his teeth and speak through bitterness. "Kyojo Kazuki, why?" In the past, when the world began to mutate, everyone was chosen by the tower. That fateful notification was the beginning of the entire nightmare. A mysterious summons rang out like a death sentence. "Welcome, prey, to the tower's slaughterhouse. Get ready to be beaten into the ground." A single message was sent to every player, marking the first time the Great Tower appeared before humanity. Even now, no one knows whether it was a brutal trial or a blessing of salvation, and no one understands who stood behind it or what the true purpose of that message was. All they could do was obey the irresistible command and head together toward the top of the tower, a place no human foot had ever reached. From Earth, Wulin, Runeterra, and Elfred, even Lucan, warriors from countless different dimensions, each bearing a mission of their own, still gritted their teeth and continued the bloody, tear-soaked climb up the tower. But the price of that journey was more horrific than anyone could have imagined. After the horrific battle against the 8th floor boss, the corpse of the Crimson Hydra now lay as a motionless pile of mangled meat on the white snow. Winners become kings, losers become ground meat, and black smoke rising from its massive body stood as proof of an unimaginable slaughter. Yet the scene around it was even more tragic, with the bodies of warriors scattered everywhere. Amid the wreckage, this young man gasped in agony, every breath feeling as though it were being ripped from his chest. His face was soaked in blood, and his eyes were empty from the shock that had just crashed down on him. Looking at his comrade's bodies lying motionless on the ground, he choked out, "I told all of you to run, so why did you not listen?" No one could hear him anymore, even though the Alliance had finally brought down the monster once rumored to be immortal. But that victory was not sweet at all. All it left behind was the bitter taste of loss and betrayal. Narukami stared at his fallen comrades in the white snow, his throat tightening with hatred. He gritted his teeth and spat bitterly. "I never gave any of you permission to die, you idiots." The system fired off emergency warnings one after another. The main character had been heavily poisoned, and his natural self-recovery had been completely locked, rendered useless. His fatigue had climbed to 94. He knew all too well that the moment it hit 100, his life would end. With his breath fading, he bitterly thought that if he could go back, he knew exactly what his comrades would say. To me, the one standing before him now was Kyojo Kazuki, the traitor speaking in an icy, mocking tone. Thunder King. Unable to swallow his rage, the main character roared, "Why did you do this? Answer me, Kyojo Kazuki." But all the traitor gave him was a calm smile so chilling it felt inhuman. Kyojo Kazuki slowly walked closer, his voice steady, as if he had been waiting for this moment for a very long time. 10 years, best friend. He confessed that he had waited 10 whole years for this day. Now disappear, best friend. If he could not draw the main character's attention away, his precious blue eyes would surely become an obstacle. Looking at his comrades scattered across the snow, red blood spreading through the freezing landscape, he clenched his fists tight. Kyojo Kazuki screamed like a madman, saying the main character had never understood how badly the things he gave him had tortured him. That was why he chose this entire world instead of him. He clicked his tongue, pretending to regret having to end everything in such a cruel way. But in the end, he had finally witnessed the ending he had always craved. Kyojo Kazuki raised the item Great Archangel's Blessing and sneered, "Oh right, I guess I do not need to return this anymore. After all, blue eyes will vanish along with you." He even put on a hypocritical act and told the main character not to be sad, because even after death, the world would remember him as a hero. Faced with that disgusting fake kindness, he only curled his lips into a faint smile. Right to the very end, you still only hear what you want to hear. Forcing together the last scraps of strength in his body, the main character understood that in his current state, his odds of survival were basically zero. But he absolutely refused to die meaninglessly inside this trap of betrayal. At that very moment, the main character activated a hidden item no one had expected. A spell formula erupted, pulling blazing purple cards into orbit around him. Never challenge the system's #1 player in an inventory fight. Witnessing that sudden turn, Kyojo Kazuki's face changed instantly, his eyes filling with terror. Impossible. The main character forced himself to stand, holding the Aeolus sword cluster, a legendary piece of gear above level 80 with the power to create a gale that could blow a chosen target up to 10 kilometers away. Kyojo Kazuki froze when he saw that treasure could still be activated. He shouted in shock, "It still works. It still has uses left." Ignoring his battered body, he swung Aeolus hard and answered with contempt that cut to the bone, "I am not telling you, you piece of trash." At that moment, the system announced that the item had exactly 4 uses remaining. That number matched the 4 surviving members of Blue Eyes, all unconscious behind the battlefield. The main character told himself that was enough. At the very least, everyone still had a chance to return safely. A terrifying surge of pressure exploded at once, sweeping his comrades away from the blood-soaked battlefield like a storm from another world. Seeing his prey slip out of reach right before his eyes, Kyojo Kazuki flew into a rage and ordered his soldiers to pursue them at once. "Move. Do not let a single one of them leave this place alive." But the main character stood in their way, the corner of his mouth lifting into a provocative smile. "What's the rush? Stay here and take a thunderbolt from me first, just for fun." Even as the system kept warning that his fatigue had risen to 95, his condition was slipping into an extremely dangerous zone. His body's endurance was also pushed to the absolute limit, and one more mistake could make him collapse on the spot. A massive pillar of lightning dropped straight from the sky, like the wrath of the Thunder King, scorching the ground and blasting the soldiers away. Before that overwhelming power, Kyojo Kazuki could only force a calculating smile. "You really are one stubborn bastard." Even though his stamina was almost completely drained, his fatigue kept rising with every passing second. The main character still stood proudly amid brilliant golden lightning, looking no different from the final boss of a brutal dungeon. He looked straight at the crowd surrounding him and lowered his voice. "I do not know what Kyojo Kazuki promised to make you dare do this. If you had the guts to betray me, then get your coffins ready." His eyes flashed with a cold blue light, and his declaration nailed down everyone's fate. "From this second on, no one leaves without my permission." Sensing the terrifying killing intent pouring from the main character, the traitors understood they had no path of retreat left. Their only option was to charge in with their lives on the line, betting everything on one all-or-nothing strike. The main character swung his weapon, carving slashes that tore through space itself as he met the surging wave of enemies head-on. Normally, he would never lose to small fry like this. But right now, his body had reached its limit. He knew that if Kyojo Kazuki stepped in personally, the situation would become far more hopeless. Having to face a swarm of soldiers while completely exhausted forced the main character into an incredibly desperate position. The system continued its cold warnings, announcing that his fatigue had risen to 97. He knew this battle could not drag on any longer, or everything would end right here. The main character forced himself to stand, but an enemy used that moment to close him from behind. A brutal slash ripped through his defenses, leaving him with yet another severe wound. He dropped to one knee in agony. The emotionless system announced that his fatigue had reached 98, and his vision began to blur. The main character gritted his teeth and endured, with only the painful images of his fallen comrades echoing through his mind. Consecutive attacks came crashing down, as if trying to crush the last scraps of strength he had left. Narukami let his arms hang limp, and at last the sword in his hand clattered onto the cold ground. Seeing the main character no longer had the strength to fight back, one soldier instantly roared in drunken triumph that they had done it, that the monster was finally down. But the ones who celebrate too early usually pay the price. The young man suddenly raised his head, his eyes flashing with deathly killing intent, freezing the soldier stiff as he growled, asking who exactly he had just said they killed. In that instant, blazing golden lightning erupted violently from the main character's body, like an ultimate skill gone completely out of control. The terrifying pressure blasted the entire army surrounding him away. Wherever the raging lightning swept through, everything in sight was burned to ash. Amid the choking smoke and dust, the main character still stood towering like a war god who had walked out of an apocalypse dungeon. The surviving soldiers trembled as they stared at that imposing figure, stammering in terror as they wondered if he had truly fallen. Had they really defeated that monster? From afar, Kyojo Kazuki coldly looked down at the ruined battlefield, then murmured the name of the one who had just fallen without the slightest emotion. He had never expected that man's era to end such a simple way. The system panel kept flashing with crimson warnings, signaling that his fatigue level had reached 99. Danger alerts rang out in rapid succession. If the fatigue stat hit its maximum limit, the player would die immediately. The main character coughed up a mouthful of dark red blood. His breathing came in broken gasps, but his eyes still burned fiercely as he stared toward Kyojo Kazuki, even though his body was nearly shattered, so ruined he could barely lift his arms or legs. The main character forced himself up and tightened his grip on the weapon crackling with golden lightning. He told himself that Kyojo should know better than anyone that, until the final second, he would burn out his life to unleash the decisive strike, declaring that as long as he had one breath left, he would fight to the bitter end. Looking at the treasure in his hand, Kyojo Kazuki curled his lips inwardly, as if he had already prepared some fake words of condolence. He was just about to say he would survive with this thing, but before the words could leave his mouth, the main character's eyes flared with fury. A gigantic pillar of lightning crashed straight down onto Kyojo Kazuki's position, leaving him only enough time to gasp that it was impossible. The main character proudly declared that he was still the final winner, but right after that, his consciousness slowly sank into endless darkness. He mocked himself, knowing he looked so pathetic it was almost embarrassing, yet he still tried to drop a cool line. The main character only hoped he could drag Kyojo Kazuki into the grave before he vanished completely, and when the final lightning flash struck its mark, a strange sensation suddenly slipped to his mind right on the edge of death. He wondered if he would be trapped forever in this void, because that hollow feeling was no different from a cruel punishment. Suddenly, an overpowering stench rushed into his nose, making him grimace as he wondered if hell really smelled this much like garbage. A spark of hope flashed through his mind just as the harsh sound of a trash can lid being knocked away rang out. The main character jolted awake in shock and realized he was sitting in the middle of a reeking mountain of trash, inside a narrow, dark alley. He swept his eyes around only to see an unfamiliar scene with old brick walls closing in on both sides. He stood stunned, wondering if this was hell, when a magic status panel suddenly appeared before him, listing him as affiliated with Earth Level 1, Fatigue 61. Looking at those miserably low stats, the main character went dead silent and wondered what this trash panel was, like he had dropped from premium grade goods straight to the clearance rack. A violent headache suddenly slammed into him, as if it meant to rip his brain apart, making him clutch his head and groan. He told himself the name of this body did not match his face at all, and worse, it came from Earth, a place always treated as a dumping ground for useless failures. Just then, two unfamiliar young men walked over and sneered, asking what he was hiding here for, and whether he planned to stand next to them so they would look more handsome. The main character realized the brutal truth. The war god who had once terrified the entire otherworld was now only a weak anomaly, and he had to regain at least half of his former power. When he heard that 20 years had passed, his eyes widened in shock, unable to believe that legendary name was being mentioned mentioned, like someone already dead. That legend had died 20 years ago. He stared his own reflection in disbelief, unable to accept that his current body belonged to a completely different person. In his panic, he tried to reassure himself that all of this was just some bizarre dream. But the painful fall from the garbage pile onto the ground dragged the main character back into cruel reality. Amid the chaos, he suddenly discovered a player device lying nearby. He immediately understood that if he used this thing, he could look up what had happened after the battle back then. Without hesitating, the main character activated the device and entered keywords related to Blue Eye. A flood of headlines appeared, leaving him stunned, from Blue Ward, the heir to Blue Eye who lacks power, to the secret behind the name Blue Ward. The news page also clearly stated that Blue Ward continued to grow in order to inherit the will of that legendary figure. What shocked the main character most was the headline claiming Guild Master Kyojo Kazuki had announced he would win the next tournament, making him so furious he wanted to ask where justice even was. He could not believe his eyes when he saw that traitor still alive after 20 years. Looking at his face with the long scar and eye patch, the main character clenched his teeth and called out Kyojo Kazuki's name in hatred. Old memories suddenly flooded his mind, taking him back to that night on the rooftop when he had once told Kyojo Kazuki about his plan to leave Blue Eye and asked him to let everyone know. Back then, the main character had always seen Kyojo Kazuki as a close friend, without the slightest suspicion. At the time, Kyojo Kazuki only smiled gently and told him not to worry, even insisting that no matter if the main character left, he would still remain the shadow behind him. Yet a few years later, Kyojo Kazuki founded a new guild called Blue Ward, a name the two of them had once used as a joke about his shadow. Back in the present, the main character looked at the information and thought with contempt that after 20 years, he was still stuck on floor 9, and someone this week actually dared to call himself a boss. While lost in thought, he suddenly froze when he saw a news report about a memorial ceremony that had drawn thousands of visitors. The main character went dead silent when he learned this world had built an entire memorial hall named after the legend from back then to remember him, and right before his eyes stood a massive building honoring himself. He could only stand frozen in place, blurting out in total disbelief that this was impossible. Stepping into the grand hall, the main character was overwhelmed by the sheer scale of the place and quietly admitted it was more impressive than he had expected. Before him, his old mask was displayed with solemn respect, alongside gigantic holograms recreating his golden age. Bitterly, he wondered what the point was of memorializing him at all, who had built this place, and what was the true purpose behind everything. The narrator's voice from the recorded footage echoed throughout the hall, making the main character clutch his head in pain when he heard the words, "He was my idol, but I accidentally sent him away." He was the hero of the Blue Eye Guild, the man who created an undefeated legend, the Age of Hunters and Dungeons. Narukami, the man who had once come closer to the tower's summit than anyone else, felt bile rise in his throat the more he listened. Faced with that shameless display of hypocrisy, the protagonist froze, and only one thought flashed through his mind: "You have got to be kidding me." On the giant screen, Kyojo Kazuki appeared in a crisp suit, his voice ringing out clearly, calculated down to the last breath. He declared that, so he and all their comrades could forever remember the fallen, they had built this memorial hall. Watching the traitor dress himself up as a loyal friend, he clenched his teeth, hatred surging as the name Kyojo Kazuki echoed out. On the screen, Kyojo Kazuki kept delivering his sanctimonious speech, saying the protagonist and Blue Eyes were no longer in this world, but Blue Ward, according to him, would be the only guild to inherit the noble will they had left behind. Unable to swallow another word of those lies, he roared, "Shut up, stop spitting out that garbage." His eyes blazed with fury, and his voice dropped into a defiant growl. "Killing me once still was not enough to satisfy you, was it? Then I will answer your expectations with my own hands." At the same time, Kyojo Kazuki's image on the screen remained calm, like a mage controlling the entire stage. He insisted the protagonist and Blue Eyes would never return, then promised humanity would remember them forever, while a victor's smile stayed on his lips amid the cheers. He clenched his fist, stared straight at Kyojo Kazuki's massive image, and declared coldly, "Just you wait, I will reformat this lying world." The protagonist swore he would not let that bastard repeat the same tragedy ever again. His gaze darkened with resolve as he reminded himself that this second chance could never be wasted. While drowning in his chaotic thoughts, he carelessly slammed into someone else. The collision knocked the other person hard onto the ground, and he stiffened before quickly reaching out to pull him up. He had just started to ask, "Hey," but the sentence never had time to finish. The instant he clearly saw the other person's face, he went dead still, as if the system had locked his whole body in place. In front of him was a teenage boy wearing a black and gold mask, the symbol that had once been tied to his own name. Wait, why did my limited edition mask become a mass market item? He thought in confusion. The boy Minato frantically apologized over and over, while his family rushed over to check on him. The protagonist could only force a smile and reassure them. "It is fine, we just bumped into each other." But the shock did not stop there, because not only Minato but everyone with the boy was wearing that same mask. He rubbed his eyes, thinking he had accidentally walked into an illusion dungeon. He asked himself in disbelief, what the hell is going on? Why is the whole server using the same skin? When he looked farther out, he fell completely silent before the grand hall packed with masks identical to his own emblem. From the elderly and children to young adults, everyone wore the Thunder King's mark on their face, turning the place into a scene both bizarre and haunting. "What the hell is happening?" he screamed inside his mind. Right then, Kyojo Kazuki's words from years ago echoed back like a curse. "What a shame for things to end up this way. Do not look so sad. Even if you die, history will still honor you as a hero." Remembering the traitor's poisonous smile, he bitterly understood that this was exactly how Kyojo Kazuki had turned his death into a tool for profit. He stood motionless in a sea of people wearing his own symbolic face, wondering if all of this had truly been that man's scheme. In his heart, he ground out the traitor's name, then slipped through the massed crowd and headed straight for the central area. Before him stood an altar covered in flowers and candles, where a memorial portrait of himself from 20 years ago had been placed. He realized bitterly, could this whole memorial performance be Kyojo Kazuki's way of monopolizing Blue Eye's glory? Suddenly, his gaze on the flowers placed in the middle of the altar. They were blue chrysanthemums, giving off a faint yet familiar stream of spiritual power. His pupils shrank, and the shock struck his heart like a martial arts blow. No longer caring about his surroundings, he shot forward, frantically shoving aside the people blocking his path. Even as the crowd behind him shouted, "Get in line, kid. Do not just charge in because the flowers look pretty." He did not slow down at all. He dropped to his knees before the altar, his trembling hand touching those strange blue chrysanthemums. Feeling that familiar presence, he lifted one flower, his voice choking with shock. "Is that you, Asagiri?" High above, in a hidden corner of the building, two mysterious figures in black cloaks were silently watching everything unfold. One of them murmured that this year they had avoided disaster once again. The other reminded him that if they had arrived even a little later, they would have run into Blue Ward. The girl beside him tilted her head, her face filled with confusion. She did not understand whether this ritual was truly necessary on every anniversary, because in her view, bringing blue chrysanthemums to pay respects should have been enough. At that moment, a silver-haired man slowly emerged from the darkness. He answered calmly that she would never know what might happen, because if the protagonist was still alive, he might recognize the flowers they brought. On the windy rooftop, the hooded figure asked his companion skeptically, "Do you really believe that kid is still alive?" The long, silver-haired man walked on, gazing into the distance as he replied, "If I have not seen the body, I do not believe it, so I will keep waiting. What are you going to do about it?" The hooded figure sighed in exasperation, thinking Kyojo Kazuki might find them faster than they could find the protagonist. He shouted bitterly, "Besides, if the protagonist were really alive, we would not have had to stand by and watch everything for the past 20 years. You idiot." Faced with that anger, the silver-haired man only smiled silently and looked ahead. At the end of the horizon, the sunset slowly descended, as if closing a tragic chapter of another world. Meanwhile, Narukami tore through the bushes like a madman, breath ragged, sweat pouring down his tense face. A storm of chaotic questions swarmed the protagonist's mind, making his head feel like it was about to burst. Was she really still alive? He clenched the blue chrysanthemum in his hand and silently called the name that had been buried in his memories, Asagiri. When night fell, the protagonist returned to the cramped, rotten rental room once leased by the former owner of this body. Looking at the room, so pitifully poor it was almost funny, he gave a bitter laugh. So this new identity really was bottom tier. Sitting with his knees drawn up on the creaking bed, he immediately searched for information on a handheld electronic device. But every result related to Blue Eyes came up blank, as if history had been wiped clean by the victors without leaving a single trace. Even so, he still believed Asagiri was alive. She was simply hiding somewhere, staying out of the enemy's claws. The protagonist clutched his head, his heart heavy as he realized Kyojo Kazuki was the key to the entire tragedy. With a nature like his, anyone who knew the truth about the betrayal back then would never be allowed to live in peace. Memories of the bloody battle 20 years ago came flooding back, making him wonder whether Asagiri had truly survived amid those horrifying ruins. He clearly remembered the moment he swung the Aeolus fan, blasting his comrades out of the eye of the storm. But even now, the protagonist still could not be sure all four of them had escaped safely. Looking at his reflection in the window frame, he understood that as long as Kyojo Kazuki was alive and in power, contacting his old comrades now would be no different from suicide. Besides, with his current body so weak and nearly useless, if the protagonist acted rashly, he would only turn himself into prey for the enemy. First, he had to reclaim the power he once had. Staring at the bony hands of his new body, the protagonist decided to start again from zero. He relied on the remaining memories left behind by this body's original owner. He found an old sword and began training with it. And just like that, the journey of farming small fry and leveling back up from scratch officially began. 2 days later, the protagonist appeared in the guidance hall. Before him stood a vast and imposing test arena, where rookies had to prove they were qualified to enter the world of hunters. There, Proctor Hyuga, a burly man with a long white beard, stood with his arms crossed, watching the candidates' matches with open disappointment. Down in the arena, a young man had just barely taken down 2 green goblins. He panted hard, the blood-stained sword trembling in his hand. Hyuga stepped forward and delivered his assessment in a cold voice. "You passed, but do you want to try the next round?" Faced with that question, the young man instantly froze in confusion. A system notification panel appeared, inviting the candidate to accept a new challenge. With each level increase, more goblins would appear, but the rewards would become more tempting as well. The moment he finished reading, the young man's face went pale, and he waved his hands frantically. "No way, I'm not doing it. What are you thinking? There's no chance I can beat 3 at once. I'm so weak a stiff breeze would snap me in half." His yelling made Hyuga grimace in irritation. The proctor barked, "Keep it down. You're giving me a headache. Make any more noise and I'll fail you on the spot." Though terrified, the guy still forced himself to ask whether he had really passed before vanishing in a flash of teleportation light. Watching that pathetic figure disappear, Hyuga could only sigh. He thought the kid had already hit his limit in the guidance phase. This world really was doomed if small fry like that could still pass. At that moment, only one name remained in Hyuga's mind: Isaac, the son of Reinhardt. He was the only candidate still worth expecting anything from, the one who had advanced alone to floor 20 and crushed entire swarms of monsters with overwhelming firepower. Looking back at the current candidate list on his computer, Hyuga felt even more fed up. He clicked his tongue, wondering how the standards for the guidance test had fallen this miserably low. Hyuga looked at the handheld device and frowned slightly when he saw the protagonist's name appear on the screen. He thought to himself that this was a name carrying far too heavy a burden, but that name only meant something if the boy before him truly had the guts to overcome the trial. The protagonist entered the arena calmly, facing the 2 goblins the system had just summoned with orders to eliminate the target. "Start the test already, Hyuga." Before the words had even finished falling, a black shadow streaked past like lightning. A stream of emerald spiritual power tore through the air, and in a single breath, the monsters' heads dropped from their necks. The proctor's face changed with shock, and he stammered, wondering what had just flashed by, because the fight had ended absurdly fast. In that instant, the protagonist curled his lips into a confident smile. He realized that the 2 days spent testing the limits of his new body had not been wasted, because this vessel truly held astonishing potential. When the system invited him to continue with a steadily rising difficulty, the protagonist did not hesitate at all. In an icy voice he answered, "I've got blood debts to collect, so you small fry had better hurry up and die." Witnessing that arrogance and terrifying speed, Hyuga stood frozen in place, mouth hanging open, unable to say a word. Goblin corpses lay scattered across the arena floor. Hyuga stared at the scene in shock, as if he had just witnessed a massacre, with only one question left in his head: what the hell is going on? The proctor quickly realized the protagonist was not swinging his sword at random. He was reading 2, even 3 moves ahead of his opponents, then delivering finishing blows with chilling precision. With only a razor-sharp slash, the protagonist continued mowing down the next wave of monsters with absolute overwhelming force. Hyuga froze as he watched the young man's technique, his heart trembling despite himself. This was not merely the talent of a skilled swordsman. Even Hyuga himself might not be able to perform movements that refined and flawless. A crazy theory flashed through the proctor's mind. This aura, this swordsmanship, could that godlike man from back then really have come back to life? Meanwhile, the protagonist kept swinging his sword with cold indifference, turning the guidance test into a one-sided monster hunt. With clean, precise slashes that hit like falling hammers, Narukami wiped out the monsters, leaving their corpses scattered beneath his feet as the system coldly displayed, "You have cleared Gate 49. The system continued asking, "Do you wish to challenge the final boss as well?" Without the slightest hesitation, the main character lowered his voice and answered at once, "Bring it on." In that very instant, a terrifying pressure erupted, drowning the entire arena in a deathly atmosphere so heavy it was hard to breathe. The ground began to split open, chunks of stone shattering under the dreadful force pressing down from above. A gigantic demon hand came crashing down with overwhelming power, making the very space tremble as if it were about to be crushed. Seeing him risk his life to that extent, Hyuga shouted in panic, "Hey, you idiot, stop already. You are not that kind of person. If you still value your life, stop right here." But that warning could not move the main character. He still stood tall, facing the colossal monster that had just emerged from the void, its eyes glowing red as blood. The enormous creature fully revealed itself, dragging a terrifying system information panel into view before their eyes. System notification. The Goblin King has been enraged after sensing the sacrifice at Gate 49. Before that sky-crushing pressure, Hyuga screamed in despair, "Give up before it is too late." Clashing with the Goblin King right now is no different from suicide. He warned the boy not to get greedy, because no matter how refined his skills had become, the gap in power stats was still an almost impossible wall to overcome. The main character remained strangely calm. In his head, he knew very well that with his current stats, he could barely deal any meaningful damage to this boss. Yet, instead of retreating, the young man let the sword in his hand hang loose, allowing it to fall onto the arena floor. He curled his lips and declared, "I am bored of using a sword, so this time, I will make it bloody with my bare hands." The blade hit the ground with a dry clang, leaving the main character standing unarmed before the final boss. That insane move made Hyuga completely break down. He clutched his head and yelled, why would he throw away his weapon? Has he lost his mind? I knew from the start there was something wrong with him. At the same time, the monster went berserk, roaring as it charged straight forward with murderous intent surging around it. The main character suddenly shot out a small object, making the Goblin King freeze in pain as a sharp needle stabbed into its leg. The boss roared in shock, lowering its vicious eyes to glare at the tiny wound on its body. The wound was small, but the sharp pain and irritation only drove it even deeper into fury. Seizing that moment, he quickly picked up more death-piercing needles scattered beside the goblin corpses. He looked straight at his opponent and gave a provocative sneer. Surprised, "Big guy, I have plenty more needles where that came from." Clutching a handful of razor-sharp needles, the main character's eyes blazed with killing intent as he challenged it. "Want to bet whether you take me down first, or I turn you into a pincushion first?" He poured all his strength into his arm, took his stance, then hurled the needles out like bullets tearing through the wind. The hidden weapons screamed through the air at terrifying speed, while the main character roared with fierce resolve, "Answer me." The tiny needles, carrying frightening throwing force, stabbed one after another into the monster's massive body. The Goblin King howled in pain, both furious and unable to believe it was being suppressed by something so small. Driven mad after being struck, it swung its enormous axe down in a blow as heavy as thunder. But he instantly leaned aside and dodged by a hair's breadth, moving so fast that only afterimages remained. The terrifying slash only managed to crush the ground behind him, while the main character lowered his center of gravity and prepared to counterattack. His cold, sharp eyes swept over every opening in the monster's guard, as the battle instincts of a legend slowly awakened in the middle of this death match. In that life-or-death moment, memories of his earliest training days suddenly flooded back into his mind. It was the time when Rena sternly taught him the technique of throwing hidden weapons. She had once scolded him in an icy voice, "With a throw like that, when do you think you will ever bring down a target, kid?" Rena explained that anything could become a hidden weapon, as long as the user understood its center of gravity and trajectory. As she spoke, she demonstrated with a throw that was decisive, powerful, and frighteningly accurate. In the blink of an eye, a tiny harmless object had become a razor-sharp weapon capable of piercing through a target. Back in the present, the needles in the main character's hand had already struck their marks, with almost absolute precision. The Goblin King roared in agony as the hidden weapons kept piercing its neck and the weak points across its body. They embedded in its face, its joints, and its vital spots, leaving the boss almost unable to fight back. The main character walked forward calmly, summarizing the lesson from years ago in his mind. Power is directly proportional to the force of release. Spin and accuracy, on the other hand, are inversely proportional to hesitation. He stood proudly before the enemy that was gradually losing strength in the arena. That was exactly what Rena had taught him. He told himself this as each old hidden weapon technique came alive in his body one after another. He quickly realized the special mechanism of this trial. Loot was scattered all over the ground, so it would be a waste not to pick it up and keep throwing it. The main character mocked himself, never expecting the day he would rely on a mechanic he had once looked down on to turn the tables. He was not only using swordsmanship to sweep through monsters, but also combining hidden weapons to pierce every opening his opponent showed. Watching that absurd performance, Hyuga could only mutter, "You really are a genius. Even a proctor has run out of praise for you." But right after that, he rejected his own thought, because the word genius still seemed far too small to describe how terrifying this young man was. By now, the Goblin King was covered in wounds, its enormous body swaying as if it were about to collapse. It groaned in pain, then crashed heavily to the ground under the main character's cold gaze. He slowly approached the dying boss without revealing even the slightest trace of pity. He calmly picked his sword back up, his voice ice cold. "It is not like I have any real grudge against you. As the monster growled in despair, the main character swung his sword without hesitation, ending the battle with one brutal slash. The system immediately rang out, announcing that Narukami had defeated the Goblin King and cleared step 50 of the tutorial for the first time. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, the main character grumbled to himself about the absurd difficulty. Who in their right mind put a monster that huge in a newbie training stage? Right after that, a flood of congratulatory windows kept popping up, from level ups and reputation gains to achievement points. More importantly, he unlocked the tutorial shop, a feature that only existed during this stage. Looking at the 2,425 achievement points he had just earned, he wondered what he could actually trade them for. The young man froze for a moment, because this was the first time he had ever seen a system shop like this with his own eyes. As he skimmed through the item list, recovery potions and basic gear ranged from only 5 to 200 points, making him think he had more than enough to spend freely. But in the very next moment, his gaze suddenly stopped when he spotted a special weapon. It was the nameless demon sword, a failed creation forged by a renowned swordsmith, listed at a price of 1,000 points. He could hardly believe that a work by a master of that level had appeared inside the beginner tutorial shop. In front of him were two brutal choices between rare-grade weapons. One was a demon sword with terrifying destructive power, but when combined with lightning skills, it heavily drained the user's life force. The other was Miranda's sword, priced at 1,400 points, a blessed Madron blade that could reduce fatigue buildup and extend combat endurance. He wondered whether he needed the demon sword or a more durable blade. Burst damage or staying power, this question was even more painful than a boss fight, because both were insanely valuable with his starting points. Just then, a strange skill caught his eye and made him stop cold, as if he had discovered a hidden route inside the system. That skill was called Appraisal, and it cost exactly 1,400 points. This was an overpowered tier technique with a rare effect capable of canceling any side effects caused by skills and items activated by the user. He immediately realized its enormous potential. If paired with the demon sword, this skill might even erase the negative debuff from his lightning ability. Without hesitating for even a second, he bought it on the spot. The system repeatedly confirmed that he had successfully acquired the appraisal skill for 1,400 points, and the nameless demon sword for 1,000 points. Holding the new weapon as it gave off a gloomy violet-black aura, the main character curled his lips in satisfaction. This investment was absolutely worth it. He understood that his new skill and the demon sword formed a perfect combo, allowing him to go all out from the start without worrying about every price he had to pay. At that moment, the proctor walked over and teased him, saying, "Kid, you picked some seriously nasty gear, like a tank running into a truck." Yet the old man still could not hide his confusion. "As the proctor, I truly do not understand." "I am Hyuga," Hyuga said with his arms crossed in thought. "Why did you choose that skill? I am not sure it is useful, and you do not even know how effective it is." Bombarded with questions, the main character only sighed in annoyance and replied, "Do you seriously want me to explain every tiny detail?" In an instant, Hyuga unleashed a terrifying pressure, his eyes blazing as he growled, "Explain." That sudden shift made the young man break into a sweat, and he secretly thought that speaking politely with this kind of person was a survival trial in itself. Seeing the young man's expression, Hyuga suddenly withdrew his killing intent and softened his tone. "You must be tired after the exam, so I will let it slide this time." The main character quietly muttered the name Hyuga, then took a closer look at the man's sturdy appearance. He suddenly realized this was the snot-nosed kid from back then, now grown into a proctor. In his memory, a boy named Hiroto once hugged a notebook, his face slick with sweat, trembling as he ran up and stammered, "My idol, please sign my notebook so I can treasure it forever." When the main character coldly replied that he did not have a signature, the little boy still begged with desperate sincerity, "Then just writing your name is fine. My name is Hiroto." Back in the present, Hyuga was still rambling about his era, when becoming a player was treated like a sacred right. He roared in frustration, scolding today's youngsters for getting a few skills and becoming arrogant, disrespecting their seniors, and daring to call people like him outdated relics. Hearing that, the main character calmly mocked him, saying that times really did change fast, just like the amount of hair left on Hyuga's head. The jab hit a sore spot and made Hyuga explode with rage, but the young man still coolly asked him to keep the test results secret. Faced with that careless attitude, Hyuga shouted with fierce determination, "Fine, if that is how it is, I will personally train you again from the ground up." He even eagerly invited the main character to join the Knight Order, stressing how rare it was for a proctor to recruit a player personally, like an old fan trying to claim his idol. But the young man simply said he did not want to and walked straight toward the teleport gate. Even as Hyuga shouted in panic for him to stop, he had already moved quickly and selected the command to travel to the next floor. Floor 2. The main character's figure vanished inside the light of teleportation. The proctor could only watch him go and sigh in deep disappointment. "Good grief, I am so disappointed in you." After setting foot on floor 2, he appeared in the middle of a bustling town known as the Beginner's Land. The atmosphere here was incredibly lively, with vendors shouting all across the streets, selling everything from fresh Runeterra fish and specialty jerky to martial world fabrics and wool coats from Earth. Looking at the familiar scene, the main character murmured with feeling, "That smell of Runeterra fish mixed with jerky is still here. There is no mistaking it." He understood that he was holding a once-in-a-lifetime chance, one return to fix everything. The main character strode confidently through the crowded streets. Since he had already lived through all of this once, he told himself that this time, he would handle everything better than before. The figures of his old comrades appeared one by one in his mind. Those memories ignited his will to fight more fiercely than ever. He knew they were still waiting, and the reason he had returned was to avenge the tragic ending they had all been forced to suffer. He headed to a private training room, a place players often visited to refine skills, test equipment, and check gear endurance. As soon as the young man stepped inside, the old manager at the front desk asked, "Which floor are you from?" The main character answered calmly, "I just came up." Hearing that, the old man immediately suggested, "Then you should use training room number 1. There was a straw dummy there for beginners, but the main character made a request that left the old man stunned. "Room number 1 is for kids, right? Give me room number 5. The old manager blurted out in shock, "Number 5. Then he sincerely advised him, "I am telling you, do not do it. It costs a lot, so just use number 1. But the young man held firm, "I appreciate your concern. Just give me 30 minutes. Watching the main character walk away, the old manager could only mutter sarcastically under his breath. Narukami can keep acting like the male lead in a Korean drama if he wants, but if he quits halfway, he can forget about getting his money back. The system instantly reports that 50 credits have been spent, leaving a balance of 10,050C. In this training area, the higher the room number, the more brutally the difficulty inside spikes. Looking over at the other training rooms, every one of them is packed with harsh trials, like stepping into a miniature dungeon. The protagonist understands perfectly that, for a player with no decent gear, being looked down on is completely normal. He grips the door handle tightly, then walks straight into room 5, facing the vast stone arena. The young man takes a deep breath and tells himself, "Fine, let the strength test begin." The moment he draws his weapon, the system immediately sounds a notification. "Hello, new master. Please lend me a little blood so I can start up." Right after that, a crimson pressure erupts. All his skills are temporarily enhanced, but in exchange the sword begins draining its user's P and MP. Pain tears through the protagonist's body, making him grit his teeth and groan in agony. Immediately, the level 1 skill Gluttonous Wedge activates to suppress the sword's violent backlash, while restoring part of the lost HP and MP. Yet after only a few seconds, this low-level skill quickly fails against that berserk power, causing his fatigue to soar. He realizes his current level is still far too weak, but he forces himself back to his feet. Just as expected, level 1 is not enough, but he only needs a little more. The demonic sword keeps sucking away his life force, tearing his body open and making blood spray out. In exchange, his combat power also rises sharply in direct proportion to the HP being shaved away. In unbearable pain, the protagonist wonders this is already his limit, then coldly concludes that everything is still within his calculations. He immediately spends 10,000 credits to upgrade Gluttonous Wedge to level 2. This is the true tycoon style, crushing debuffs with money. The skill has now reached E rank, strong enough to greatly reduce item side effects and resist the sword's violent backlash. The system announces that level 2 Gluttonous Wedge has partly succeeded in enduring the counterforce. Even so, the nameless magic sword still madly drains his HP, leaving his body heavily damaged. In return, his combat ability explodes even more fiercely. Seeing the crimson spiritual energy coiling around the blade, he curls his lips and thinks, "Success." Without wasting another second, he shoots forward, with only one thought left in his mind. It is time to test his true strength. A heaven-shaking slash crashes down, making the entire training room tremble violently, as if it has just taken a high-grade magic strike. At the same time, the old manager in the lobby is nodding off when he suddenly jerks awake. He looks around in confusion, muttering in a daze, "Am I still dreaming, or did I wake up and see an entire room vanish?" Just then, from the pitch-black corridor, the protagonist walks out of training room 5, his body covered in blood and packed with scratches. Seeing the long trail of blood across the floor, the old manager freezes as he realizes this is the kid who just entered room 5. He keeps rubbing his eyes, unable to believe the boy destroyed his room before the seat even got warm. Both curious and uneasy, the old man steps closer and knocks on the training room door. "Hey, dreamy kid, are you still alive in there?" The moment the door opens by the tiniest crack, the old manager's eyes bulge in terror, and he screams as if he has seen a monster. Before him is a scene of utter ruin, as if an earthquake has just torn through the place. Giant stone spheres have been crushed to powder, brick walls are split wide open, and countless arrows are buried deep in the wreckage. Trembling, he blurts out, "What the hell? What happened here?" Meanwhile, in another scene, the protagonist has already returned to his lodging and has just awakened from a long sleep. He groans softly, wondering how long he was asleep. As he stretches to shake off the exhaustion, he realizes his body is still stiff from that insane training session. Later, in a small diner, he sits deep in thought, takes a sip of hot tea, and thinks about what would have happened if he had used an ordinary sword instead of that cursed weapon. He definitely would have cleared that training room much more easily. Even so, he has to admit that his physical stats have risen significantly, and he successfully drew out the demonic sword's power. Looking at his status panel, he sees that he has reached level 10, along with a whole set of new stats. His strength, mobility, and endurance have all improved noticeably. He thinks to himself that, with stats like these, he should not even be able to lift the demonic sword, let alone use it in battle. The compatibility between Gluttonous Wedge and the sword is almost perfect, which means that in the near future, a lightning-powered combination may be completely possible. But the next headache lies in the skills level. The system reports that upgrading Gluttonous Wedge to the next rank will require 20,000 credits, while his current balance is down to a pitiful 50 coins. The protagonist breaks out in a cold sweat, stares at his cup, and mocks himself, glowing aura, empty pockets, and only 2 lottery tickets left to his name. Managing credits has him completely stuck, but he reassures himself that he has already died once, so problems like this are nothing new. Just then, a loud shout draws his attention. "Hey, everyone, what's going on?" A young man with bizarre cat hands and blazing blonde hair is holding a livestream device and running everywhere, excitedly announcing that he will explore F2 to bring youthful memories to the rookies. His topic today is showing off the trendy items popular among young people. Instantly, the screen displays a notice that player Alexander has donated a massive 1,000 credits as a commemorative gift. The young man excitedly shouts his thanks to Alexander in front of everyone, then even pours coffee over his own head to make the performance extra ridiculous. The cat-eared guy keeps forcing a smile and thanking viewers to keep them watching. The classic kind of man who throws away all dignity for money. Watching this, the surrounding crowd can only sigh in disgust, wondering what is wrong with him and whether he has finally lost his mind. The protagonist quietly observes everything from a distance. He browses the information on his device and realizes this is the age of PvP live streaming. Out of every 3 players, one is broadcasting live to earn millions of credits from donations. He falls into thought, live streaming, huh? So that is what the guy just now was doing. While he is still thinking about this new way to make money, a familiar voice suddenly rings out beside him. "Huh, I thought you died in some garbage dump, so how did you crawl back up here?" Looking up, he sees a stylishly dressed young man staring at him with smug satisfaction. The man steps closer, pretending to be surprised to see him here, then asks whether he lives near this area. The instant that man approaches, the protagonist's body suddenly goes rigid, and cold sweat runs down his spine. He clearly senses a fierce resistance from deep within, as if this body is automatically warning him about an extremely terrible relationship between the two of them. Seeing him silently stare at the screen, the other guy starts looking annoyed, clears his throat, and says, "Hey, I am talking to you." Do not ignore someone like that. This feeling is not simple discomfort, but a fierce rejection surging up from the depths of his subconscious. The protagonist trembles slightly, cold sweat breaking out as he faces the blonde Yun sitting right in front of him. The moment Narukami spoke up and confirmed he had arrived, Isaac curled his lip in contempt. Color me surprised. I never thought a weakling like you could actually clear the tutorial exam." He kept needling him, saying he had been absolutely certain this young man had already been torn apart by the goblins in the dungeon long ago. At that instant, the painful memories of the body's former owner suddenly came flooding back. The main character called out hoarsely to the man before him, Isaac. In his mind, he saw a pitiful boy who had once been tortured by him without mercy. When the boy weakly asked why, Isaac only roared in a rage, saying that his name and that serious face annoyed him just by existing. It was a reason so absurd it was almost laughable. He even insulted him as an empty-headed brat with no upbringing, someone who could not even finish the most basic instructions. Even when the main character tried to explain that the assigned credits had never been enough, Isaac snapped at him coldly. "Don't talk back, you bastard." He swung his fists, beat him savagely, then threw him into a filthy box of torn books amid the wreckage. After that, he casually declared that from then on, that rotten box would be his home. With a vicious smile, Isaac tossed him a filthy scrap of food and threatened him. "If you dare step outside even once, you already know what happens." Back in the present, the main character wondered how the former owner of this body could have endured such meaningless beatings for so long. Seeing him stay silent, Isaac grew even smugger and bragged that he had cleared all the way to part 20, even breaking his father's record. He proudly said Proctor Hugo had showered him with praise, calling him a true son of Reinhardt, then puffed himself up over the tower's finest B-rank skill. Faced with that self-glorifying performance, the main character simply said he was thirsty, picked up a glass and drank it down. Once he finished, he coldly said, "I'm leaving," then turned his back without hesitation. Isaac kept acting superior and casually ordered him around. "Is that so? Then buy me a coffee when you come back, the cheap kind is fine. Just pick one." The main character stopped, then let out a small sound full of disgust. "Huh?" That attitude made Isaac's temper flare. He lifted a hand to his forehead and sighed as though disappointed. "Seriously, you still don't know how to listen?" He narrowed his eyes and stared straight at him, his voice probing. "What's gotten into you lately? You keep staring people down and talking back. Did somebody swap your soul or something?" Not bothering to care, the main character answered coldly and kept walking. "I don't have any credits. If you want coffee, buy your own." After being rejected to his face, Isaac lowered his voice and commanded him, "Sit down." In his head, the main character thought quietly, "Kid, sorry, but I don't have time to deal with your personal grudges." He kept walking calmly, silently confirming it in his heart. If anyone dared block his path of revenge, things would no longer stay this gentle. Suddenly, Isaac rushed forward, grabbed the main character hard by the shoulder, and forced him to stop. Bloodshot veins stood out in Isaac's eyes, and his threatening voice rang out with vicious intent. "Hey, do you really want me to beat you half to death again?" Facing his bully, the main character did not back down at all. An icy killing intent flashed in his eyes, freezing the air around them. He warned through clenched teeth, "Let go or I'll send you flying off the face of the earth." Isaac glared and shouted, "Don't get arrogant." Even so, the main character quickly suppressed his anger. He reminded himself that he could not cause a scene in the middle of a crowd, because making this bigger now would only create more trouble. Unexpectedly, Isaac burst into delighted laughter. While laughing, he said he had only scared him a little, just like last time. Then he sneered that the main character was still every bit as cowardly as he had been back then, and with that pathetic skill, he must have struggled badly just to pass the tutorial exam. Isaac leaned close to his shoulder, his voice suddenly turning cold with murderous pressure. "Trash, do you really think you can beat me? If I want, I can make you disappear. You know who my father is, don't you?" After saying that, Isaac casually turned and walked away, not forgetting to wave and toss back a fake line. "Be careful, my friend. With friends like that, going solo forever would be better." Watching that arrogant back fade into the distance, the main character stayed silent, his gaze sharp as a blade. Inwardly, he curled his lip in scorn. "Friends, my ass." At this point, the world gradually revealed the two main paths players could take to grow stronger inside the tower. The first method was clearing stages. By conquering the tower's trials and receiving rewards, players could level up in a steady, natural way. To enter a stage, players had to pay a certain amount of credits. In return, their safety was completely guaranteed inside the electronic space. Since the trials were generated within the system, even if they died, they would only lose the credits they had spent and all their current progress. The second method was hunting. Players would leave the safe zone in person, hunt monsters, or clear dungeons on each floor to increase their strength. If they chose this path, their growth speed would be far faster than clearing ordinary stages. But because hunting took place in the real world, dying there meant the player would truly die. That was the brutal rule of direct hunting in places like dungeons or Oro's nests. Because of that, most players avoided this path since nobody wanted to gamble with their life without a strong enough reason. But for the main character, things were completely different. He told himself that if he wanted to get rich fast, he had to take risks, and if he wanted to outlevel everyone, he had to enter dungeons. Sitting beside the corpse of a massive Oros he had just taken down, while checking his device, he suddenly froze in shock when he saw a live stream pulling in as many as 80,000 viewers. Its title read, "Today the main character will advance to the 4th floor." On the screen, a streamer was wearing the main character's signature black and gold mask, excitedly waving to the audience. "Ah, you guys are watching, huh? Today, I'll challenge the 3rd floor of the stage." Seeing that, the main character found it ridiculous. Just how many people had already started using his name and this mask? Just then, a donation alert popped up with a provocative message. "Here's 20 grand, act like an idiot for me." Instead of getting angry, Gashimer answered excitedly, "Oh, I'll play the idiot right away, thanks for the 20,000 credits." Seeing that huge amount of money traded for just a few jokes, the main character blurted out in shock, "There are even 20,000 missions like this?" The money rain still did not stop. A flood of new missions kept pouring in, each ranging from 5,000 to 15,000 credits. The fake Gashimer kept making heart signs and promising the crowd, "Thank you everyone. I will definitely clear this stage for you all to see." Narukami sighed at the ridiculous contrast. Other people just had to livestream and money poured in, while the main character had to bet his life against monsters inside a dungeon. Seeing only 50 cents left in his account, he clenched his teeth, his eyes flashing with calculation as he stared at the device screen. After a fight stretched tight as a wire, this young man finally let out a breath of relief. He wiped the sweat from his brow, then quietly reminded himself there was still one final mission he had to finish. Right then, a terrifying impact shook the ground, announcing that the uninvited guests had arrived. From the darkness, an entire pack of Oros emerged, their eyes blazing red and their killing intent surging. The system immediately issued a warning. The Oros Supreme General Boss had appeared, facing the giant monster wearing a collar woven from beast bones. He stayed frighteningly calm. He no longer had poison needles like last time, but in exchange, the main character now held a weapon far more broken. As he tightened his grip on the demonic sword, the system reported that the item was devouring HP to unleash power for its master. Thanks to level 2 greed resisting the backlash in time, he remained standing, his eyes glowing red with murderous intent. He stared at the monsters and growled, "Move. I have money to make." He shot forward at once. Fast as lightning, the main character shouted that he had no time to waste on trash like them. Hit fast, win clean, and get back to work. With shifting, phantom-like footwork, he unleashed a chain of kicks, then carved out crimson sword strikes packed with spiritual power, ripping the monster formation apart. The Oros Supreme General only had time to roar in despair before a brutal slash cut across its body, ending its life on the spot. After the Whispering Orc Nest dungeon was completely cleared, the main character returned to his room and silently looked at the familiar black and gold mask resting on the table. He sighed, understanding that he had to put it on again to carry out his new plan. After learning how streamers made money, he decided pour everything into what he did best and build funds as fast as possible. Standing before the mirror, he slowly lifted the mask. The mask came down, restoring the mysterious aura of a legend from years ago to this young man. "After all, I am the real deal." Once the original steps in, the fakes can only disappear. Thinking that, he decisively walked through the door, gripping his sword and preparing to launch an insanely bold move. Immediately afterward, a shocking notification appeared on the system. The main character had started a broadcast. At Southern Entertainment headquarters, the atmosphere was so tense it felt ready to explode. Hatsuka, a beautiful woman with long black hair, was staring at the device screen with eyes full of fury. She ground her teeth in anger, her lips pressed tight as if trying to swallow a rage that was seconds from bursting out. Suddenly, a shrill scream rang out, making the entire office jump. Subakichi, the blue-haired male employee, toppled out of his chair in panic when he saw the new notification. Hatsuka could not hide her irritation. "What the hell is it now?" She silently cursed the garbage players out there. Even the strongest had not cleared the trial, yet someone still dared to impersonate that name. Subakichi scrambled up and repeated the self-censoring audio rule, along with the 1,000-point reward that had just hit the threshold. Hatsuka pressed him, asking who the guts this time. Subakichi looked at the screen and blurted out the name. Subakichi muttered, "Is it really the main character or just another faker?" He shrugged and summed it up neatly. "Whoever punches the hardest is the real one. Simple enough." Subakichi sighed in disgust as he saw people everywhere wearing masks, pretending to be the legend just to farm donations. He wondered if the dungeon livestream industry was truly about to collapse, but Hatsuka immediately spoke up. She snapped back that they were living off this very service, so he should not say such scary things. Hatsuka found it ridiculous that people willing to risk their lives climbing the tower still failed to understand its most basic rules. Seeing Hatsuka acting unusually sharp, Subakichi curiously asked why someone like her had left the tower to crawl into this office. Hatsuka stayed silent for a few seconds, then answered flatly, "Because it was boring." She also reminded Subakichi that he had given up climbing the tower too. He instantly yelled in his defense, saying that if he had talent, things would have been different, and he only quit because he lacked skills. Classic lazy rank grinder talk. Hatsuka mocked him, saying maybe his passion died because his goal of meeting the legend had vanished. In the middle of their argument, Subakichi suddenly froze when he noticed something strange. On the screen, he shouted excitedly that an incredibly interesting kid had appeared. Hatsuka warily asked where he had dug up another weirdo this time, but Subakichi insisted this was a brand new cosplay version. At that moment, the broadcast had exactly one viewer, and the image on screen showed a figure in a familiar black and gold mask standing silently inside a pitch-black dungeon. Subakichi gasped that this was seriously awful. Hatsuka immediately slammed the desk in anger, saying this talent selection was both absurd and meaningless. Seeing his coworker still glued to the screen, Subakichi asked why she cared about a floor 2 broadcast that could not even get a single view. Hatsuka stared at the screen in thought, then admitted he was right, but every time she saw someone put on that mask, she could not stop herself from hoping. Annoyed at being bothered, Hatsuka kicked Subakichi down without hesitation. Kichi had not even recovered before she coldly revealed that she had just tipped the mask guy 1,000 credits. At the same time, the main character officially entered the floor 2 checkpoint. After quickly clearing the opening dungeon and exiting, the system announced that completion points would be calculated by the number of monsters eliminated. He strolled through the dark cave, quietly judging this challenge as no different from a walk in the park. Honestly, a little too boring. Even so, Knowing someone was watching through the screen made him feel a little pressured. The device showed 2 viewers, along with a stream of messages from an account named Love Money. This person asked what floor he was on, whether this was his first time, then warned him that if he was a rookie it would be tough because he was not used to the terrain. He replied calmly, "Yes, this is my first challenge." The moment he finished speaking, a massive shadow suddenly closed in from behind. It was a one-eyed bat with deformed purple wings, diving down in a vicious attack without the slightest hesitation. The main character swung his hand up and grabbed the monster by the neck in midair, leaving it able to do nothing but shriek in agony. He squeezed lightly with just one hand. The monster instantly went straight to the afterlife. The system announced that the one-eyed bat had been defeated, and he received 1 corresponding point. The main character adjusted his mask, his cold eyes shining as he looked toward the screen and asked the viewers in return, "Is there a problem?" With just that one line, the entire chat instantly fell silent. Narukami quietly stepped into the beginner dungeon with only one goal in mind: sweep through as many monsters as possible and rack up achievement points. The main character's live stream now had its first 3 viewers. Account By was stunned by his razor-sharp reflexes, while Love Money remained skeptical, since most streamers on Floor 2 quit fast when their views failed to rise. Seeing this young man about to charge alone into a dangerous area, Love Money immediately warned him not to get greedy and to wait for teammates before moving on, but he calmly replied that he appreciated the advice, though he was used to handling everything alone. That arrogant line pushed the viewer count to 6, followed by a flood of comments worrying about the fate of an overconfident rookie. The deeper he walked into the dark cave, the more he told himself that his name was his brand. As long as he went live, the views would come, no advertising needed. Right then, a mudwater beast suddenly burst up from the ground, opening its jaws to ambush him. But he reacted like lightning, swinging his sword once and cutting it in half on the spot. He murmured softly that now he would test just how far he could go. Cold flashes of sword light kept slicing through the darkness, while the system continuously announced defeated targets and rising achievement points. His attack speed was so terrifying that the audience froze in confusion. They had not even managed to see clearly what kind of monster had just been killed. Immediately afterward, a swarm of one-eyed venom bats shrieked and rushed in, surrounding him as if they meant to swallow the entire night. He simply spun around and unleashed a powerful arsing slash. Red-black spiritual energy erupted from the demonic sword, crushing the monsters in an instant. Every step he took cold and decisive. That level of precision left viewers like Love Money and Tambourine Master stunned, unable to understand what had just happened. Another fanboy was in danger of falling into the pit, while the viewer count climbed to 10, everyone holding their breath as they watched the masked man move. After personally wiping out another wave of venom bats and water beasts, he calmly sheathed his sword, explained as if nothing had happened. He said that if everyone focused on the sound, they could tell which direction the monsters were coming from and how many there were. After saying that, the young man casually stepped over the scattered corpses. Beneath his feet, monster blood and mud were splattered everywhere, while behind him, the comment panel erupted into a fierce debate over whether he was truly just a rookie. He adjusted his mask and calmly told the audience that if they already knew, he would say exactly what he thought. The comments instantly flew by, some insisting talent was everything, while others mocked him for trying to ride the glow of a legend. Ignoring every bit of gossip, he kept pushing deeper. Only one thought remained in his mind: it still was not enough, and he had to build up as many achievement points as possible before leaving this place. Seeing him keep walking straight ahead in silence, without scouting or studying the surrounding terrain at all, the viewers began to grow uneasy, repeatedly warning him that if he kept acting this recklessly, he would definitely run headfirst into serious trouble. His gaze sharpened behind the slit of his mask as a horrifying scene slowly appeared before his eyes. A horde of dark purple one-eyed monsters was waking up. They packed the area like black clouds, surrounding him from every direction. But he only said coldly, "Numbers cannot make up for quality, boys." Crimson eyes blinked in the darkness, waiting to charge in and tear the intruder apart. The audience began mocking him, convinced he was finished, and some even told him they would see him back at the entrance. At that exact moment, a viewer mission from someone named Maloney Stream suddenly appeared, offering a reward of 100 reputation points if he could wipe out the entire monster horde alone. Looking at the glowing mission panel in front of him, he curled his lips slightly, his eyes brimming with confidence. Even though many viewers thought this was a crude and ridiculous trap, he calmly replied that if real payment was on the table, he would take the job. Too easy. Meanwhile, at the Subek company office, Jiki was screaming in despair as he watched the situation unfold on the screen. He clutched his head like he was losing his mind, unable to understand where he had gone wrong, then yelled bitterly that he wanted a refund. Realizing he was being too loud, Tsubeiji quickly lowered his voice and apologized to Hatsuka, saying he was sorry for causing trouble, and that it was his fault. But Hatsuka paid no attention to the apology at all. Her eyes were glued to the screen, her face so tense it looked as if she had discovered something extremely serious. Seeing his coworker fall strangely silent, Tsubeiji could not hold back and asked what was wrong, and what exactly she was looking at. Hatsuka carefully watched every movement of the masked figure on the screen, then murmured that something was not right. Thinking she was worried about the money, Tsubeiji hurriedly explained that it was not that large a sum, and that he could afford to pay it back. Hatsuka kept staring at the screen, her eyes trembling as if she could not believe what was unfolding before her. Deep down, she understood this was no longer about money or bets, but something far bigger. Stunned, Hatsuka called out that legendary name. Seeing her act so strangely, Tsubeiji asked curiously if she was still watching that broadcast. But the moment he looked at the screen, he froze too, blurting out that either his eyes were broken or his idol had truly descended. On the live stream, the main character was creating a spine-chilling scene. Blazing red sword arcs tore through space, wiping out the monster swarm in seconds and leaving the audience screaming in shock. The comments exploded in confusion, from people refusing to believe he was a floor 2U rookie to others starting to feel sorry for the bats. Everyone stared in shock, wondering just how many monsters he could possibly take down at the same time all by himself. He strode proudly through a mountain of monster corpses, then casually dropped a line that sent a chill through the entire chat room. His absolute dominance left the viewers speechless for a moment. Some even admitted that although they were on higher floors themselves, they felt as if a floor 2 rookie had just taught them how to fight. His power was almost unmatched. Yet the main character looked confused as he stared at the chat panel, then muttered that communicating with viewers really was difficult. Seeing him prepare to leave, Love Money quickly reminded him not to forget to claim the reputation points from the mission. Only then did he pause and answer blankly, "Oh right, I almost forgot." He picked up the device and fumbled with it for a long while, his expression awkward. The audience began to burst out laughing, teasing him one after another and asking if he was really this hopeless with technology. Scratching his head in embarrassment, he asked where the claim money button was supposed to be. He wielded a sword like a god, but when it came to tapping an app, he was helpless. Everyone teased that he had to be a brand new streamer. Thanks to Love Money guiding him step by step, he finally managed to press accept and received 100 reputation points. He politely thanked them, then continued deeper into the cave, saying the next place would probably be the end point. By now his reputation points had reached 150, while his achievement points had climbed to 118. Back at the office, after a brief stunned silence, Hatsuka suddenly screamed so loudly that the whole building seemed to shake. She held her flushed face in pure excitement, repeatedly crying that it was over, her heart was gone, and her idol had truly descended. Everyone, seeing this, Tsubeiji sarcastically said the one in trouble was actually her. Hatsuka immediately fired back, pressing him and asking whether he had ever seen anything as insane as that scene just now. Although Tsubeiji thought she was overreacting, because this was only floor 2, Hatsuka still frantically insisted yes, she was overreacting. Then she sprang to her feet at once. Hatsuka kept staring at the profile on the screen. "I am Narukami from Earth." She trembled with excitement, wondering if this was destiny, or the reincarnation of a legendary hero straight out of an isekai manhwa. Watching that over-the-top frenzy, Mr. Hyun could only break into a sweat, thinking that whenever idols were involved, this co-worker of his instantly turned into a completely different person. Hatsuka's face flushed crimson, her mind floating as if she might faint, and all she wanted was to close her eyes and sink into her own fantasy. That made Mr. Hyun panic and rush over to stop her, afraid she was about to do something wildly inappropriate right in the middle of the office. Under her coworker's suspicious stare, Hatsuka firmly declared that she wanted to verify this newbie herself, even as Mr. Hyun mocked her by saying the system's evaluation of him was not wrong at all. Even after being reminded that he was just a lone streamer and might get the whole team punished by the department head, Hatsuka did not waver at all. The playful attitude she had shown during the bet vanished, replaced by a chilling seriousness. Hatsuka locked her eyes on the masked young man on the screen, then challenged Mr. Hyun to stand right there and witness what was about to happen. At the same time, deep inside the pitch-black dungeon, the main character finally found the endpoint of the trial. He pushed open the heavy stone door and slowly stepped into the boss room. The main character murmured that it had hidden well, but now it was time to show itself. Before him stood a gigantic creature covered in coarse gray-black fur, radiating pressure, so heavy it seemed ready to crush the air. The one guarding the gate was Greg the War Wolf. Its appearance made the chat explode, with countless comments panicking over the monster's absurd power, and many viewers admitting they had been stuck dozens of times and thought this difficulty was a system bug. The main character immediately understood that the War Wolf was no ordinary hunting monster, but a gatekeeper meant to judge both the strength and qualifications of players trying to clear the beginner dungeon. Right after that, the system triggered a special quest, ordering him to defeat the Wolf Warrior for a massive reward. Looking at the notification panel that appeared, he could not help freezing before blurting out, "Huh? The reward for this quest reached 3,000 reputation points plus credits." For a beginner, that was almost a number that could drive someone insane. Meanwhile, his livestream had pulled in around 20 viewers online. Greg, the gatekeeper of the second floor, loomed into view with a threatening aura. Comments kept popping up, some mocking him, while others began to feel uneasy. Some people threw out crude remarks, but plenty of viewers were also worried that this was definitely not a monster that could be handled easily. The giant wolf growled, its scorching breath spreading through the cold air as its body began gathering force for a lethal pounce. Looking at the one standing before it, Greg thought to itself that another little brat had just offered himself up for dinner. Facing that massive gatekeeper, Greg the werewolf looked puzzled, then spoke. Alone? You truly came here alone? This wolf had definitely never watched a live stream before. The main character calmly replied. You still cannot tell just by looking? The monster growled, brought its nose close to him, then suddenly remarked. You really are interesting. I smell the scent of a great warrior on you. That line made the chat blow up, and one player bitterly complained that he had only been told he smelled like a goblin slayer, while this guy was being praised to the heavens. Greg explained that warriors of the wolf tribe could smell a special scent, not merely body odor, but the true nature of a person. After observing him closely, it unexpectedly withdrew its killing intent and declared that he had enough talent to pass this place, so the test was over and he could leave. That decision left the viewers speechless at the monster's blatant favoritism, while even the main character could not hide his shock. He thought to himself that even in his previous life, something this bizarre had never happened. But instead of stepping through the exit that had opened, the main character coldly declared, Too bad. My target is you. The boss seemed to freeze. Huh, but I already let you pass. The wolf snapped back around and asked in disbelief, You mean me, not the door behind me? When it received a firm answer, Greg broke into a savage grin, revealing razor-sharp fangs, then roared in delight as if it had finally found an opponent worthy of a great warrior's soul. At that moment, the battle between the main character and the werewolf was only a breath away. At Southern Entertainment's office, the atmosphere was also starting to stretch tight as a bowstring. Department head John Teo had his eyes glued to the monitor, both hands typing nonstop. He asked in an icy voice how many viewers that streamer currently had. Hatsuka immediately reported the number at around 20, but John Teo cut her off at once with a baffling denial. No. John Teo lowered his voice with heavy pressure, saying it was already over 30 now. While Mr. Hyun muttered that Hatsuka was an idiot, the department head grew even more impatient, snapping that they were taking full salaries while the views were this pathetic, then saying she had wasted time on someone with only a measly 20 viewers. When Hatsuka tried to correct him and say the number had risen to 30, John Teo instantly roared that this was not the point. He even sneered that if Hatsuka liked it so much, she might as well become a streamer herself. After all, she had the skills, and she was capable of pulling in her own fanbase. Just as the department head was venting his anger, Mr. Hyun suddenly shouted in excitement when he saw the viewer count had passed 40. Despite his subordinate's excitement, John Teo was still furious because he felt he was being ignored right to his face. Back in the dungeon, the main character was standing directly across from the werewolf. The terrifying pressure from the monster pressed down like an invisible wall. He reminded himself to keep a cool head, sweep away every unnecessary thought, and focus only on his breathing. The system kept announcing that the nameless demon sword was absorbing the user's mana to raise his strength stat, while the level 2 greed skill also activated to neutralize the sword's side effects. He curled his lips and whispered, Fly baby, carve it up like always. As soon as he finished speaking, the colossal monster charged forward, unleashing a thunderous pounce that made the entire cave shake violently. The main character immediately swung his sword to meet it head-on, creating a blazing burst of spiritual power in the darkness. The repeated clashes split the ground apart in chunks. He struggled to deflect the terrifying force from the razor-sharp claws that kept crashing down like a storm. One brutally powerful collision sent the main character sliding backward, his feet carving a long trench across the stone floor. He inwardly marveled that even fighting barehanded, its power was no different from a high-level martial art. If Narukami could not win with his fists, he would crush his opponent with a colder, sharper mind. The main character narrowed his eyes, instantly realizing that the gap in raw power between them had tilted into dangerous territory. Across from him, Greg the werewolf also silently admitted that the enemy before him was truly a formidable warrior. The monster roared again, unleashing a relentless chain of claw sweeps packed with terrifying destructive force. The young man had no choice but to keep slipping aside, dodging each strike by a hair inside the shaking dungeon. He tightened his grip on the demonic sword blazing with red light, choosing to face the overwhelming pressure of the Floor 2 boss head-on. The instant blade met claw, a violent shockwave erupted, and electric sparks tore through the cavern with blinding light. The viewers nearly exploded in disbelief, both awed by this rookie's absurd strength and convinced that the quest giver was out to regret everything. The main character panted softly, then quickly understood that victory was not always about muscle, but about using strength at the right moment. Greg grew more and more thrilled by this rare opponent, roaring as if to declare that this warrior had finally made him truly excited. He howled that it was time to end this, then lunged in with a thunderous pounce meant to crush his target, but the young man vanished like a ghost and countered with icy precision. The retaliation landed perfectly, as if the young man were saying that this was what a real battle deserved to be. Under Greg's stunned gaze, the main character appeared beside his flank, eyes blazing with rage, mocking him because every one of his attacks was far too easy to read. Right after that, he unleashed a brutal slash, ripping through the monster's thick defenses. The main character growled coldly for him to die, while Greg could only howl in agony as blazing sword strikes kept crashing down. His speed erupted so fiercely that layers of afterimages stacked over one another in the air. Lethal slashes followed one after another, gouging deep into the monster's body before the final blow, carrying all his power, came crashing straight down. The Guardian of Floor 2 was completely defeated, and before his breath faded, the werewolf managed to leave one final compliment for an exceptional opponent. Greg's massive body slammed onto the stone floor, sending a dry, heavy crack through the ruined dungeon. The boss was officially finished, and the main character instantly leveled up. The system kept announcing that he had defeated the werewolf, advanced by a huge margin, and gained a flood of strength and agility stats, plus 500 precious achievement points. The livestream viewers fell dead silent, unable to believe a rookie had soloed such a terrifying boss. Comments praising the quest giver flooded the screen, while the system confirmed the quest was complete and immediately awarded 3,000 reputation points from Ji. Looking at the device screen, he curled his lips and said he would put these points to very good use. Ji. At the moment, the main character had accumulated 350 reputation points and 618 achievement points. Just then, the giant gate ahead slowly opened, followed by a cold notification that a new passage had been activated. The young man walked forward at an easy pace, but only a few seconds later he froze because the scene before him was far too abnormal. A whole series of trial icons, from ice and fire to wind and earth, appeared all at once, lighting up the entire space. The viewers immediately burst into chatter, as if something inside the system had become furious. Everyone was stunned to see a full 13 choices appear at the same time, a record number that no rookie on Floor 2 had ever achieved before. The system announced that the number of choices would scale with the player's talent, then immediately asked Narukami if he wanted to enter the Thunder trial ahead of schedule. Faced with such a rare opportunity, the protagonist did not hesitate for even a second and answered with absolute confidence. What a pointless question, his whole specialty was drawing electricity. The viewers instantly exploded with excitement, and everyone agreed that if he did not choose Thunder here, he might as well change his name to something more fitting. The moment the confirmation command rang out, a vivid blue-green light wrapped around the protagonist's body and dragged him straight into the brutal Thunder trial. Back in the logistics office, Hatsuka was so thrilled that she nearly lost control. She threw her arms around her coworker Sagan and shouted that he had done it. She could not believe the viewer count had skyrocketed to 6 people in the blink of an eye. Hatsuka gasped in shock, saying normal missions usually offered only 2 or 3 choices at most, yet this young man had somehow received 13. Standing beside her, Section Chief John Teo had to admit that this performance was far too impressive, especially since the protagonist had taken down Battle Wolf, the man rumored to be undefeated. Even so, the Section Chief remained skeptical, arguing that in the end, he was still only a rookie shimmer on the second floor. Seeing that, Hatsuka made a bold wager. She asked the chief if he dared to bet, then declared that if the protagonist failed while receiving Thunder, she and Sagan would work on fixed salaries for 5 years. Hearing his own name dragged into it, Sagan panicked and yelled in protest. "What the heck? Why am I included? I am co-worker of the year or here." Hatsuka ignored him and continued with the other condition. If he succeeded, John Teo would have to sign a contract with the protagonist without a single complaint. After hearing that, the section chief merely curled his lips into a challenging smirk. He reminded her that the only player who had ever obtained Thunder was that one person, and no one else. Hatsuka kept a confident smile on her face and calmly replied that they would never know the result unless they tried. Faced with her resolve, John Teo snorted coldly and accepted the bet outright. While Hatsuka practically glowed with joy because the wager was set, poor Sagan could only groan in despair after suddenly becoming collateral in a crazy gamble. The moment the protagonist entered the Thunder trial, he felt a blue-green energy spread across his entire body. He let out a quiet sound of surprise and wondered what it was. While he was still observing the surroundings, a panicked shout suddenly rang out. "Move, bro, if you stand there, you are gonna turn into electric roast chicken." Before he could get his bearings, a strange man rushed in and shoved him to the ground. Right after that, a mountain-heavy strike slammed into the spot where he had just been standing, blowing the ground apart in an instant. The man roared in irritation, saying, "You only get one life, little brother, so why are you standing there sightseeing?" Standing before them now was a gray, hulking monster known as the Giant Fragment. The protagonist dropped to one knee, his gaze briefly freezing when he recognized the newcomer, and one question question immediately flashed through his mind. Why was this guy here? The giant monster roared wildly and swung its steel-hard fist to crush them both. On the broadcast screen, the viewers also began to panic over the abnormal turn of events. Comments kept flooding in, and everyone recognized it as a monster from the giant clan, but no one understood why it had appeared this early. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and quickly realized this was a boss that should have appeared only in part 2 of the trial. He wondered if everything had changed simply because he had defeated Greg. Right after that, the monster roared again and slammed a thunderous blow into the ground. A world-shaking explosion erupted at once, sending stone dust and arcs of lightning sweeping across the entire area. Amid the thick smoke and dust, the protagonist slowly stepped out with a chillingly calm expression. He judged that although this monster was enormous, its body structure was still far inferior to Greg's. And even better, he already knew all the important information about it in advance. Seeing the protagonist still standing motionless, the strange young man ran for his life while shouting that since he had gotten into trouble after saving him, he had better hurry up and run. The protagonist adjusted his mask, and the eyes beneath it flared with killing intent as he decided to finish this quickly, before anyone else interfered. The moment he tightened his grip on the sword, the system announced that the nameless demon's sword had begun absorbing the user's blood, increasing all stats in proportion to the blood consumed. At the same time, level 2 greed activated successfully, canceling the brutal side effects of the demon's sword. The giant fragment swung its 1,000-pound fist, determined to crush everything in front of it. But the protagonist tilted his body aside as fast as lightning and slipped out of the attack path. He dodged by a hair's breadth, then stepped straight onto the monster's arm and used it as a launch point to shoot upward. His movement was as fluid as a dancer's, while his eyes burned with murderous intent beneath the mask. At that speed, the boss could only block with blind faith. The young man who had just saved him could only stare in shock when he saw that the protagonist had somehow closed in behind the monster. A brutal thrust from the demon sword sank deep into the enemy's nape. The monster howled in desperate pain, but the protagonist only coldly mocked it for being too loud. He lowered his voice and ordered it to stay quiet for the rest of its life, then immediately unleashed more lethal slashes. The monster's roar gradually faded as the protagonist kept tearing its body apart with savage sword strikes overflowing with killing intent. The giant fragment's eyes slowly clouded over, and its massive body crashed to the ground, sending a tremor through the entire area. The system repeatedly announced that he had defeated the boss and cleared 4. The live viewers could only spam question marks, completely stunned by his absurd clear speed. After the battle, the protagonist leveled up 3 times in a row, and his strength, agility, and mana all rose sharply. On top of 4,000 achievement points, he also received 2 rare items, the Giant's Heart and Thunderclap. He stood silently amid the wreckage, still gripping his blood-stained sword, his breathing ragged. After witnessing the monster fall in an instant, Falcon was so stunned that he stammered and asked who he was. Meanwhile, the livestream chat exploded over a performance far beyond imagination. Countless viewers kept sending gifts and bonus points because of his flawless conquest from Stage 1 to Stage 4. Falcon hurried over, still shaken by the masked man's power. He pressed him, asking whether he was human or a ghost, because he had beaten that boss like it was a punching bag. The protagonist only gave him a faint glance, his hand still clenched around the sword hilt. The blade was still stained red with blood, yet he calmly replied, "Can you not tell by looking? I came here to defeat the giant." After leaving the dungeon, the protagonist returned to a peaceful town, where old wooden houses nestled beside a small stream. He found a simple inn room to rest, while also checking all the spoils he had gained after the battle. Sitting on the bed with his handheld device, the protagonist saw that the viewers were still wildly excited. They kept urging him to open his inventory so they could see the items he had just received. Some even started guessing whether the loot was purple grade or gold grade, then rushed him to show the goods because everything had already gotten way too intense. Faced with that much enthusiasm, Narukami gave a faint smirk. Interesting, he thought. Then let us see what you have got. In an instant, he activated the system interface and inspected the treasures glowing with a mysterious violet light. The first item was the Giant's Heart Ring, a rare accessory forged from the heart of a true giant, with powerful effects that boosted health and regeneration. Narukami nodded in satisfaction, because gear like this was already scarce, and it was exactly what he needed. Next came the Thunderclap Armor, another rare grade item with seriously solid defensive stats. The armor held the power of lightning, allowing its wearer to trigger a special skill that removed 1 negative status effect once per day. The young man immediately understood that this was the kind of item that would raise his odds of surviving the brutal otherworld battles waiting ahead. The moment he put on the new armor, before he'd even get used to it, a sudden storm of missions from the viewers came crashing down on him. Nice work, here is 5,000 coins pocket change for me. Along with that came a wave of missions from Imban, mission Villa Inn and Safe Asset, adding up to thousands of reward credits. He froze for a brief moment at how insanely generous the viewers were, then sincerely thanked everyone. He stood up, draped in a black cloak radiating pressure, his eyes blazing behind the mask as he felt power surging through him. Narukami told himself that he would never disappoint those waiting to see his thunder art. After all, his existence now might carry a meaning far greater than anything he had ever imagined. Just then, a knock sounded at the door, and he answered in a cold voice. "Come in." A man entered with a blonde-haired knight in imposing silver armor, then introduced him. "Sorry to keep you waiting. This is the knight commander of the village, Lord Peleus." The knight looked at Narukami with eyes heavy with thought. The guide explained that the giant clan had been attacking nonstop lately, forcing the knights to stand guard 24 hours a day while fully armed. For the safety of the entire settlement, the villagers had been ordered to avoid going outside, unless they had a truly urgent reason. The guide seemed fairly surprised to see Narukami still out and about at such a dangerous time. But right after that, his voice turned grateful. "I heard you protected the village while I was away." Peleus stepped forward and bowed politely. "Thank you, great hero, for carrying our team through that crisis." In the face of that solemn attitude, Narukami remained calm behind his mask. "No need to be so formal. I only did what had to be done, Peleus." Peleus was not only the symbol of the village, but also a courageous knight who always stood on the front line against the giant clan's brutality. He revealed that during reconnaissance, the knight squad had traced the giant chieftain's trail, and they planned to risk their lives cornering that monster. Suddenly, both Peleus and his companion dropped to their knees before Narukami, leaving everyone nearby stunned. In an urgent voice, Peleus bowed his head and pleaded, "Please forgive my rudeness, but I beg you, save our village." Seeing that scene, the livestream audience instantly grew tense, comments flooding in as everyone prayed the blonde knight would survive. Yet Narukami stayed silent and the gaze behind his mask turned strangely dark. Based on the memories of his past life, he knew one cruel truth. In the next stage, Peleus was definitely supposed to die. He looked at the knight kneeling at his feet, whose face still held a fragile trace of hope. Narukami reached out and calmly ordered him, "Stop kneeling, your knees will go numb." Then he declared with finality, "Fine, I will cooperate." Peleus gripped Narukami's hand tightly and thanked him with deep emotion. "Thank you so much." At that very moment, the system rang out, opening a mission called Survival. Beneath the crimson glow of sunset, the knight squad marched grimly into the treacherous Rocky Mountains, preparing to hunt down the giant clan. Walking at the rear of the formation, Narukami quietly checked his broadcasting device. He realized the viewer count was skyrocketing, and the comments were scrolling so fast he could barely respond. Suddenly, Peleus raised a hand signal, ordering the entire force to stop at once. He pointed ahead, his voice stretched tight as a drawn bowstring. "That is the giant chieftain." In the middle of the gloomy forest, an ancient giant with deathly pale skin and a long beard lay sleeping, as if completely defenseless. Peleus quickly laid out the plan. "I will draw his attention, benefactor, while you ambush him from behind." It sounded reasonable, but something about this boss was far too abnormal. Yet the instant Peleus drew his sword and prepared to charge, Narukami grabbed his shoulder and pulled him back. Wait, before Peleus could even understand what was happening, the fate originally set for him began to veer off course. A terrifying impact rang out, shaking the entire ground violently. Narukami pointed straight ahead and warned them, "That thing." His eyes blazed with caution and his voice dropped low, "It is not human." Immediately, the enemy's form began to twist and mutate in a grotesque, spine-chilling way. It was not merely one giant chieftain, but an entire swarm of colossal creatures with corpse-pale skin. They had pitch-black eyes and mouths grinning wide to their ears, each one looming out of the darkness step by step. One monster after another revealed itself, closing the encirclement and swallowing the night force in the middle of a hunting ground. Before that horrifying sight, Peleus froze, then blurted out in panic, "Why is this happening?" The monsters instantly began the massacre. One of them seized an unlucky soldier amid screams of despair. "Stop." Another man only managed to scream for help in absolute terror. "Help me." The broken cry rang out, then was drowned beneath a merciless attack. Narukami stood motionless, his eyes reflecting the entire bloody scene unfolding before him. One monster spread a warped smile, its teeth and face soaked in the soldier's blood. Under the relentless wave of attacks from the monster swarm, the knight's formation quickly collapsed into chaos. Peleus shouted orders to the entire force in panic. "This fight is rotten to the core. Everyone retreat. Staying alive comes first." He frantically urged the soldiers to run as fast as they could. The pale-skinned giants with pitch-black eyes were turning the battlefield into a nightmare slaughterhouse. They howled madly, using their enormous strength to crush soldier after soldier as easily as crumpling dry grass. Amid the horrific scene, one soldier clutched his fallen comrade in agony and choked out his name, Brother Jokin. Realizing the battle had completely collapsed, Peleus grit his teeth and gave a decisive order. This was the last command. "Fall back, all of you now," he shouted, reminding them to think of their families and of the village waiting behind them. He insisted this was not the end. As long as they were alive, they could rebuild everything from the ground up. Peleus chose to stay behind and cover the retreat, then entrusted Falcon's future to whoever still had the strength to keep going. Turning to Narukami, he urged him to run too, before it was too late. He pleaded with the main character to rebuild the Night Order, then one day come back and avenge the giants. But the young man only tightened his grip on the demonic sword blazing with crimson mana, and calmly replied that line should be his to say. The main character shot back at the knight, asking if he really had no intention of running. Peleus froze, and before he could make sense of it, the boy coolly put his mask back on and told him to get lost so he could have room to turn on the cheats and clean these things up. Peleus was still afraid both of them would die here, and he definitely did not want to leave an outsider behind on the battlefield. But faced with the main character's steel-hard resolve, he had no choice but to step back and say he would gather the surviving warriors. If the boy could hold out until then, they still had a chance to turn this around. The main character softly thanked him, while Peleus ran off shouting that he owed him a life, and he had to survive. The giant monster let out a miserable howl as the slash tore through its pale hide and flesh. Without giving the enemy a chance to counterattack, the main character slipped through the encirclement like a ghost in the dungeon. The demonic sword erupted with pitch-black mana, radiating a bone-chilling killing intent so sharp it felt like the air itself was being cut in two. His speed and overwhelming force sent each monster crashing to the ground in an instant. The system immediately rang out, confirming that he had destroyed the trace of the doubled giant. After gaining another 20 achievement points, the main character stood firm amid the thick smoke, his eyes burning with rage as if ready to crush anything in his way. Watching Peleus's back fade into the forest mist, he quietly adjusted his mask. He told himself that even if this was only a tower trial, he had never gotten used to being left alone. His mouth kept complaining that it was a pain, but his sword never stopped swinging. The lonelier he became on the battlefield, the more violently the instincts of a legend surged to life. Far away, Peleus clenched his teeth in pain. Sweat streamed down his face, because to complete the mission, he had to leave behind the man who had just saved his life. At the same time, the main character was surrounded by the pale giant army, their grins stretched ear to ear, turning the scene into a nightmare. The livestream chat exploded at once, with viewers calling it suicide and failing to understand why he had sent all the warriors away when the score depended on the number of survivors. The main character stared straight into the black eyes of the monsters closing in. A brutal truth flashed through his mind. Everyone here, including Peleus, was already fated to die by the script. His eyes blazed behind the mask, and gripping his sword, he silently declared that the tower had written a terrible script, so he would rewrite it into a better ending. The pale giants roared and charged, but the main character was already set with the demonic sword in hand. With a single slash, the enemy dropped. The system kept announcing that he had defeated the giant trace and gained another 10 achievement points, while he streaked across the battlefield like a ghost. Every slash dragged death with it, continuously farming points from the massive corpses strewn beneath his feet. Red mana from the weapon began erupting violently. The system warned that the nameless demon sword was absorbing the user's mana, and all stats would rise in proportion to the mana consumed. The main character quickly calculated that cutting down each one individually was not hard. The real problem was how long he could borrow power from the demon sword. He knew he could not stay trapped in this encirclement for long, and his top priority was to clear his vision and find the boss. He vaulted into the air and drove a lethal sword strike straight through a giant's head. His non-stop movement turned the battlefield into an action stage, where blazing red sword trails kept ripping through the darkness. Just looking at it made his blood burn like crazy. Yet the main character did not hesitate for a second. Even with enemies pressing in from every side, he tore through them like a hunter who had long since grown used to deadly combat. Anything in his path was swept away by hammer-heavy sword swings, leaving the monsters no time to react. His speed was so extreme that only afterimages remained as he flashed through the giant horde. The young man pierced straight through the enemy formation and surged forward like an arrow already loosed from the bow. In the chat, viewers were practically holding their breath, because one wrong step meant instant death. Some even joked that this speed looked exactly like he had turned cheats on. Just as his stamina hit the danger zone, a special skill activated. Level Tulutni erased the nameless demon sword side effects while restoring the user's stamina and mental strength. Feeling the frenzy gradually come under control, the main character realized his stamina consumption had changed dramatically. and the new gear really did make a difference. He told himself he had to find the boss before his body hit its limit, and behind the mask his eyes flared with rage again. Inside the suffocating ring of monsters, one very different target finally revealed itself. It was an ancient giant, with a white beard hanging low and a savage grin stretching to both ears. The main character smirked. Found him. The boss burst into grotesque laughter, the sound echoing like a curse in this otherworldly realm. The main character poured everything into a direct charge. He did not necessarily need to finish it with one blow, but he liked things ending fast. Please, let this strike land for real. He staked everything on the deciding blow and left himself no room to retreat. The instant he closed in, the main character activated the power from his gear and summoned the Thunder Spear. A raging bolt of heavenly lightning exploded, and thunder that split the sky shook the entire battlefield. That power turned him into a thunder god descending upon the world, dragging divine judgment straight down onto his enemy. The surrounding giants screamed in terror at the destruction wrought by the lightning. The boss widened his eyes at the main character and blurted out in fear, "What kind of insane electric bullshit is this, bro?" Without giving his opponent a chance to breathe, he unleashed a relentless sword assault, while the system announced that the nameless demon sword was still sucking mana to push its power to the absolute limit. Narukami shot forward like a raging gale, each brutal sword slash crashing down until the giant could only howl in despair before being finished off. When the final cut landed, the system coldly confirmed that the giant seed had been defeated. Its massive body slammed into the ruined ground with a thunderous crash. The system kept flashing notifications, confirming the fifth survival stage was cleared with an outstanding performance rating. The protagonist leveled up in spectacular fashion as strength, agility, stamina, and mana all surged at once. On the broadcast, the audience went dead silent from shock, because no one could believe someone had taken down that boss so easily. Staring at the wreckage in front of him, he thought that if this were a manhwa, this moment would be the perfect badass ending shot. But right after that, the sky suddenly darkened, and bolts of lightning tore through the night with a terrifying aura. Just as the protagonist had predicted, the monsters had not disappeared, even though the stage had already been cleared. That was because they would only vanish once the tower's entire trial had truly come to an end. At that instant, a crimson warning appeared. Greed level 2 had failed to neutralize the nameless demon sword, while the blue demon sword began to counterattack, draining his life force until he was almost spent. He bitterly realized that the mechanism that once gave him the upper hand had now turned into a trap pushing him to the brink. The power inside the protagonist's body was being siphoned away bit by bit. Meanwhile, the giant monsters lumbered closer, their faces twisted with the savage smiles of predators. Suddenly, an earth-shaking thunderclap explosion erupted in the middle of the battlefield. Fierce lightning wrapped around him while he stood trapped in the enemy encirclement. The male lead's plot armor had officially returned, blazing to life at the most life-or-death moment, folks. In a quiet ancient forest, the last rays of daylight slipped gently through layer after layer of leaves. The scene was so peaceful that it felt almost completely cut off from the bloody battlefield outside. Deep within the forest, a small wooden cabin rested silently amid the still green shadows. On the porch, a girl with long black hair sat motionless, her eyes fixed on the device in her hands. She stared intently at the screen, then suddenly froze as if she had noticed something strange. A man with long silver hair walked over, breaking the silence by asking what she was doing in such a remote place. He lifted his head to look at the sky, then casually remarked that the weather was beautiful today and the air felt pleasant. The girl did not take her eyes off the screen, only answering softly with a meaningful tone that this was something he could only enjoy for now. The man murmured that it seemed that time was almost here, while the girl only gave a faint nod and said with vague sadness that there was 1 year left at most. His gaze instantly turned ice cold, and he spoke through clenched teeth, saying it was time to end everything. Seeing that she was still indifferent, he could not help grumbling that she really was strange, worrying about the apocalypse on one side while calmly scrolling her device on the other like nothing was happening. Curious about her focus, the man leaned down and asked what she was watching so seriously, and she showed him the screen, saying it was a newcomer currently using the exact same title as that person. The moment he heard that title, the man lost his composure in shock, reacting as sharply as if an ex-lover had come back to life, while the girl calmly explained that this was not the person they knew, only a nameless nobody borrowing that name to enter the second trial. On the screen, this young man was rampaging through a swarm of monsters, his combat skills far beyond a beginner's level, driving countless viewers wild with praise. "You know it too," the silver-haired man said in a low voice, his eyes boring into the girl as if forcing her to face the truth. He insisted that if that person had truly survived after that incident, then the traitor Kyojo Kazuki would have been erased from the tower long ago. Faced with Asagiri's silence, his voice grew even heavier and tighter. "That person is dead, and you need to accept that truth." Unable to bear it any longer, Asagiri shouted, demanding that he never bring that up in front of her again. But the man still did not stop, stepping closer as he pressed her on how long she planned to keep hiding in that kid's shadow. Asagiri sprang to her feet in fury, her burning eyes staring straight at her companion. While he coldly snatched the device from her hand, he mocked her, saying that this was the real reason she kept clinging to meaningless things like this. Asagiri weakly replied that she was just killing time, but at that exact moment, a horrifying change appeared on the screen, making her cry out in shock. The man also froze, staring at the device as his voice stuttered in disbelief. What the hell is happening in that situation? Amid the shattered battlefield, an earth-shaking thunderclap explosion suddenly erupted from the protagonist's position. Wild golden electricity spread like a storm, blasting away the entire giant army surrounding him. And this move looked no different from accidentally triggering a map wipe skill. The tearing power crushed the ground and carved out a massive crater, as if proving that an immortal energy had just awakened. The system immediately fired off a rapid string of notices, announcing that he had acquired a lightning-type skill. Along with it came 2,000 precious achievement points for the miracle he had just created. This young man stood tall amid the wreckage, the kind of newbie who probably made veteran grinders want to log out, while the livestream room exploded, because the audience could not believe the absurd difficulty he had just overcome. Looking at the electric sparks blazing in his palm, he thought this was definitely not a normal reward at this stage, because the A-rank skill lightning now officially belonged to him, allowing him to control thunderbolt power by consuming stamina and mana. Looking at the monsters that had been subdued, the protagonist let out a soft breath of relief. At least he was still alive, and that was enough. The challenge reactivated at the perfect moment and saved Narukami's life. A flood of mission complete alerts slammed onto the screen, sending his credibility points soaring like he had just hacked the system. From diehard fans to heavyweight investors like Safe Asset, everyone donated like crazy, pushing his total past 20,000. It was pure top idol livestream gift spam. Looking at the screen, he gave a grateful nod and repeated his promise. Since he had accepted their gifts, he would deliver a performance worthy of paying them back. The moment he finished speaking, he tightened his grip on the demonic sword, now erupting with blazing crimson spiritual power. As the monsters roared and charged in, the system notification coldly confirmed that the challenge would continue. Behind the mask, his eyes flared with killing intent, and his voice sank into a provocative growl. He would show everyone that thing. Without the slightest hesitation, he poured all 20,000 credibility points he had just earned into upgrading his skill. The system instantly reported that Greedy Wedge had reached level 3, allowing him to completely nullify the brutal backlash from lightning arts. Dazzling golden arcs of electricity began dancing violently across Narukami's hands. He wanted to guide that energy across his entire body, but for now, he could only concentrate the lightning power in his hands and prepare the finishing blow. Watching the monster horde close in, Narukami clenched his teeth, then let out a cold laugh. He roared, "All of you." Right after that, Narukami shot forward like a bolt of lightning tearing through the wind. One look, and you knew a legendary highlight was about to drop. He compressed the full force of his thunder into the nameless sword in his hand. The demon sword instantly resonated, making the blade explode with an oppressive surge of blazing red spiritual power. A deadly radiance spread outward, and in that very instant, a sleeping memory suddenly awakened. Images from the Golden Age came flooding back, forcing Narukami to reassess the battlefield before him without even realizing it. He wondered whether he should wipe everything out with a single slash, just like he had done back in his peak years. A sword strike carrying heaven shaking, earth-splitting might came crashing straight down onto the battlefield. Giant sword scars ripped the ground apart, crushing the entire monster legion before him. The pale giants were blasted into the air, then vanished beneath the terrifying might of the Thunder King reborn. One slash cleared the whole map, no exaggeration. Amid the choking clouds of dust and the monster corpses scattered everywhere, Narukami stood in silence, breathing hard, then cursed under his breath. Even after an overwhelming victory, he realized he had gone overboard and poured far too much power into that attack. At first, he had planned to save some strength for the trip back, but that momentary rush made him misjudge the cost. He dropped to one knee, gripping the sword hilt to steady his trembling, exhausted body as sunset slowly fell behind him. Dropped the highlight, then collapse. Standard procedure. Seeing Narukami standing motionless in the middle of the battlefield, Peleus froze, then could only blurt out, "Huh, so you are our savior?" Right after that, the scene shifted back to the management company's office, where a trembling hand rested beside a tablet that had just received a new system notification. Inside the office, department head John Teo and Mr. Xuan were looking at Hatsuka. Both of them looked clearly uneasy as they watched her cover her face, so embarrassed that she could not even lift her head. The atmosphere felt exactly like someone meant to DM their crush, but accidentally sent it to the company group chat. Mr. Xuan asked in confusion if she really had to go that far, while John Teo could only shake his head in exhaustion. "Do not ask me. I will never understand how women think. Hatsuka had now fallen to full-blown panic, clawing at her head until her hair was a complete mess. She blamed herself in despair. This is awful. What am I supposed to do now? Her face burned bright red with embarrassment as she remembered what she had just done. Hatsuka anxiously wondered if her message sounded too cold, or if she should have added a few emojis to seem friendlier and more like a cute fan. Mr. Xuan read the message, then sarcastically said Michael looked no different from an obsessive fan bothering a streamer. Unable to hold back any longer, Hatsuka sprang up and shouted, "Before I am a manager, I am also a passionate fan. So how can you blame me?" She insisted to her superiors that the lightning skill that young man had just obtained was a one-of-a-kind ability, turning him into a special existence that belonged only to Narukami. Mr. Xuan's lips curled with satisfaction because of that performance. Thanks to Narukami, he had managed to keep his salary after the wager. Classic move, everyone else can live or die, but this month's paycheck has to be saved first. Department head John Teo also began changing his attitude, stroking his chin as he mused. No wonder no one else could receive it. Clearly, this was someone worth keeping a very close eye on. Suddenly, Hatsuka shouted for her boss when she saw a new notification light up on the screen. Trembling, she reported that it looked like Narukami had read the message, but a second later, she froze before the brutal truth. He had only seen it. The shock of being ignored by her idol made Hatsuka completely collapse on the spot. She stood frozen like a white statue in the office, while Mr. Chuan and John Teo could only stare in silence as their coworker died inside under Narukami's icy silence. One person left her on read, 3 people got emotionally damaged. Then let us begin, shall we? In a room packed with character figures and rows of modern computer monitors, a young man was preparing for his broadcast. He was Hawkeye, a streamer who specialized in analyzing top players' matches with razor-sharp eyes and a seriously deep knowledge base. He had defeated countless rivals in the analysis scene, building a solid position for himself. Simply put, this guy fought with his brain and dealt critical damage with his mouth. Hawkeye had shown an extremely sharp ability to dissect battles, while reviewing footage of many different players. Among them was Kurokawa Amon, a rookie who had just joined the Blue District Guild and was considered the organization's future. Hawkeye judged that a dark horse had appeared, climbing the tower at terrifying speed, and some even called him the second copy of Narukami. His analysis also mentioned Kyojo Kazuki, a former member of Blue Eye, and now the player representing Earth. Hawkeye believed the pressure on Kazuki's shoulders had to be enormous, but today he wanted to dig deeper into his skill set. Of course, that generation-spanning legend could not be left off the list either. Hawkeye stated that no matter what anyone said, the lightning element was still tied to that man. When people mentioned a player far beyond the rest, almost everyone immediately thought of Narukami. The livestream officially began and Hawkeye enthusiastically welcomed the entire audience. "Hello, I am Hawkeye, and thank you all for tuning in today." He announced that the main topic of this breakdown would be the hottest player right now, Narukami. The chat instantly exploded with a flood of conflicting comments. Some excited viewers asked whether Narukami had truly returned. Others mocked him, saying that was not the original, or was he not still on floor 2? So was it not too early? Some even claimed Hawkeye had run out of ideas and was clinging to that name. Ignoring the chat arguing like an online market, Hawkeye focused on the screen and told everyone not to ruin the mood from the start. But when the battle footage appeared, even he froze and blurted out, "This is insane." Hawkeye glued his eyes to the screen, sweat running down his face from pure excitement at the scene unfolding before him, then could only gasp in amazement. "This is incredible." Hawkeye froze, unable to believe his own eyes. He wondered what that freakish level of focus even was, because no rookie should be able to use a skill that smoothly right after obtaining it. Narukami funneled the exact amount of power into his blade, not leaking so much as a thread, turning refined control and absolute concentration into an almost absurd display. Hawkeye stated that the protagonist had not made a single mistake throughout the fight, then shuddered as he wondered where this monster had crawled out from. He was sure most viewers had no idea what they had just watched, because the gap in skill was simply too huge. This was the kind of person who appeared only to make others question every year they had spent training. Hawkeye was certain this young man would become a major name sooner or later, so he decided to keep following every one of his upcoming broadcasts. In Hawkeye's eyes, this masked rookie was simply an existence far beyond any normal standard. Hawkeye wrapped up his analysis with a heavy-hitting comment. "Oh right, he almost forgot the one-line remark that was basically Hawkeye's trademark. To put it bluntly, in terms of control alone, he might even surpass the protagonist at his absolute peak." Right after that shocking evaluation, the protagonist jolted awake in bed, breathing hard as cold sweat broke out all over over his body. The system kept flashing notifications, warning that stage 6 was close and that his fatigue had been completely erased after sleep. The game announced a new stage, while real life announced that more drama was on the way. Even though his stamina had returned to a stable state, he still felt as if his mind had just been ground through a high-level dungeon. Looking at the conditions for pausing the challenge, he told himself his fatigue was indeed at 0, but his mind was still overloaded. Maybe he should stop for a while before moving on. He was surprised to find that his stream viewers had shot up to 742, while the chat kept spamming nonstop, urging him to keep fighting, keep climbing, and not stop. Even so, the protagonist still chose to end the stream and say goodbye. Thank you all for watching today. I'm sorry, but the next stream will begin the day after tomorrow. Tomorrow I need to take a day off. The system immediately confirmed that the live broadcast had officially ended. He slowly left the challenge area and began exploring the new stage in this uncertain otherworld. In the quiet space, he opened his handheld device and saw a message labeled important from Southern Entertainment. The word important popped up with the same pressure as a lottery-winning message saying, hey, why don't you open this and take a look? Hatsuka, a manager from the company's operations division, sent a formal thank you and earnestly invited him to confirm the message so they could discuss cooperation, along with a promise of top-tier industry revenue shares and a comprehensive streamer support system. The protagonist removed his mask, revealing a tired face and a pair of cold, sharp eyes. A golden light flickered in his eyes with suspicion as he murmured softly, "A deal, huh? Southern Entertainment." After that, he began searching for information. He stopped by a roadside cafe, taking a break to recover his strength while looking more closely into the organization that had just sent him an invitation. A description of a large-scale MCN company appeared on the screen. It was a powerful force that specialized in managing and supporting streamers, growing at breakneck speed thanks to massive investment. The protagonist could not help marveling at how fast the times were changing. The world really was different now. Companies like this even existed. Southern was no small name, but a leading MCN in the entertainment field. He realized that Hawkeye, the streamer who had just showered him with explosive praise, was also a member of this organization. Below, the comments were boiling, and everyone acknowledged that Hawkeye's eye for talent was truly sharp. The protagonist curled his lips slightly and a thought quietly rose in his mind. That kid really does have an eye for people. Folding the device shut, he slowly walked through the streets of the rookie zone, his mind turning over his next choices. At the same time, in another corner of town, Isaac was also glued to his screen with a bitter look on his face. Yes, the villain logged in right on time, like an office worker clocking in. When he read Hawkeye's evaluation saying that the masked rookie might have surpassed him, even the protagonist's peak version from back in the day, he became so furious that his whole body trembled violently. Isaac roared in rage. "Don't screw with me. That bastard has only reached floor 2. His eyes were bloodshot with anger, his teeth grinding loudly, and he swore that once he climbed there, he would gouge out the eyes of everyone praising that guy. He stomped hard on the ground and spat out a vicious oath filled with resentment. His mood ruined first thing in the morning, Isaac walked gloomily into the cafe with a face like he was about to commit a crime. But the instant he saw the protagonist sitting alone, in the corner of the cafe, he immediately broke into a sinister smile. The moment someone smiles like that, you know they are about to start trouble. Am I unlucky today or what? Everywhere I go, I run into something that pisses me off. Before the words had even fully left his mouth, Isaac deliberately rushed over and slammed into the table, sending a cup of piping hot coffee spilling straight onto the protagonist. Caught off guard, he only managed to let out a cry of hot, while leaning aside to avoid the coffee staining his clothes. "Oh, sorry about that." Isaac offered a fake apology with a smug look on his face. He even pretended to be surprised to meet him again, then mocked that floor 2 really was so small that the two of them kept running into each other. Faced with the protagonist's uncomfortable silence, Isaac pushed even harder. He offered to pay for the coffee, his voice full of contempt, as if he knew for sure that the man was always broke. The protagonist only wanted to make him eat an entire smoothie, pulp and all, then stand up and leave. Isaac immediately blocked his path, his voice full of threats. "I remember warning you last time. What, you got a problem?" He did not stop there but roughly grabbed the protagonist by the collar. Isaac cursed through clenched teeth, leaning in close, with murderous intent blazing. "Drop that smug look. You think I'm going to let this slide? If you wanted to get beaten that badly, you should have said so earlier. I'll crush you one more time just like back then, exactly the way you want." Facing that aggression, he remained strangely calm. He softly said sorry, but right after that, he tightened his grip around Isaac's wrist, making Isaac freeze from the unbelievable force. The protagonist declared in a cold voice, "I don't have time for this crap today." Isaac was stunned to realize that his hand was trembling. His mind spun in chaos as he wondered, was this guy always this strong? Only now did he realize he had picked the wrong fight. While Isaac was still frozen, the protagonist decisively turned and left, not forgetting to toss back a sarcastic line. "Just consider it you paying for my coffee. Thanks for the treat." A full-service combo, taking the beating and paying the bill. Isaac was so furious he nearly went insane, shouting helplessly, "Hey!" Then he kept yelling orders, "Get back here." But the protagonist had already walked straight out of the cafe. Only the cold jingle of the doorbell remained, ringing through the air as Isaac slowly stood up. Narukami stood frozen in the middle of the cafe, letting out a quiet, bitter sigh. All he ever wanted was to climb the tower in peace. Rage flared inside Isaac as he clenched his fists, his eyes filling with killing intent while old memories surged back. It was him before, and it was him again now. These people really loved pushing him over the edge. He left the cafe in grim silence, carrying a revenge-fueled resolve that burned like fire in his chest. Meanwhile, the main character checked his gear as he walked, then suddenly came to a stop. Right. He opened the screen and quickly skimmed through the notifications and messages that had just come in. Somewhere else, amid the thick white steam of a bathroom, a girl was soaking in a warm tub with a little yellow rubber duck. She stared intently at the phone resting on the wooden shelf, where an important message had just lit up. The sender was the main character, and the message was short, firm, and chillingly direct. "Let's meet once." This young man quietly advanced deeper into the dark dungeon, where lizard monster corpses lay scattered across eerie, glowing blue water. Beautiful scenery, sure, but one wrong step and you're deleted. The demonic sword in his hand erupted with lightning and flame, ready to open the life or death battle ahead. The system immediately displayed a notice, confirming that the main character was entering the boss room known as the Exiled Lizard Clan's Refuge. The moment he stepped in, level 3 greed activated to suppress the backlash from the nameless demon sword. Better to turn on the buff first than self-destruct before even fighting the boss. He silently realized he was getting used to his new body, but the real test was still ahead. Suddenly, a violent burst of fire exploded outward, sweeping away the surrounding darkness. The salamander appeared in towering form, its roar booming like thunder, ready to incinerate anyone who dared invade its territory. To avoid repeating the last accident and gain better control over lightning arts, the main character immediately changed tactics. He decided to test just how far his current cultivation power had truly reached. He lowered his center of gravity, channeling thunder into his legs to push his movement speed to the absolute limit. An instant later, he shot forward like a bolt of lightning, launching straight into the air to face the raging fire monster head-on. He poured all of his lightning into the nameless demon sword. An explosive slash was unleashed, so powerful it seemed to tear space itself apart. But immediately, the system kept flashing red warnings, signaling that the current level of greed was being overloaded. The skill failed to neutralize the lightning side effects, causing his fatigue stat to surge out of control. Even as crushing pressure battered his body every second, the main character gritted his teeth and swung a brutal slash, splitting the giant salamander in two amid a furious storm of lightning and fire. The system rapidly displayed notice after notice, confirming that he had successfully conquered the Exiled Lizard Clan's refuge dungeon, while also leveling up and gaining major increases to strength, stamina, and mana. After the battle, this young man walked slowly through the quiet night, silently judging that the stamina consumption reduction effect was even better than expected. Looking at his status window, where fatigue sat at 61, he still confidently thought he had plenty left in the tank. At this pace, raising his cultivation power would not be an issue. 61 and still calling himself fine, classic red battery behavior while refusing to stop scrolling. However, when he saw that greed was currently rank D level 3 and required 40,000 reputation points to upgrade, he immediately frowned. He let out a weary sigh, thinking that doubling the reputation requirement for a level up was honestly a bit much. While he was getting a headache over his financial problem, the main character suddenly wished someone would show up and introduce him to a nice paying job. Right then, a dark silhouette appeared behind an ancient tree, followed by a mocking voice. "Hunting, huh? You actually go hunting?" The one who appeared with that sinister grin was none other than Isaac. He stepped closer and spoke with a taunting smirk. "We've known each other a long time, but this really is a surprise." Faced with that leech-like persistence, the main character only answered coldly, "You really don't know when to quit." Isaac gradually revealed a manic expression, his voice dropping as he declared that he had thought about it a lot. But this anger had finally reached the last limit of his patience. Isaac stood across from him, his eyes blazing with challenge. "Why don't we end this right here?" The main character silently watched the man before him. In his heart, he quietly evaluated his opponent, as if weighing whether this guy was even worth making a move against. While the moonlit atmosphere stretched tight as a drawn bowstring, new movement was also happening in another corner of the bustling town. A strange young man with blonde hair and a jade necklace suddenly appeared in the middle of the crowd. Over here, a familiar voice called out. John Teo called to him when he spotted Hawkeye strolling over. As soon as Hawkeye recognized him, he cheerfully raised a hand in greeting. "John Teo, long time no see." When asked whether his stream was going well, he answered casually, "Well, probably about the same." Most viewers are alike, so the numbers have not changed much. John Teo slowly took a sip of tea, then observed that this was actually better, because things built up little by little were usually harder to collapse. The boss opened his mouth and philosophy mode auto-activated. Hawkeye immediately got straight to the point. I don't have time to sit around drinking tea, so let's talk business. John Teo smiled, praised him for being as sharp as the name Hawkeye suggested, then shifted the topic to the main character. The rookie Hawkeye had once rated extremely highly. Seeing the serious look on his boss's face, Hawkeye took a sip of tea and confirmed it. Ah, that rookie? He calmly said that, just as he had judged, the other person's talent even far surpassed the main character at his peak, but whether he could actually climb to that position was a completely different matter. When he learned that John Teo was reconsidering his evaluation, Hawkeye asked curiously why, and the answer he received was that John intended to recruit that rookie into the company. Hawkeye exclaimed excitedly that his boss really did have an eye for talent, but he still gave a realistic reminder that the rookie currently had too few viewers and too little recognition for a major company, like Southern, to move in and recruit him. John Teo tightened his grip around the teacup, admitting that this was true, but Hawkeye's own words had only made him even more confident in his decision. He flatly announced that he would stage a collab between him and Narukami, because pulling views and boosting recognition was their whole job. At the same time, in a dark, deserted corner, Isaac quietly faced Narukami and curled his lips, saying that now it was just the two of them. Isaac started throwing out taunts, saying everything only happened because Narukami had been carried through the dungeon by someone else. He looked him up and down, then sneered. With not a scratch on him, he must have run the second the fight started. He even told him to know his place, because it was all just luck. Isaac leaned close to his face, gritting his teeth as he asked if he was deluding himself into thinking he was Narukami, or dreaming he could command lightning like that famous streamer. Then he lost control and started cursing Narukami like a lunatic, calling him disgusting trash. If he was already dead, then he should obediently stay buried in his grave. Isaac squeezed his shoulder hard, his voice full of venom. He said this era was truly pathetic, with Narukami copycats popping up everywhere. Faced with that provocation, Narukami stayed terrifyingly calm, his eyes ice cold as he asked in return that he also had something he wanted to know. He asked why Isaac treated him like such an enemy. Isaac gritted his teeth and answered, only because his name contained the word Narukami. He calmly pressed on, asking why Isaac hated a name loved by so many people, and Isaac became so furious he could only stammer. Isaac roared, asking how he could dare say that when he knew who his father was. But Narukami did not waver at all. In a cold voice, he mocked Isaac, saying he was already this grown up, yet whenever something happened, he still had to drag his parents out to threaten people. The moment the name Reinhardt rang out, the memory of a top expert from Floor 9 immediately surfaced. He realized that this was none other than the once famous sword master, One Slash. The past opened up, recreating the shocking moment when Narukami of blue eyes appeared like a star in the middle of the battlefield. That man had once taken down a fearsome rancor from the ancient Tang continent with a single strike in less than 30 seconds. Reinhardt had been utterly defeated back then, lying half dead as he desperately begged for another chance. Seeing Isaac's agitation, Narukami understood that the root of his hatred was his father's title, One Slash. He lowered his voice and asked whether Isaac knew what the real Narukami had been forced to endure because of such an absurd reason. Unable to hold back any longer, Isaac shouted for him to shut up, then unleashed firepower that wrapped around his entire body. He declared there was no need for more words, then directly ordered Narukami to die right here. Isaac's resentment toward the legend of the past turned into a real sea of flames, and he roared with a terrifyingly twisted expression. He said he hated Narukami so much that just hearing the name made him sick. In his eyes, that hero was nothing special, yet he stole all the spotlight and always acted noble. According to him, that very arrogance had driven the people who followed him to their horrific deaths. Isaac smiled sickly, gloating as he declared that they deserved to die, and by now they were probably rotting in hell, paying the price. He gathered all his firepower into his palm, forming a blazing fireball, then screamed that carrying that name was the worst curse of Narukami's life. A heaven-shaking fire dragon explosion instantly swallowed him, turning the whole space into a raging sea of fire. The blast was massive, while the actual results could be judged later. Looking at the scorched scene, Isaac pretended to cover his face in regret, muttering that his hand slipped and he failed to control his power against a friend. But just 1 second later, a vicious gleam flashed in his eyes as he began calculating his next move. He planned to take the opportunity to deal with that masked streamer who had been dominating the scene lately. Right at that moment, from within the flames roaring violently, a dark figure slowly stepped out, his eyes blazing with killing intent. He appeared coldly before his horrified opponent and asked, "So this is what you meant, huh?" Bro thought he won, then got outplayed. Isaac staggered back in shock, unable to believe his opponent was still intact after taking a direct hit head-on. He stammered in fear. His voice trembled as he said it was impossible, that Narukami had clearly taken the full force of his flames. so how could he possibly survive? Without giving the enemy time to recover, Narukami drove lightning down into his legs, creating a speed step that tore the ground apart. He shot forward like a bolt of lightning ripping across the sky. A punch as heavy as a sledgehammer came crashing down, paired with his contemptuous voice, saying that listening to a spoiled brat like him ramble was seriously irritating. His punch sent Isaac flying straight into the distance. Isaac painfully coughed up blood and collapsed onto the ground in absolute disbelief. Narukami slowly walked over, his eyes blazing with fury as he stared at the man groaning beneath him. His aura was pure final boss entering the room, and his voice sank with rage because Isaac dared insult them. Isaac struggled to catch his breath, staring at his trembling hand, unable to believe he had been taken down so easily. Narukami stood towering before him like a god about to deliver judgment. He began removing his mask, then asked a question that sent a chill down Isaac's spine. He asked who was standing before him today. Was it the Narukami Isaac had bullied until he cried, "This masked streamer," or Narukami of blue eyes? Isaac dropped to his knees, and even though his whole body shook with fear, he still tried to act stubborn after realizing Narukami was the streamer causing a storm lately. Even after losing, he still tried to cling to the last scrap of dignity, sneering that Narukami's lightning skill was nothing impressive, since even trash like him could learn it. Isaac frantically poured firepower into his fist, smugly declaring that he was even better. He screamed that he had surpassed even the legendary Narukami of the past, then blindly rushed in to attack him. But before Narukami's absolute dominance, every effort Isaac made was nothing more than a meaningless joke. Isaac froze when he saw that his attack had been completely nullified. Narukami had already closed in beside him, a freezing blade pressed against his neck. He said coldly, "Too bad, wrong answer," while making no attempt to hide his disgust at Isaac's cheap insults towards old comrades. Sensing that thick, murderous aura, and that familiar oppressive pressure crashing in, Isaac started shaking all over, frozen in absolute terror before Narukami. He gasped for breath, his voice so broken it was barely more than a whisper. Don't tell me. You're the blue-eyed one, aren't you?" But before the traitor could even finish the sentence, the MC had already drawn his sword, unleashing a cold, merciless slash that tore straight down. His icy stare pinned the defeated man at his feet, and then he delivered the final verdict. Game over. The young man turned away without a second thought, slipping his mask back on as he gave a faint smirk. "That just means I was still being too merciful." Looking at Isaac, motionless amid the ruins, smoke, and flames, he thought silently, "Take this as thanks for letting me borrow your body." It sounded less like gratitude and more like a farewell. After the battle, the MC stopped by a cafe to recover his strength. The black and gold mask drew every eye in the room at once, and the crowd kept whispering, "What is that? Some blue-eyed fanboy." Someone even spat out a cruel remark, "Doesn't he know any shame?" At this point he's probably streaming live. Ignoring all the chatter, he calmly checked his gear like drama was completely powerless against him. In his mind he locked in the plan, as a shimmer. He would keep following the same no-face policy. That was a massive advantage, because his enemies would never know who he really was. Right then, a girl hurried over, panting hard as she apologized over and over, "Sorry, I kept you waiting." The MC looked up, a little surprised. Her face turned red, and she fumbled so badly that her words kept tripping over themselves. It's nice to meet you. I was the one who contacted you. I'm Hatsuka, your manager." He stood up, politely offered his hand, and gave a brief introduction as a streamer. Trembling with emotion, she choked out, I'm truly honored to meet you." Staring at the mask in front of her, Hatsuka couldn't help sinking into thought. The two of them were eerily alike. If the blue-eyed one from back then were still alive and came back, and if he was hiding his face for anonymity, while the man before her was only a fake, then what? Seeing Hatsuka just stand there dazed with her face flushed, the MC asked if something was wrong. She snapped back to reality and blurted out in a panic, "My mind." In that instant, her head rang with her department head's voice, telling her she had to make a great first impression to win the client's trust. Hatsuka nearly collapsed under her own panic. "I'm done for, I ruined everything right from the start." Noticing her strange expression, he asked directly, "You're a blue-eyed fan, aren't you?" Without a moment's hesitation, Hatsuka admitted it. "Yes, I'm an insanely huge fan." He could only reassure her, "I'm not the original, so calm down. Besides, manager, I think you're even younger than I am." But Hatsuka still shook her head firmly. "No, I'm your fan too." Then she excitedly said she'd been following the MC since his channel had 0 viewers. She had been the very first viewer to watch him kill the poison worm, clear the grab trial, pick the thunder challenge, and then run into the giant fragment. The MC froze in place, cold sweat sliding down beneath his mask. She was really the first viewer. How did she remember more details than he did? He gave a small laugh, admitting he had been reckless back then, and he was also surprised she had kept quietly watching him all this time. Hatsuka was so thrilled she nearly went dizzy. Thinking this had to be fate, she excitedly said she'd rush straight to the company to beg for the chance to become his manager. At the same time, she kept reminding herself to stay professional and absolutely win over the trust of this Thunder King. Hatsuka began laying out the contract she had prepared. She explained that while the MC focused on streaming and clearing system challenges, she would handle the specialized work like ads, sponsorships, and event clips to boost his brand value. When he asked what she needed him to do, Hatsuka smiled reassuringly. Just keep streaming like normal. That's all we need. Sound familiar? Easy work, great pay, boys. The MC blinked in surprise, wondering if being a streamer really came with perks that good. Hatsuka said that because he was the first person to truly master lightning attributes. The department head and everyone else at the company rated him extremely highly. Curious, he asked, are all the managers at Southern like you? That question sent Hatsuka into a panic as she hurried to explain. The others are far more reliable and professional than I am. The MC immediately corrected her, saying that wasn't what he meant, his gaze seeming to see straight through the shell she was trying so hard to build. In his mind, he quietly judged that based on the aura she gave off, she was absolutely no ordinary player. Someone with her level should not be wasting her talent as just a manager. While Hatsuka was spiraling in panic, thinking she was really finished, he was already thinking about the enemies ahead, and they were definitely going to be far stronger than before. He told himself he no longer had time to rest, and he had to keep leveling up even faster. Seeing Hatsuka fidgeting nervously, afraid of being rejected, just before signing the contract, the MC suddenly reached out and said, I understand. You're someone I can trust. Then he bowed his head with real seriousness and added, please help me. Struck by that trust, Hatsuka blushed so hard she almost glowed. She quickly grabbed his hand and answered through tears, those words should be mine. Please help me instead. The moment the livestream opened, the MC went stiff in shock as the viewer count rocketed past 700 in an instant. The chat exploded at once with welcome after welcome. There he is. I've been waiting forever. Look at that mask. Today's content is about to go hard. He immediately understood that this was the result of Hatsuka's professional support. She was working frantically at her computer, arranging his skill schedule and optimizing every detail so he could move smoothly into the next trial. Without keeping the audience waiting, the MC announced decisively, then let's begin right now. Cut the talk, let's take the match. A blue light surged around his body as the system officially opened the legendary level 6 opening. The scene instantly shifted to an army camp drenched in pouring rain, where soldiers stood guard under a heavy, grim night sky. Inside the command tent, knights and military doctors were gathered in force. They crowded around the map table, tense as they argued over strategy for the battle about to erupt. Peleus asked anxiously, where is our benefactor? Unlike his concern, the others in the group were openly suspicious, even hostile. One knight frowned and said, this looks extremely suspicious to me. Should we really trust someone who isn't even a knight? The people around them chimed in too, insisting it was hard to believe some outsider had suddenly shown up and soloed a giant clan boss. If they don't understand it, they just deny it. Classic. A knight with a long scar on his face even mocked Peleus for being fooled, and he even questioned whether that monster had really been a boss at all, or just a low-level grunt. Hearing those insults aimed straight at his benefactor, Peleus roared in fury, how can you say that? And just then, a panicked soldier rushed in to report that Lord Peleus, their benefactor, had awakened. Narukami slowly stepped into the tent, leaving everyone present stunned into silence. A knight immediately came forward to ask if the benefactor was all right. The protagonist calmly replied that, thanks to him, he could now walk normally on his own without anyone supporting him. That breezy answer almost made Aura spit. Even with the protagonist standing there, the soldiers kept whispering in contempt, sizing him up and doubting whether this was really the hero who had defeated the giant clan boss. They called it a historic feat, but he did not look strong at all. His gaze turned cold behind the mask. He looked straight at the crowd, his voice dropping as if to provoke them, saying it seemed they either did not believe he had defeated that boss, or they simply did not want to believe it. As the atmosphere grew taut as a drawn bowstring, the protagonist quietly activated a special feature Hatsuka had once taught him. As long as he entered the saved pose, he could adjust the mic frequency so only the stream audience heard his voice. He thought to himself that this feature was seriously useful in dull situations like this. Seeing that cocky attitude, the chat instantly exploded with like, do not underestimate him, he totally smiled under the mask, so confident, lol. And yeah, a little drama makes it hit right. At that moment, an older knight with silver hair and a neatly trimmed mustache stepped forward. He offered his hand in goodwill, thanked him first, and introduced himself as Dalai. The protagonist shook Dalai's hand and accepted the warm welcome from the elderly knight. But right after that, Dalai lowered his voice and spoke of the worry weighing on the village, where the people were being trampled by a mysterious force. He frowned when he heard there was still an entity even more dangerous than the boss they had just defeated. Dalai explained that the true giants, the ones said in legend to have fought the gods, had been sealed away long ago. Most of the monsters now were only traces, lingering wills, or remnants of power they had left behind, but the giant who appeared after the boss fell was completely different, because his strength was approaching the level of a mythic giant. In other words, he was the full-release version, not a demo. Seeing Dalai's grave expression, the stream audience also started to panic, because the mission difficulty was so absurd it felt like a bug dungeon floor. Even so, the protagonist did not waver at all. He calmly declared that if that was the case, they had no choice but to defeat it. That confidence made another knight laugh mockingly, saying he was only talking big because he had not faced that monster with his own eyes. Just then, Peleus suddenly called out to his benefactor and revealed an ancient legend connected to Thousand Year Mountain. Hidden atop the towering Mount Chodford was said to be a legendary fragment of thunder. It already smelled like a side quest, but the difficulty was definitely SSS rank. Peleus looked at the protagonist with eyes full of expectation, then firmly stated that if anyone could do it, it could only be his benefactor. Faced with this new burden, he stayed silent for a long while behind the mask, as if calculating every possible route to survival. Memories of the enemy's cruelty surged back, mingling with a roaring sea of flames and the villagers' agonized screams. Amid that sea of fire, a colossal entity named Dan emerged, towering over everything, his body like a moving mountain and his roar shaking heaven and earth. He bellowed for his child, while his gigantic hands kept crushing everything in his path. The soldiers could only scream in despair for him to stop as they witnessed the nightmare before them. The monster Pai Dan coldly crushed one soldier right in his palm. His eyes blazed with fury, and every breath he took was filled with hatred. He roared that he would send off his child with the blood of all mankind. The protagonist immediately understood the enemy's madness as he watched him stride through the ruins. That thing truly intended to slaughter every last person. The livestream chat instantly fell into chaos, with countless shocked comments flooding in at the terrifying scale of the real boss. Peleus stood beside him anxiously and reported that the giant would take about 3 days to reach them. Realizing the danger had spiraled beyond control, the knight urgently advised that if the thunder could not be found in time, his benefactor should flee, because that was the only way to survive. But the protagonist had absolutely no intention of backing down. He spurred his horse into the pouring rain, heading straight for Thousand Year Mountain with resolve sharpened like a blade. To defeat the giant, the power of thunder was almost an indispensable piece, and it might be the key to clearing the stage. In response to Peleus's advice to give up, he smirked and boldly declared that there was no challenge in this tower he could not conquer. The chat was probably spamming icons that screamed, "Too confident, I love it." But right after that arrogant line, he suddenly froze and cursed inwardly. Damn it, I used my catchphrase without thinking again. The viewers noticed the familiar line too, making chat explode over how cool and confident he was. A flood of new missions from investors and fans appeared, offering thousands of reputation points if the protagonist completed this seemingly impossible challenge. This bet was obvious: win and he would get filthy rich, lose and he would vanish from the other world. He silently breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the audience reaction was still fairly positive. Good, I have not been exposed yet. And a reaction like that was not bad, right? He poured strength into his grip on the reins and drove his horse over the steep rocky slopes as the rain grew heavier. After a grueling journey, the protagonist finally drew close to his destination. He set foot on the summit of Mount Chodford, then immediately dismounted. He slowly walked up to a gigantic cliff that towered like the wall of a god. He placed his black-gloved hands against the ice-cold stone, his eyes blazing as he sensed the energy sleeping deep within. A true fragment of thunder was hidden here, and he stood silently before the majestic cliff, preparing to awaken an ancient power. Peleus continued explaining in a low voice that the thunder fragment had only ever existed in legend. No one knew whether it was a special kind of power, a legendary item, or even a person, because every piece of information about it was terrifyingly vague. The knight admitted that they only knew the mountain's location through passed-down legends, but one thing was certain: the one who had once wielded thunder was the person who destroyed the giants. Meanwhile, in the real world, Hatsuka stared at her phone in shock, unable to understand what was happening. She immediately cheered in excitement and told the department head that the contract was complete. John Teo was stunned for a few seconds after hearing it, then burst into hearty laughter and teased that Hatsuka had finally become a decent person. Hatsuka skipped around in happiness, telling herself that with this success, everyone would soon respect her. It was the classic instant promotion from casual fan to top-tier manager, absolute peak. Although the department head still seemed ready to say more, Hatsuka quickly wrapped up her work and rushed straight to bed, ready to enjoy her idol's stream. Hatsuka's eyes shone brightly, sparkling as if she had just discovered a rare treasure in the system. She told herself that watching her idol through the screen was the ultimate joy of a true otaku. On the live stream, the protagonist firmly declared that they currently did not have enough information about this matter. Narukami declared in an icy voice that inside this tower, there was no trial he could not crush. Those words left Hatsuka frozen, and every spark of excitement that had just flared up instantly plunged to the bottom. She realized in shock that those were the very words that had echoed more than 20 years ago. Yet now they came so naturally from the mouth of the young man standing right in front of her. At the peak of Thousand-Year Mountain, the first bolts of lightning began tearing the sky apart. In the gloom, the main character stood motionless in the eye of the storm, leaving the audience wondering if he was about to pull something suicidal. He poured all his power into his fist, forcing thunder and lightning to coil violently around it. His punch slammed straight into the cold, solid cliff, as if daring both sides to see which one was tougher. If the rock did not break after that hit, his hand would probably shatter first. An earth-shaking thunder explosion erupted, and blazing golden lightning swallowed the young man as he burned through all his strength to break the ancient seal. As the dust and smoke slowly cleared, the main character's figure gradually came into view. He was still standing firm among the shattered stones, breathing hard, sweat running down his face, yet his eyes blazed with victory. Staring deep into the cave that had just been opened, he curled his lips slightly and whispered that he had found it. Before the newly revealed stone door, the main character silently looked down at his hand, still flickering with golden electricity. If he had used just a little more force, the whole edge might have blown off. He knew the viewers watching through the stream would have a hard time believing it, because this crushing pressure could never be fully conveyed through a screen. A massive source of lightning energy was roaring out to him, urging him forward with an irresistible pull. Behind that ancient stone door, something extraordinary was hiding, so extraordinary that even the space around it seemed to hold its breath. A great secret was waiting to be awakened, and the young man stepped straight inside without the slightest hesitation. The moment he crossed the ancient doorway, the system immediately displayed a cold notification. You cannot leave until this stage is complete. In short, once you enter, you play to the end. At the same time, inside the military camp, the air began to grow thick, like the final silence before a fight to the death. Under the flickering candlelight, tension spread through every corner of the tent like a death notice. The old knight Delai looked at Peleus with suspicion, and asked if he truly believed that young man could seize the lightning. Under his comrade's doubtful gazes, Peleus held on to a faith as hard as steel. He stated firmly that the young man could do it, and he was certain. Delai still could not understand it, asking why Peleus trusted him so much when he was only an outsider. Peleus smiled faintly and calmly replied that the man had already proven himself through action, so they had no reason to doubt him. But Delai suddenly growled in despair, asking what it mattered even if that was lightning, when in the end they were all still going to die. Those words ripped open the fear buried deep inside a young soldier nearby. He trembled violently, clutched his head, and screamed in broken breaths that Peleus did not understand, because he had personally tasted that giant's power in that village. Seeing his subordinate panic, Peleus stepped forward and placed a hand on his shoulder to steady him. Even so, he said, they still could not give up, right? As long as they were breathing, there was still a way back. He pleaded with everyone to believe in that young hero one more time, the one who had risked his life for them without asking for anything. Yet the shadow of the giant race still kept the young soldier from calming down. He stammered that it was easy for Peleus to say, but standing before that monster made his legs shake on their own. Suddenly, a terrifying shockwave rocked the entire command tent, sending everything on the table flying and smashing across the floor. Before anyone could recover, a soldier rushed in, his face drained of blood, and shouted that it was bad, because he had arrived. The entire knight squad instantly went pale, drew their weapons at once, and prepared to enter a battle of life and death. Meanwhile, deep beneath Thousand-Year Mountain, the main character trudged through a gigantic frozen canyon, where cold blue light covered every cliff face. He studied the magnificent yet gloomy space before him, then quietly asked the void what it wanted him to do in this place. The young man continued walking alone, sinking deeper and deeper into the mysterious frozen land. He entered a radiant but empty cave, leaving the viewers confused because nothing appeared except lifeless stone walls. The main character quickly analyzed that this made sense, because before lightning discharges, it is only scattered charges in the air. That meant the naked eye could not see it. He realized this was not a test meant for vision. He closed his eyes and focused every sense on feeling the hidden flow of electrons deep within the space. Whatever lay deep inside kept calling to him, pulling him forward like invisible thread. The main character's eyes suddenly flew open as he grasped the true nature of the trial. A small plot twist, but enough to make the audience's hearts lose 300% battery. He bent down, touched the stone blocks, and thought that this test probably revolved around reaction. The instant he swung his hand upward, a violent bolt of lightning suddenly exploded, terrifying the viewers and making them spam questions about what had just happened. He understood that invisible lightning was dispersed throughout the space, and the deeper he went, the more savage its reactions became. He was definitely heading in the right direction, even knowing that, but the only path was still forward, because in this stage, only those crazy enough to risk it had any chance of winning big. He realized the lightning was constantly testing his endurance through a merciless law of survival. Put simply, if he could not take it, he died. Sweat streamed down his face as the main character tensed his entire body against the blazing golden bolts constantly tearing into him. At the same time, a storm of viewer missions came crashing down again, from warnings telling him to stop because they feared the lightning would vanish, to rewards worth thousands of prestige points, pushing him to charge deeper into the Thunderfire zone. He glanced lightly at the screen and calmly sent his thanks to every viewer watching. Everyone had been drawn in by the ridiculously generous quest rewards. At the same time, somewhere else, inside a warm wooden cabin, the fire in the hearth flickered and lit up the entire room. A man with long silver hair was silently staring at the livestream on his phone. His gaze suddenly turned bottomless when Narukami appeared clearly on the screen. Just then, a young woman unexpectedly pushed the door open and stepped inside, snapping him out of his thoughts. Seeing someone he knew appear so suddenly, he only managed to let out a panicked "huh," like a guy caught red-handed before he could turn off the screen. And the person who appeared was Asajiri. She narrowed her eyes at her teammate suspiciously and pressed him. "What are you hiding? You were watching something shady." The silver-haired man instantly scrambled to explain that he was not hiding anything, and that his expression only looked strange because his eyes were too tired. Asajiri clearly did not buy it, and she casually teased that his hair was growing faster than before, then plopped herself down on the sofa. Seeing that she still would not leave, the man anxiously asked what she was planning to do here. Asajiri, eating bread, calmly shot back, "What's with that reaction? Are you saying I can't relax on the sofa?" Completely overwhelmed by her presence, he could only mutter in surrender and promise that he would do his best not to bother her. But his over-the-top eagerness immediately made Asagiri snap. She shouted right in his face, making him jump while he hurriedly thought to himself, "Please rest however you want, just stop paying attention to me." Looking at his own hands drenched in sweat, the silver-haired man could only silently lament her stubborn personality. This traveling companion of his really was the type who never listened to anyone. When he saw Asagiri stand up as if she was about to leave, he quickly called after her, as though trying to keep her there. He even awkwardly invited her to stay and eat more bread, or lie down and rest if she felt tired. Only after Asagiri's figure had completely vanished behind the door did he breathe a sigh of relief, because his secret had almost been exposed. Right after that, he immediately reopened the live stream, turning it back on the second she left the room, fast as flipping a rice paper wrap. He thought that if Asagiri knew he was still secretly watching, she would definitely make a huge scene again. Staring at the main character on the screen, the silver-haired man sank into deep thought. Even if their positions were reversed, that guy would never forget his comrades. He realized this young man's personality and way of speaking were unbelievably similar to that person's. The only thing was the way he was grinding credibility points like a madman. That had become a difference that was both hilarious and strangely hard to understand. Just as he was still chuckling to himself, a hand suddenly landed on his shoulder, freezing his smile on the spot. Asagiri's icy voice sounded right beside his ear. "You should be asking yourself that question. Did you really think I wouldn't notice?" Asagiri leaned in close with a sinister smile, her darkened eyes full of menace. She lowered her voice and declared, "Trying to fool me, are you? You're still too green, weak mental game breaks fast." The trial progress had only inched up to 2.3%, and yet the main character kept trudging forward as bolts of lightning tore into his body again and again. Feeling the blazing golden current run along his arm, he quietly thought, "This sensation is so familiar." When it came to lightning, he had faced it more times than he cared to remember. Although his breathing was growing ragged and the road ahead was still long, the young man kept forcing one heavy step after another across the ice-cold stone. The progress slowly climbed to 5.74%, but the main character still showed no intention of stopping. He poured all his strength into charging through the thunder pillars, crashing one after another, as if they wanted to crush any intruder into dust. Seeing him keep recklessly pushing forward, the viewers in chat started panicking, constantly urging him to run. In the middle of that chaos, the main character coldly announced that he might stop reading chat from now on. Chat was screaming itself hoarse, while he was basically ignoring everything. To him, reaching the goal was only natural, but the ambition behind it was far greater. The main character placed his gloved hands directly against the cold blue rock wall. That was where the lightning energy was gathering, waiting only for the moment it would erupt. Meanwhile, back at the office, Hawkeye was staring hard at the screen. He watched every movement the main character made, his expression full of calculation. Suddenly, John Teo spoke up and suggested that Hawkeye should team up with this young man. Looking at the screen covered in data, the Scarface department head pondered how long it had been since he had personally taken charge of a major project like this. John Teo slowly looked over at Hawkeye, his gaze showing that he had weighed the matter carefully. He repeated an unchanging rule of the entertainment world: talent only accounts for half, and the other half lies in reading the timing correctly. He stated that the era and the rivals of the same generation were what truly decided how famous a player could become. From Jontio's perspective, the main character's live stream felt more like the vlog of a seasoned player than a normal interactive stream. Even though the young man was only a rookie streamer, Jontio still advised Hawkeye to keep his sharp commentary style intact. He believed this was Hawkeye's real chance to shine beside a figure with tremendous potential. Faced with that weighty proposal, Hawkeye remained silent, his eyes gradually sharpening. In that instant, a mysterious golden spiritual energy suddenly flared around him. He had not even said a word, but his aura was already switched on. In Hawkeye's mind appeared the main character's figure, along with that arrogant challenge asking whether he had the confidence to climb the tower. He remembered that man's desire to become greater than anyone else. Looking at the radiant scene on the screen, bright as the Milky Way, Hawkeye briefly fell silent. He wondered whether he could truly reach the level of those dazzling stars. He reached out, as if trying to grasp the glittering radiance before his eyes. But right after that, Hawkeye suddenly jolted and was yanked back to reality. Kai lazily stretched, cursing himself for daydreaming across the cosmos, while he was supposed to be working. The moment he remembered the deadline, he snapped awake like the system had shocked him with an alert. But the instant Hawkeye glanced back at the livestream screen, he screamed at the top of his lungs, "What the hell is this? Hey, have you lost your mind?" On the live feed, a horrifying scene was unfolding, sending a chill down every viewer's spine. Narukami was facing the raging heavenly thunder head-on, as blazing golden lightning pillars crashed down one after another, as if trying to crush everything. The protagonist's body trembled violently and he howled in agony. "Run now." Blood streamed down his face and soaked his cloak red, yet this young man still gritted his teeth and endured it with terrifying resolve. The mask on his face began to split apart under the overwhelming pressure of the thunder. The protagonist dropped to one knee, his breathing ragged, but the eyes behind the mask's slit still burned with murderous intent. Despite fatal wounds and electric currents tearing through his body, he still clenched his jaw and stood firm at the heart of the storm. His entire body was wrapped in frenzied golden lightning, and he staggered forward step by step like a thunder god defying the tower's will. The stronger the lightning grew, the deeper it drilled into him. He gritted his teeth through bone-deep pain as brilliant golden arcs ripped into his flesh. Only one thought remained in his mind: this should be enough. Even the smallest meridians, including the conception and governing vessels, began filling with thunder power. The system immediately announced that progress had reached 27%, and the process of opening the minor meridians was still continuing. The protagonist could clearly feel his magic power surging as the thunder gradually stabilized inside his body. He reminded himself that he had to control it, no matter what this thing truly was. The conception vessel and governing vessel were the central channels, while the minor meridians served to connect the entire body. Once they were opened, it meant the power of thunder had spread into every corner of his body. But the problem was that the protagonist's body had never gone through minor meridian purification. To put it bluntly, he was risking his life on a shortcut. The system instantly warned of a negative status, and electrocution began to trigger. Normally, people only did this with their own mana. Borrowing lightning from outside could shorten the process, but the price was pain far beyond imagination. This was the perfect high-risk, high-reward gamble, but one look was enough to know the cost was getting heavier by the second. Watching through the screen, Hatsuka went deathly still, her worry for the protagonist's safety written all over her face. Her voice trembled with heart-ache. "Opening the minor meridians? Are you seriously trying to do that right here?" Hatsuka realized the energy running through his body was not based on mana at all. It was not his own inner force either, but pure external power drawn from the tower's thunder. Seeing the protagonist writhe in agony, Hatsuka felt even more heartbroken because she understood this pain had already surpassed the limits of human endurance. Most ordinary people would have passed out instantly under the lightning's insane destruction. Even though death in the trial would not affect reality, the pain still felt every bit as real as it did in the outside world. She wondered why he had to push himself this far. In her eyes, there was admiration, but also unease toward a willpower so extreme it bordered on madness. Most people would have logged out the second this started. The system announced that progress had reached 53%, and the brutal process of opening the minor meridians continued, letting the protagonist's magic power keep rising as the thunder gradually stabilized. But amid pain that felt like his bones were being crushed, his mind was suddenly besieged by memories of guilt. It was all my fault. It was like he was the one who killed them. A destructive combo of physical agony and 3 a.m. overthinking. He remembered the confident declarations he once made in front of his old teammates, saying there was no trial he could not conquer. Back then, he always reassured everyone and told them to trust him, because in the end, he would definitely be the one to win. Looking back at the faces of the Blue Eyes members, the protagonist felt his heart being squeezed tight with bitterness. He blamed himself, thinking that if he had not been careless back then, and if he had not pushed them forward with his own excessive confidence, perhaps that tragedy from years ago would never have happened. His eyes burned red with rage and hatred as he thought of the horrific end his brothers had suffered. If not for me, no one would have died. Guilt tightened around his soul as the cruel truth came crashing down. In his dazed state amid the thunder, the image of Kyojo Kazuki appeared, his whole body soaked in blood and a chilling, mocking smile on his lips. He sneered that they had failed only because they had been far too arrogant about their own strength. The protagonist roared in agony as the brilliant golden lightning erupted more violently than ever. He collapsed in the frozen cave, choking on hatred as he forced out the words, "It was all my fault." The thunder still swept through without stopping, swallowing his lonely figure amid the ruins. He was completely exhausted, then collapsed onto the ground. His face was buried in the cold ice, while stray arcs still spasmed across his blood-soaked hands. Officially out of mana, and out of faith too. In the middle of a lush green meadow beneath a crystal-clear sky, the world suddenly became strangely peaceful. The protagonist looked around in confusion, with only one question left in his mind. Where is this? In the distance, beneath the shade of an ancient tree, a group of people had gathered around a campfire, making him cry out in shock. Everyone. He choked up as he called each teammate by name, as if afraid they would vanish if he was even 1 second too slow. Yuri saw both Asagiri and Rina standing safe and sound right before his eyes. Everyone was unharmed, making him burst into tears from emotion as he wondered whether all those earlier tragedies had only been a cruel nightmare. A friend stepped forward and patted his shoulder, saying that was only natural, and the protagonist smiled with overwhelming relief. He told everyone he had just gone through a horrible nightmare and desperately wanted to tell them everything. But the warm atmosphere shattered at once. The teammate in front of him suddenly transformed into a twisted figure, half his face destroyed, then coldly condemned him. "You really did lead us to our deaths. I didn't want to die." Narukami froze in shock as his old comrades, one after another, turned on him with bitter blame for the empty promises he had made in the past. Chino appeared with a gaping wound pierced straight through the center of her chest, tears spilling as she asked in anguish, "Why didn't you protect us?" The protagonist called her name in stunned despair, as the beautiful reality before his eyes shattered completely. Everything was replaced by a blazing red hell, where vengeful souls screamed and wailed without end. He only managed to stammer, I kept, before the death-hungry screams of his former comrades swarmed over his face. At this point, calling it a disaster is underselling it. This is the premium full-option Annihilation package, with nothing left out. In the crimson void, resentment flooded every inch of space. The protagonist frantically lunged toward the fading figures and screamed in despair, "Wait, don't go, everyone! Wait for me!" His trembling hands reached out, desperate to hold on. But his old comrades were now nothing more than fragile illusions, vanishing the moment he touched them. He collapsed in the middle of that blood-red hell, his mouth endlessly whispering and begging, "Please." This part is basically him chasing the past, except the past has turned on no contact mode and politely said, "Please do not touch." Just then, an overwhelming bolt of lightning suddenly struck straight into his mind, tearing him out of the nightmare and hurling him back to reality. He coughed up blood, drenched in sweat, and dropped to his knees on the shaking ground while radiant golden lightning still ravaged everything around him. His body trembled from the pain, his breathing ragged, as he realized it had only been a dreamscape that often appeared during meridian opening, and he had nearly suffered chi deviation. The system immediately announced that his minor meridian opening progress had reached 97.87%, while his mana kept rising as the thunder power gradually stabilized. The protagonist forced himself to stand in the heart of the electric storm, his gaze exhausted but still hard as steel. He wondered who had come up with this insane trial, while wild golden lightning coiled around his lonely figure like proof of an unbreakable will. His eyes sharpened, filled with hatred, as the image of Kyojo Kazuki, and that cold smile suddenly surfaced in his mind. He silently thanked that bastard for reminding him why he was still alive, and right now. What kept him standing was no longer effort, but max-level stubbornness. Meanwhile, back at the village, a deathly atmosphere smothered everything beneath the pouring night rain. Heavy footsteps shook the earth, signaling that a massive calamity was closing in. Soldiers and villagers trembled as they gripped their weapons, trying to form a defensive line, but every pair of eyes showed naked terror as they stared into the darkness. A colossal entity slowly emerged, while the eerie smile of the former courtier Pai Dan radiated a terrifying aura. The suffocating pressure from him froze the entire formation, as if they had just come face to face with the dungeon's real boss. Before that nightmare of a monster, a dazed knight blurted out, "Are you kidding me? That thing is the real boss." In the panic, some began to lose their resolve and bitterly said the masked man had abandoned them. In that instant, a thought flashed like a drawn sword, declaring that their absolute faith must not be allowed to collapse. Our benefactor will definitely come back. The group had almost split into two factions, one believing to the end, the other already mentally ready to log out. You dared entrust the village's fate to a stranger whose name you did not even know, and now you are doubting him? Faced with the leader's fury and conviction, the soldiers could only lower their heads awkwardly, hurriedly insisting that they had never meant to doubt him. Peleus clenched his teeth and blamed himself, feeling ashamed that he still dared call himself a knight. Seeing that, Dalai stepped forward and placed a hand on his shoulder, calmly reassuring him and saying that he had been right. Before blaming anyone else, they had to remember that protecting this village was their own duty. Dalai declared firmly that knights were not people who waited to be protected, but people who stood up to protect others. With that, he decisively drew his sword, and the blade instantly released a chilling emerald blue frost aura, cold and brimming with power. Dalai stomped hard on the ground, his voice booming like thunder across the battlefield. All troops hear my command. Even if we fall today, we die as true knights. The whole knight squad charged at once, their momentum surging as they surrounded the monster and beat it down like a full-on boss raid. Meanwhile, on Thousand Year Mountain, Narukami's trial progress had climbed to 99%. The protagonist's body shook violently under crushing pressure, with red blood streaming down his face. Even so, his eyes stayed locked on the blazing sphere of thunder shining right in front of him. On the verge of death, he wondered what that thing even was, but judging by the progress bar, it had to be the final objective. The system kept flashing red warnings. His fatigue had shot up to 97, and blood began seeping from the corners of his eyes. His vision slowly blurred from exhaustion, but this young man's will remained hard as steel, showing no sign of collapse. He forced himself back to his feet, every muscle twitching violently. Only one step remained, even as the system screamed that he had to lower his fatigue immediately, warning that one more step would push the danger beyond control. But the protagonist still gathered the last scrap of strength he had and moved forward. Golden lightning wrapped around his legs as he stepped straight ahead without hesitation. That single step made the ground beneath him quake violently, as if the entire mountain had to tremble before his will. At the same time, on the burning battlefield, the old knight Dalai risked his life and charged forward at terrifying speed. With his sword clenched tight in his hand, he poured in every bit of strength he had left and shot straight toward the giant enemy. Dalai unleashed a brutally heavy slash, aiming straight for the giant's leg. The blade, wrapped in azure spiritual power, tore through flesh as tough as stone armor. The strike made the giant howl in agony, the sound echoing across the entire battlefield. Seizing that instant, Peleus immediately joined the fight, his aura exploding like a warrior activating his ultimate skill. He roared with overwhelming force, "Leave the rest to me." Peleus sprang into the air, pouring all his power into a lethal blow aimed right at the center of the enemy's face. The monster only managed a few desperate groans before being crushed under the leader's overwhelming strength. This combo was straight-up tactical gaining, the kind where the boss did not even get a chance to counter before being kicked out of the match. The pale body of the giant crashed down onto the devastated wasteland, triggering a violent shockwave. Seeing that, the soldiers erupted with joy. "We did it," they shouted again and again, praising the miracle of Lord Peleus and Lord Dalai, because the monster had finally fallen. The soldiers vented all their rage on the monster's corpse with frenzied stabs and vicious curses. "Die, stay dead, and stop lying here with your legs spread like this battlefield is your house." Peleus let out a relieved breath, brushed the dirt from his body, and walked over to Dalai. "This is all thanks to you, Dalai. The most dangerous enemy you warned us about is finally dead, so it looks like we can rest." But Dalai broke into a cold sweat, his face paling as he realized the horrifying truth. No, it is not him. While the soldiers carelessly thought the enemy was nothing special, only that Lord Dalai and Lois were too strong. He trembled, because he understood the real disaster was still hiding in the dark. It felt like they had won, only to learn they had just cleared the tutorial. One soldier cheered with excitement. "Now we just need to finish off the remaining giants," and before he could finish, a gigantic foot suddenly came crashing down, crushing the entire squad in a horrific scene. Witnessing that nightmare, Dalai and Peleus froze in place, their whole bodies trembling from shock. Dalai pointed toward the colossal shadow slowly approaching and spoke in a hoarse voice. "That is him." Peleus screamed in despair as he realized the new enemy stood on a completely different level. Meanwhile, on the mountain peak, the protagonist's trial progress had reached 99.99%. The instant the progress bar hit 100%, the will for revenge inside him erupted with terrifying force. That hatred grew more and more savage, like a flame that could never be extinguished. "Kyojo Kazuki, I will take your head as my trophy." The protagonist struggled upright and staggered forward through the blinding radiance, his presence so intense it made others feel breathless. He looked like someone who walked into an exam without studying a single word and still passed by a hair. His whole body had become a massive mass of thunder, releasing terrifying pressure. He panted softly, sensing that his brutal journey had finally reached its end. The system kept displaying congratulations, confirming that the small meridian opening was complete, increasing magic amplification and skill casting speed by 20%, while adding 2 points to every stat. The protagonist's face was smeared with blood, his breathing ragged, and his body had reached the absolute limit of endurance. At that moment, a massive bolt of lightning struck straight down, slamming him face first into the ground. By now, the protagonist's entire body was completely drained, and even lifting a hand had become impossible. John Teo sat and thought before the screen, then spoke quietly. A human being's recklessness has its limits, after all. On the live stream screen, the protagonist lay motionless amid the rubble, making viewers worry. This difficulty is insane. He passed out again, and who knows when he will wake up this time. John Teo lightly tapped his finger on the desk, then commented, "Well, it looks like he is not exactly suited to being a streamer." The phone on the desk suddenly vibrated. John Teo picked it up and spoke calmly. "I am watching his live stream right now." On the other end was Hawkeye, his voice so excited he was practically shouting. "Oh, you saw it too, John Teo. Insane, right?" Faced with that enthusiasm, John Teo told him to calm down and explain clearly so everyone could understand. Seeing Hawkeye's confident smile through the screen, he thought this guy would definitely become a major star, both as a player and as a streamer. But Hawkeye leisurely leaned back in his chair. He said that would be very difficult because the protagonist was more like a real player than a simple streamer, the type who goes live while thinking like a full-ranked expert. Hawkeye insisted that was exactly right. That was the core content drawing viewers to this stream, an almost original version of a legend. In his view, the protagonist was not an entertainment streamer. At his core, he was a true warrior. The image of him covered in lightning atop the mountain appeared again, majestic and overwhelming. Hawkeye continued, completely absorbed. "In other words, we are witnessing the birth of a legend in real time." John Teo listened in silence, his expression turning serious as he considered the young man's future. Now back to the live stream. Narukami's fingers twitched against the cold ground. Then he forced himself up amid ragged gasps, making the entire hall feel like a stone had finally been lifted from its chest. The whole group breathed out in relief. This time, the main character woke up sooner than expected. Being alive was already a miracle, and at last, he opened his eyes. The young man raised his head. Behind the mask, his eyes still showed deep exhaustion, and as he clenched his teeth through the pain, he wondered, "Damn it, what is my fatigue stat right now?" Who knew how many status bars were flashing 10-10? It felt like he had been grinding combat for 10 straight years without a single break. If the system had a button to permanently shut off thinking, he would have pressed it instantly. Looking at his status panel, he frowned when he saw his fatigue had hit 81, but he quickly calmed down. Good, still lower than last time. Looks like the boosted stats are doing their job. Even though that final lightning strike was outside the data, the result was enough to satisfy the main character. A flood of mission completion alerts kept popping up, pushing his reputation points to a massive 24 and 420. The young man calculated silently, which meant he had saved a huge amount for more important moves ahead. It was basically the feeling of beating a boss, opening the system wallet to check the balance, and realizing the account was actually looking pretty solid. At this point, the main character's greed skill had risen to D rank, expanding the usage limits on items and skills. But he knew that still was not enough to raise the skill's quality to a higher tier, so he began calculating in his head. If he could bring down that giant, maybe everything would be just enough. His eyes flashed as he looked at the thing releasing blazing golden electricity in his hand, because this was the key to finishing off that monster. It was the Thunder Spear, a legendary grade weapon with terrifying power, strong enough to unleash one decisive blow, though the price was that it could only be used once. The livestream audience instantly exploded. Everyone was beyond shocked, constantly asking why such an overpowered item would drop on the second floor. The main character smirked, confirming that it definitely looked abnormal, then silently marveled that even on the 8th floor, owning an item like this would be incredibly rare. He began explaining to the viewers that high-grade items could change form under special conditions. His deep knowledge of the system left the fans amazed, like they were watching a true professional otherworld player in action. Without wasting another second, the young man declared decisively, "Alright, let's go deal with that thing." He strode toward the radiant light while the chat box erupted with frantic cheers, urging him to use thunder and blast the enemy apart. Basically, go now, bro, don't think about it. Thinking means losing. At the same time, on the battlefield, the air was thick with fear. A soldier's eyes bulged, sweat pouring down as he stood before a horrific pressure that was crushing his spirit. A gigantic black shadow with long, loose white hair and ashen gray skin slowly emerged, radiating a spine-chilling killing intent that made anyone who saw it tremble. The system coldly announced that the giant seed had completely devoured the giant's record. It transformed into a far more terrifying entity, with blazing golden eyes and a crazed smile. The monster let out an eerie laugh, openly challenging the entire battlefield. Seeing that scene, Peleus roared in despair, "Hey, what do you think you're doing?" But the only answer was a twisted laugh. He, I told you already. You people don't understand anything." A soldier suddenly lost his mind, laughing and crying as despair crushed the last bit of reason he had left. Overwhelmed by terror, he collapsed to his knees right at the giant monster's feet, shaking violently as he begged in the most pathetic way. "Oh Divine One, I am not like those foolish humans. Please, I beg you, spare my life." But the answer to that prayer was only a deep, hoarse voice, cold and full of contempt. Divine, you say? The giant's eyes flared with rage. He spat each word with razor-sharp killing intent. Do not compare me to those filthy cowards. Immediately after, a brutal attack came crashing down, turning the scene into a hell of blood and flesh in a single instant. Amid the chaos, Delai rushed over and hauled up the soldier who was screaming in fear, then shouted, "What do you think you're doing? Get up now." Delai turned to urge his companions on with a determined look. "Peleus, hurry. Take the villagers as far away as possible. Run, because freezing for 3 seconds here means your heart gets deleted." Peleus only managed to shout Delai's name in shock as he saw his senior choose to stay behind alone and hold the rear. An earth-shattering sweep erupted, tearing the ground apart and crushing every last spark of the soldier's hope to resist. Peleus stood frozen in the cloud of dust, breathing hard, sweat streaming down his pale face. He realized the cruel truth in disbelief. There was no chance of winning, and every escape route had already been sealed. Before Peleus stood a long line of gigantic black silhouettes, their eyes glowing like death lamps, as they surrounded every exit from the village. This situation made him understand that running on foot would not help at all when the opponent did not even need cardio. The villagers' screams echoed everywhere as they desperately searched for a way to survive among the ruins, only to find more despair. Peleus clenched his teeth until they bled, his eyes filled with helplessness and bitterness before the irreversible collapse. In absolute desperation, Peleus roared a line that stunned the entire army, hoping to draw the monster's attention. "I know who killed your child. I know exactly who did it." Peleus continued gambling with his life through a lie. The one who killed the boy was, at a moment like this, if anyone sold insurance against getting caught lying, he probably would have bought it on installments long ago. The giant Pai Dan froze. His blazing eyes pressed down with suffocating pressure, and he asked in a low growl, "Who?" Peleus tightened his grip on his sword hilt, gathering every bit of courage he had left to keep deceiving it. "Please subscribe to the channel to support me." Without the slightest hesitation, he swung his sword toward the distant mountain range and shouted, "Over there. The killer of your son is heading that way. He is gathering power to kill you and wipe out your entire race." In his heart, Peleus prayed wildly, "Please take the bait, just run in that direction." Pai Dan silently turned his head to follow the tip of the sword, making the entire battlefield fall so quiet it felt suffocating. But Peleus's fragile hope was quickly crushed when the monster coldly said, "Lies." Pai Dan leaned closer, his pitch-black eyes seeming to pierce through the knight's very soul, then declared, "Your words are stained with falsehood, which means the killer of my son is not there." Peleus went numb, his pupils shrinking in terror as he realized his plan had been completely exposed. Pai Dan continued mocking him. "You used that broken sword to point randomly at some place." Blazing golden lightning began exploding around his body, and then he growled in threat, "If you do not answer me now." An earth-shaking bolt of thunder suddenly struck down from above, creating a violent explosion that shook the entire mountain forest. Amid the rolling dust and blazing golden arcs tearing through the air, Peleus was so stunned he could not say a word. Huang looked up at the horrific scene before him, then murmured in shock, "My benefactor." At least this time, the plot twist did not come from one of his lies, but literally dropped straight out of the sky. At that exact moment, the cold voice of the system rang out, announcing that Stage 7, the invasion trial, had officially begun. From the mountaintop overlooking a battlefield swallowed by fire, Narukami appeared like a looming wall, his sword resting on his shoulder with crushing pressure. The main character calmly turned his eyes toward the enemy, then told himself, "Good, this is the final stage." That giant was still swelling and evolving nonstop. If anything stronger showed up, this trial could no longer deserve to be called second-floor content. Everyone tried to stop him from facing the second floor head-on. Faced with an entity that already broken the rules, he merely replied that it was fine, and there was no need to worry. He did not need to overthink it, because all he needed was one strike. The main character knew he could not fight that thing head-on, so he had to finish it before it could charge in and counterattack. He stood tall on the mountaintop, raised his hand toward the night sky, and began activating Thunder Spear. A massive surge of heavenly lightning instantly tore through the void, crashing down and wrapping the main character's entire body in blazing golden electricity. If an outsider saw this scene, they would probably think he had signed up for the long-term VIP package for getting struck by lightning. The system announced that Thunder Spear initialization had begun, and the activation rate had reached 10.1%. The violent power pouring out made his fatigue stat spike, jumping from 84 to 85 in the blink of an eye. The main character gritted his teeth, clenched the roaring current in his palm, and fought with everything he had to keep it stable. He poured in every bit of focus he had, forcing the activation rate up to 33.1% inside that enormous vortex of energy. The main character immediately used the Wedge Devar skill, trying to cancel out Thunder Spear side effects. effects, but the system coldly reported failure, explaining that his compatibility was far too low. Blood began seeping out beneath his mask. He bitterly realized that his skill level was still too low to use a legendary grade item. When his fatigue hit 88 and the activation rate reached 50%, the main character still endured, forcing this body to break past its limits. It was the classic move of knowing full well this was suicidal, but being too deep in to stop now. The livestream chat exploded with comments, half thrilled and half worried. Some wondered if this was déjà vu, while others realized that ever since learning Thunder Arts, the main character had suffered way too much pain. Some viewers even joked that maybe he was starting to get addicted to being electrocuted. Amid the blazing golden lightning, his eyes flashed coldly behind the mask. The main character understood that they had noticed him. Watching the gigantic giant move toward the mountain, he knew that after creating a heaven-shaking scene like this, not getting spotted would have been the real miracle. The system announced that Thunder Spear's activation rate had reached 78.5%, while the main character's body was covered in wounds and blood. At the foot of the mountain, the gigantic giant muttered two words, invasion trial. He completely ignored Peleus' existence. Even with Peleus standing before him with a sword in hand, he only glared at the high mountaintop. His golden eyes burned with hatred as he growled, "So you are the one who killed my son." "It was you." Peleus stood there, probably wanting to ask, hello, I am still right here, and you are really sidelining me like this? One terrifying stomp shook the earth. The giant ignored Peleus' challenge, leaving behind the line, "Where do you think you are going? I am your opponent," then charged straight toward the exploding lightning source on the mountaintop. Peleus stared in shock at the enemy's back, while all around him remained only devastation. With soldiers' corpses scattered across a roaring sea of fire, the aged giant painfully remembered his dead son, his voice hoarse with a rare moment of weakness. "How miserable. My son, your herd suffered far too much." His face hardened, and hatred and grief surged to the absolute limit. He hammered forward with steps as heavy as a mountain collapse, sending terrifying tremors through the ground as he charged and roared in fury. "I will return every bit of that pain." The giant rushed forward madly at wind-tearing speed, his eyes fixed ahead with murderous intent. His eyes were bloodshot with killing intent, and all his power gathered into his enormous fist. He screamed in madness, principle and interest. "I will make all of you pay it back," sounding exactly like an Uskai loan shark charging brutal interest. The giant Pai Dan seemed to lose his mind, charging forward at wind-splitting speed, gathering all his rage into his massive fist before smashing it straight toward the mountaintop. Inside the raging vortex of energy, the main character still gritted his teeth and endured the terrifying destruction caused by the lightning. The system continued its announcement, saying that Thunder Spear's activation rate had reached 88.5%. Andrew knew this was a 50-50 gamble, hit or miss, and he had exactly one chance to end it. While the viewers shouted in panic for him to hurry, an old memory suddenly surfaced in the main character's mind. It was advice from a teammate years ago: do not look anywhere else, and no matter what happens, keep your target locked. That person once said that this was where a true spear was launched from. It sounded simple, but actually doing it would definitely make anyone sweat. Forget throwing it straight, and forget drawing some perfect curve. Get every useless thought out of your head. That teammate advised the main character not to predict movement, and not to worry about the weapon's trajectory or weight, because he was never like any other spear user, because he was himself. Back in the present, the activation rate shot up to 95.2%. The main character poured all his will into this decisive strike. He asked himself what he had to do. Immediately the answer from that teammate of the past rang out, sharp as steel. After all, what you are about to unleash is not an ordinary spear, so keep it simple. Do not throw it, fire it like a bullet already chambered and ready to go. Right in front of him, the giant's massive fist had already closed in, ready to crush the main character with a single blow. The audience screamed like crazy, constantly urging him to launch it already. Go! The main character still calmly faced the death descending before his eyes. He gritted his teeth, gathered all his will into a single point, and told himself that just a little more would complete it. The pressure, death energy tore across his body, making him groan in agony, while the out-of-control giant Python charged in with sky-high killing intent. The ground shook violently, splitting open under the terrifying pressure of the monster's mountain-heavy leap. The scene looked no different from the apocalypse, with one side ready to spray poison, and the other about to throw a punch that would erase his enemy. At that life-or-death instant, the system spoke in its cold voice. The activation rate had reached 100%, and initialization was complete. Narukami stood towering at the heart of the thunderstorm, like a hunter who had just awakened otherworldly power. The main character's entire body was wrapped in blazing golden lightning, merging with the fierce roar of the raging gale. He poured all his mana into his palm, preparing to unleash the final punishment. Gripping the dazzling thunder spear tight, he knew he had exactly one chance left. Whatever the outcome, he coldly declared he would finish his opponent in a single blow. Facing Pydan's enraged roar that seemed to rip the sky apart, the main character did not take a single step back. He hurled the thunder spear with destructive force, tearing through space itself. Honestly, if this one missed, survival would not even be worth thinking about. An earth-shaking explosion erupted the moment the attack struck its target. The berserk lightning completely swallowed the monster's body in a blinding white light so intense it felt suffocating. Paidan only managed to let out one desperate howl before he was crushed by the power of thunder. In his shock, his breathing grew weaker, and then he rasped out a name. It was his own name, just before his enormous body crumbled into ash across the ruined battlefield. The main character landed firmly on the ground, officially extinguishing the final fury of the giant clan. The young man staggered through the wreckage, his body covered in wounds and blood after that terrifying finishing blow. The livestream instantly exploded, with viewers spamming comments like crazy, saying the scene was too powerful and worth every second. The system repeatedly confirmed that the Thunder Chief had been defeated and announced that the main character had cleared Stage 7. His level rose, his strength, agility, health, focus, and magic stats all received major boosts, and he gained 5,000 precious achievement points. Once the fight ended, the rewards came raining down. At that moment, an item glowing with brilliant golden light appeared before him. The system announced that he had obtained the Thunder Seed. The main character held the sparkling crystal in his hand and quietly wondered, the Thunder Heart, is this really it? But right after that, a blinding burst of light suddenly erupted and wrapped around him. Pain crashed over him, making the young man groan despite himself. When he opened his eyes, he was stunned to find himself standing in a deep violet mystical space, where the ground beneath his feet lay as still as a lake reflecting a sky full of stars. The main character frowned, wondering what the hell kind of place he had been dragged into. Right behind him, a massive black shadow suddenly appeared, sending a chill of terror down his spine. Everything happened too fast, and the main character had no time to react. A suffocating pressure weighed on his mind. He tried to ask what was going on, but his throat felt as if it were being squeezed shut. He realized he could not speak. His entire body went rigid, and then he discovered in despair that he could not move either. A series of system notifications appeared one after another, cold and mysterious. Something is watching you. Ghostly flames floated around the main character from every direction, making the atmosphere grow more and more oppressive. Staring straight at the bizarre entity before him, he panicked and wondered what it was saying, and why it was speaking to him. In the endless space, he trembled as he reached toward the radiant light spreading across the deep violet horizon. The entire realm instantly lit up, as if dawn had just torn through the night. The main character stood alone on the peak of a towering cliff, gazing toward the distant horizon, where light was slowly devouring the darkness. Just then, a glaring red warning appeared on the system interface, signaling that the true incident was about to begin. The Thunder Trial officially began, meaning everything earlier had only been a warm-up. The system said that through the Thunder Heart, he could trace important clues in the village. He struggled to his feet in shock amid the ruins, while the chat exploded with viewers discussing how he kept passing out during a legendary level test. The main character told himself he had to claim his reputation points quickly before the livestream truly ended. A series of quests from Anzenshizen and the Monster War God were confirmed complete, earning him a total of 6,000 reputation points, and pushing his account balance past 40,000. Even though viewers kept urging him to check the new item, the exhausted main character announced the stream was over so he could return to the village and rest. Ignoring the jabs about being money hungry, he firmly said goodbye and turned off the device. If he was tired, he would rest. Let them say whatever they wanted. At a high-end cafe, Hatsuka kept praising the main character's outstanding performance in the recent trial. She excitedly revealed that yesterday's peak viewership had already surpassed 3,000. That left him extremely surprised, because throughout the whole battle, he had only focused on surviving and had paid attention to nothing else. Seeing the main character flustered, Hatsuka made it clear that this was sincere praise for his talent. Hatsuka stated that over 3,000 viewers for a new streamer was an extraordinary achievement, and that ending the stream right when he was exhausted had accidentally become the perfect move. According to her, that exact moment pushed the audience's curiosity to the limit, like a movie deliberately cutting off at the most suspenseful part. The main character calmly explained that he only wanted to save the reward reveal for the next session, to keep his reaction as genuine as possible instead of forcing an act. Simply put, he left the best part for the next episode. Clearly, this young man had a pretty sharp strategic mind, making Hatsuka smile and think that department head Jontio's worries were probably unnecessary. She looked at him with a meaningful gaze, then suddenly announced that she had prepared an extremely valuable gift. It was something so special that she was certain he absolutely could not refuse. Hatsuka smiled and suggested that the main character try searching for the stream of someone named Hawkeye. He calmly answered yes, then immediately opened his device to check. On the screen, Hawkeye had just started streaming with a shocking title. Fake or real? Let me inspect it for you boys. Gachi excitedly announces that today's topic is Narukami, hesitates for a second like he might switch gears, then locks it in with absolute confidence. Enough stalling something everyone should watch first. Hawkeye promises to dissect every detail of that legendary performance. The main character silently watches Hawkeye's analysis video, while Gas Chimer cannot hide his shock as he points out that this was already a trial demanding extreme endurance. And yet, that guy still piled even more pressure onto himself right in the middle of the exam. Seeing this young man intently review his own performance, Hatsuka blushes a little and secretly watches every tiny reaction he makes. On the screen, Hawkeye apologizes for making the analysis so long, then decides to condense the entire evaluation into one sentence to prove this rookie's level. Hawkeye states it outright. This guy is a special existence, and no further explanation is needed. That razor-sharp comment sends the main character into deep thought. He turns to Hatsuka and asks if his manager thinks the same. Hatsuka hesitates, as if she herself is being pulled into doubts about the true identity of the young man before her. After regaining her composure, Hatsuka softly asks if she can ask him something. When he gives her a brief nod, her confusion immediately shows. Though a little flustered, Hatsuka admits that it is honestly strange for a manager to ask this, and maybe even a bit tactless. She looks straight at the main character and asks the question that has been bothering her all this time. Why did he choose live streaming? Could it really be just for the money? For someone like him, money cannot be the only reason, right? To him, it should be no different from a few jackfruit leaves lying by the road. The young man silently looks at her through his mask, letting that question hang in the air of the cafe, which has grown so quiet it feels suffocating. Under Hatsuka's expectant gaze, he calmly answers, "No, it really is for the money. There is no deeper reason." The answer is so blunt, so brutally realistic that Hatsuka freezes on the spot, her face locked in place for several seconds. Right after that, she turns bright red from embarrassment, stammering for a long while before finally getting the words out. Hatsuka hurriedly apologizes for asking such a weird question, while the main character keeps his calm expression and simply says it is fine. To dispel the awkward mood, Hatsuka quickly shifts to the main topic. Right about the gift, she reveals that Hawkeye, the streamer he just watched, is actually affiliated with Southern and is an extremely trusted name with a 6-year contract. With his valuable analysis and massive fan community, Hawkeye's eye for talent is practically beyond dispute. Hatsuka clearly announces that the gift for the main character is all revenue from Hawkeye's analysis stream, along with related future content, split 50-50. He asks in surprise who it is being split with. Hatsuka immediately answers with firm certainty, with him of course, because that content was developed from his materials. Ads, donations, archives, every payment is clearly written in the contract. The main character murmurs in surprise, asking if that is really true. Deep down, he realizes that ever since signing with the management company, good luck has kept coming like unstoppable chain of level-up buffs. He nods and admits that this really is an unexpected gift. Seeing the atmosphere soften, Hatsuka also becomes much more relaxed. She hesitantly makes a well-meaning suggestion, asking whether he would like to collaborate directly with Hawkeye. Back in his small rented room, the main character steps quietly into the still space, his mind crowded with calculations for the road ahead. Standing before the mirror, he slowly removes the black and gold mask that has accompanied him all this time. Looking at his real face, he thinks to himself that hiding a handsome face like this forever would honestly be a waste of heaven's blessing. Maybe he should reveal himself a little and make the world gasp. Staring at those cold, sharp golden eyes in the mirror, he suddenly realizes a problem worth thinking about. As his relationships keep expanding, it becomes harder for him to decide how much of his true identity he should keep hidden. At present, the main character's detection skill has officially reached C-rank level 4. However, he is stunned to see that the next upgrade requires 80,000 reputation points, while his balance has only 120 points left. He lets out a tired sigh, telling himself that money is still the #1 priority, and hoping that the collaboration with Hawkeye from 2 days ago will bring in a large enough sum. He lies back on the simple bed, his eyes quietly staring into empty space as if calculating one more move. Suddenly, the main character picks up the blue chrysanthemum glowing with a mystical light, pondering that maybe he needs to take care of a few things first. What scheme is our guy cooking up this time? While he is busy with his own calculations, somewhere else, manager Hatsuka is drowning in extreme excitement, lying face down on her bed and kicking wildly in the air. Hatsuka's face is bright red as she hugs a pillow tightly and cannot stop imagining the seductive look of the mysterious young man behind the mask. In her mind, the main character appears like a romantic wanderer in a forest of roses, mysterious and irresistible, along with the question that surely this cannot be only about money. Hatsuka screams inside her heart. Yes, there absolutely has to be a deeper reason behind it. Behind that stylish mask, there must be some extraordinary secret hidden away, just like in a fantasy manhwa. She battles fiercely with herself. Even though she is so curious she could go insane, she reminds herself not to dig too deep, because the truth might end up hurting her heart. In Hatsuka's imagination, his figure gently reaches a hand toward her and says that ever since he met her, one good thing after another has kept happening. Unable to hold back her excitement, Hatsuka screams as if she has just taken a fatal hit from a confession scene in a webtoon. She yells that she feels the same, then crazily pounds the pillow until feathers scatter all over the room. A woman's imagination really is a terrifying power. Hatsuka remains immersed in her feverish obsession with the mysterious young man, thinking that a man carrying a secret no one knows becomes even more captivating when you meet him in real life. Meanwhile, in Noxfera on the 7th floor of the tower, another incident is quietly beginning to move. A gloomy atmosphere blankets the ancient structures, while the full moon hanging high above makes the scene even colder, like an old dungeon. Inside a training room, heavy sounds echo steadily through the darkness. A heavily muscled warrior is tirelessly doing pull-ups with powerful movements, sweat running down his solid body. On the large screen, Hawkeye continues giving extremely harsh assessments. I do not need to say anything more about this, so I will sum it up in one sentence. I do not like it. Seeing Gas Chimer looking arrogant, the warrior quietly asks who he is. A man standing nearby explains that he is Hawkeye, the guy who always brags about having an average viewership of 8,000. Hearing that, a member of the Blue Word Guild, Kurokawa Amon, gives a faint smirk, so he is just a bait streamer. Then I will experience this for myself. However, the assistant immediately reminds Amon that the real target they need to watch right now is not Hawkeye, but that mysterious main character. The moment Amon saw Narukami fire lightning across the screen, he froze. A fake actually dared to imitate thunder, just like the original. Now this was getting interesting. He was witnessing, with his own eyes, the explosive power of an entire nation. Facing an enemy openly showing off his might, he let out a cold command under his breath. That performance was far beyond impressive. Honestly, it was so impressive it almost felt unreal. Seeing his assistant's confusion, Amon suddenly recalled the words of Sako Suhei, the spear knight of blue eyes, who had once warned him. In a fight, the most important rule is to never take your eyes off your opponent. Sako Suhei Namsan's teaching echoed once more in Amon's memory. The assistant asked in surprise if Amon still remembered even such ordinary-sounding words. Amon confirmed that he had trained brutally to absorb everything from them, from breathing rhythm to technique, because Blue Eyes had once stood at the very summit. He believed everyone had unknowingly forgotten one extremely important truth about Blue Eyes. The power of Blue Eyes did not come only from thunder. Every single member was an elite among elites, and behind their deaths, there had to be countless secrets that had yet to be exposed. When Hawkeye openly declared on stream that the rookie was the Lightning King, without even bothering to explain, Amon instantly ground his teeth in fury. He thought that flashy streamer was far too arrogant, daring to judge legends so casually. Amon growled that this was enough, told them to shut it off and resume training. Streamers really were the type to look down on faith. Too irritated to hold back, Amon barked at his assistant, asking why he had made him watch this. The assistant panicked and explained that it was not his idea, but a direct order from Guildmaster Kyojo. Amon immediately stopped short, his eyes filling with shock when he heard the name Itsuki. A voice rang out, stating that lightning was the symbol of Blue Eyes, and Blue Eyes was the predecessor of the current Blue Zone. He calmly revealed that in this era, heroes or champions made no difference. Once the money started ringing, everything could be settled. The instant the black cloth was pulled down, Amon stood frozen, stunned to the core. Before his eyes was a mountain of pure gold, blazing brilliantly with a blinding golden light that almost stole his breath. The guild master had prepared an enormous budget and ordered them to bring that streamer in, no matter the cost. Amon broke out in a cold sweat, utterly speechless before the guild master's insane willingness to spend. He could not believe the opponent he had just rated so highly might be someone swayed this easily by money. Amon fell into thought, calculating Blue Zone's next move regarding that mysterious rookie. The second floor of the trial opened on the site of a village left in ruins after battle. Amid the rubble and soldiers rushing to clean up, Peleus loudly ordered the entire army to gather the wounded in one place. Critical cases would be treated first, while those with minor injuries would receive medicine as soon as possible. Just then, a familiar figure came staggering in from the distance. Peleus cried out in relief, as if a huge weight had finally lifted. "Thank goodness, Swallow. If you had slept even a little longer, I probably would have had to hold a memorial service for you." He hurried over and asked whether the young man was all right. Peleus looked deeply worried. "How are you feeling now? You passed out right outside the village, and we were seriously terrified. If you had not woken up, I would not have known what to do." The protagonist lightly raised a hand to his forehead, admitting that he still felt a little dizzy and lightheaded. Facing the knight's sudden concern, he answered calmly that it had only happened yesterday, so it made sense for his body to react like this. Feeling they needed somewhere quiet to talk, the protagonist suggested meeting later at the inn, because he had a few things to ask. Peleus immediately agreed with enthusiasm, telling him to ask anything he wanted and promising to see him later, exactly like a devoted fan and fruit-shipping supporter. Watching the knight's back as he left, the protagonist quietly judged that Peleus really was a rare kind-hearted person. Back in his rented room, he silently sat down on the bed amid the lively flood of audience comments, with some congratulating him while others teased him about a wedding and the end of his miserable days. The protagonist told himself he needed to check the reward first. He immediately opened the system panel to see the details. The newly obtained item, Lightning Heart, turned out to be a unique bound piece of gear with growth potential, no level requirement, and absurd stats. It increased lightning resistance by 30%, lightning strike power by 20%, and especially boosted resistance against electric shock status effects. The protagonist blurted out in disbelief, "No way, is this thing actually real?" While the audience argued over whether this was a blessing or a curse, the protagonist held the blazing crystal in his hand and firmly declared that this item had been born for the Lightning King. Looking at the glowing crystal in his palm, he inwardly marveled at how overpowered it was. When he clenched his fist, he could clearly feel a wild, violent power surging inside it. While he was still lost in thought, a sudden knock at the door rang out, cutting off every thread of contemplation. Peleus entered with a basket of fresh fruit in his hands. He greeted him cheerfully, then told him to take it and asked if he had slept well last night. The protagonist quickly put his familiar mask back on, hiding every trace of his real expression. Peleus set the fruit basket down, then shifted to the second important topic with a serious face. He spoke of an ancient legend, a time when gods and giants had madly fought over thunder in order to seize ultimate power. The protagonist asked curiously if they had fought over it. Peleus immediately continued. The knight nodded in confirmation. "That's right, but this story is basically a legend buried inside another legend." Peleus explained that humanity had been forced to borrow the power of thunder because gods and giants possessed overwhelming might far beyond that of humans. For that reason, the lightning shard was created so mankind would have a chance to face and defeat those powerful beings. Peleus looked at the protagonist with eyes full of expectation, because he was the one who had rediscovered the power once buried by time. At that very moment, the system immediately displayed a notification that left the entire audience stunned. This shock had brought the legends forgotten by mankind into the light. The protagonist officially stepped onto a new journey on Ortanen's third floor. In the packed, roaring plaza, Narukami appeared in an atmosphere boiling like the final seconds before a major action event began. A dazzling golden pillar of light erupted, tearing through space before flooding the entire area. From that blazing radiance, the protagonist stepped out with a commanding aura, instantly setting the stream audience on fire. He had finally reached floor 3, or more accurately, he had already set foot there. The young man advanced calmly to face the next trial. Seeing his masked figure from afar, a young man in knight armor clicked his tongue in bored irritation. Another hidden-faced Dutch-hen type, just looking at him was exhausting. The protagonist silently stared at the screen of the device in his hand, then decided to try a new move. A notification appeared, announcing that the next stream would be a collaboration with Hawkeye. Even though viewers kept wailing that the broadcast was too short, spamming questions about whether it was really over already, he still closed it out coldly, decisively wrapping up today's work. The system immediately confirmed that the protagonist's live stream had officially ended. He entered an upscale cafe, where brilliant chandeliers cast light across a space filled with refined luxury. He softly apologized for keeping the other person waiting. Sitting across from him now was John Teo, the powerful boss of Southern Entertainment. After taking a sip of coffee, Teo casually said Hatsuka was on her way, then explained that traveling between floors took far longer than climbing the tower through ordinary trials. With the bearing of a leader, John Teo solemnly extended his hand and introduced himself, saying it was a pleasure to meet him, and that he was John Teo from Southern Entertainment. Meanwhile, Hatsuka inside the protagonist's mind was silently cursing her boss, as one seriously talkative man. The protagonist remained polite, shook his hand and replied that his manager had mentioned him, and that it was good to finally meet. John Teo revealed that he would normally have Hatsuka convey everything, but this time he was too curious and wanted to meet in person. He added that if the ogress Hatsuka praised someone, then that person was definitely no ordinary talent. Hearing that he had been praised twice, the protagonist immediately felt confused. John Teo calmly explained that the first time was when she mentioned the legend of Blue Eye. The moment that name rang out, he froze. The sharp golden eyes behind his mask narrowed in shock, and he said in a low voice that this was a surprise. John Teo noticed that reaction and continued, saying even that harsh judge had taken notice of him, the one carrying the same name as the legend from years ago. The protagonist merely gave a faint smile and brushed it off, but right after that, he suddenly threw out an extremely blunt question. "Are you interested in a guild called Blue Eye?" he asked, staring straight at the other man as if waiting for an honest answer. His eyes shone brightly, filled with a scrutiny he could barely hide. Seeing the young man's attitude change so clearly, John Teo smirked, realizing he was not entirely indifferent to that name. Then the protagonist asked why he had suddenly brought it up. John Teo picked up an electronic device and calmly stated that this was one of the major reasons he had wanted to meet him today. John Teo slid the tablet toward him and announced that, exactly 5 days from now, this would be the grand prize of a tournament held on floor 3. Looking at the screen, the protagonist was so stunned that the words slipped out of his mouth. This is your Dao treasure, so why is it here? His eyes blazed with astonishment as he recognized the item releasing brilliant golden lightning as something incredibly familiar. At the same time, elsewhere, a device screen displayed the notification that the protagonist's broadcast had ended. Live, Asagiri quietly looked at the words and let out a soft sigh. It is over. I wonder if the other side is finished too. She slowly walked through the silent night of the deep forest. The soft scrape of footsteps over dry grass rang out, breaking the stillness of the ancient woods. Siegel approached his companion and asked whether it was over. The man with long silver hair tilted his head slightly, his distant gaze answering that it had ended long ago. Just from this aura alone, anyone could tell he was absolutely a top-tier character. Asagiri pressed him curiously, asking what he had been doing just now. He answered coldly and briefly, saying he was considering something. In his mind appeared the scene of soldiers being frozen solid, then completely crushed by a terrifying force. The silver-haired man had once hesitated between two choices, slaughtering every last one of them or leaving them a path to survive. In the end, he still ordered in an icy voice to kill them, since they already knew who had sent them. Watching his back as he walked away, Asagiri only heard one mysterious murmur, that he still could not be certain, and that was why he had to think it over. The silver-haired man judged inwardly that if Ka Cheng-yi truly was the one behind this, he would never send small fry like these. Yet Asagiri sighed with worry. She believed that even if they let them go, trouble would still come, especially since their location could be exposed by these people. In that instant, Asagiri decisively made her move, summoning blades. The cold, sharp points under her control instantly shot forward like mystic artifacts in an immortal cultivation world. One agile sword strike after another came crashing down at dizzying speed. They pierced straight through the bodies of the frozen enemies, leaving them no chance to resist. Witnessing his companion's unexpectedly ruthless attack, the silver-haired man shouted in panic, Hey, why are you slicing them up so fast, girl? We had not even interrogated them yet, but everything was already too late. The entire enemy legion had been cut down by those razor-sharp armored blades. Torn into pieces, they vanished completely into the night. He shouted in shock, what exactly are you doing? Facing his question, Asagiri kept her gaze ice-cold and stated that whether Ka Cheng-yi had sent them or not, if they were released, they would know the two of them were still alive. She bluntly pointed out that his hesitation was a fatal weakness, then demanded that he become even more ruthless if he wanted to survive this game. Faced with a question sharp enough to cut, the man could only lower his head and admit he was wrong. You're right, I'm sorry. He quietly took out a handheld device, pushed it straight toward her, and said in a low voice, take a look at this. The moment Asagiri saw the screen, she froze on the spot. What the hell is this? Her eyes filled with bloodshot fury and killing intent surged. She ground her teeth and spat out a curse loaded with hatred, her whole body trembling as her rage exploded. The man spoke softly, his tone half probing and half striking the match. Pretty pissed, aren't you? She screamed as if she wanted to rip the air apart, because the item being listed for sale on the screen was none other than Sue's shoes. If they mishandled this play, somebody was getting erased fast. Staring at the device in his hand, the silver-haired man coldly warned that this stank of a trap, and the enemy had clearly sniffed out that the two of them were still alive. Her gaze instantly darkened, cold enough to slice the night in half. The silver-haired man stated that they could not just stand by and watch those relics get used as bait. No matter what, they had to take every last item back. He admitted he was not suited for stealth action in the dark, but she was different. This was her home field. Singer turned and walked away without hesitation, her aura saying the deal was already sealed. No need to remind me. Even if you said nothing, I was going to move on my own. The silver-haired man immediately hurried to pull her back, gripping her hand as if afraid she would charge straight into a death dungeon. Wait. He warned her in a stern voice that she absolutely could not act rashly, and she definitely could not rush into a trap just because of a burst of anger. His plan, however, was brutally practical and razor-sharp. Don't go full berserker, just wait until they fight each other to exhaustion, then we sweep in and loot the place. At the cafe, John Teo pushed a tablet toward Narukami and introduced Teleria, a rare relic that had once belonged to a member of Blue Eye. He made it clear that this was the prize the Blue District had put up for this tournament, all to draw the full attention of the hunter world. When asked if he was interested, the eyes behind the mask suddenly glowed with a mysterious gold. The main character answered briefly, but with the weight of a declaration of war. Yes, very. That intensity made John Teo pause for a moment. Clearly, he had not expected the young man to get pulled in this deeply. He stressed that the entire upcoming plan depended on his decision. When asked about the plan again, John Teo analyzed that if they they broadcast under that name, a continuous hunt for the blue eye relics would definitely become explosive content. It sounded like they were getting ready to farm views, but on closer look, it felt more like laying the groundwork for a spectacular self-destruct. The instant he heard that, a dangerous flash of anger sparked in his eyes. He clenched his teeth, hatred rising from the bottom of his heart. You dare use that person's relic as a publicity stunt? Streams of blazing golden lightning began crawling around his tightened fist. Sensing the abnormal killing intent radiating from the other party, John Teo immediately asked with concern if something was wrong, or if anything was bothering him. The young man forced his fury down, then replied coldly as if locking in a system mission. Let's do it. John Teo's delight showed plainly on his face, and he could barely hide his excitement at that valuable nod. Really? That's fantastic. He immediately stood up and excused himself, saying he needed to leave first and prepare for the tournament that was about to begin. John Teo cheerfully saw his guest off, still saying he looked forward to working together, and would always support him from behind the screen, while his hands were probably already counting sponsorship money in secret. Walking through the darkness, the young man's eyes shone like blades. In his heart, he swore he would never let anyone else lay a hand on it. That night, he collapsed onto the bed, his pensive gaze fixed on empty space as if he were calculating a life-or-death action match. He wondered what format this tournament would use. In the silent darkness, he secretly hoped the setup would favor him. Solo fights would be best, because teaming up would only mean having to carry extra dead weight. But then he let out a quiet sigh, and reality quickly dragged him back to earth. In my current position, how could I possibly have the right to be picky? Just then, an unexpected knock sounded at the door, cutting through his heavy thoughts. After a moment of silence, Hatsuka's timid voice came from outside. Behind the door, she spoke softly. It's Hatsuka. Hearing that, he immediately sat up. His gaze swept over the black and gold mask sitting on the table. After a brief moment of thought, he put it on before stepping over to open the door. Seeing the person in front of her, Hatsuka, dressed in a seductive red dress, suddenly became visibly flustered. Her face flushed with embarrassment, and she only managed to let out an awkward sound, while secretly marveling that he even wore a mask inside his private room. Paying little attention to her confusion, he simply leaned aside with a cold expression and invited her in. Come in. Hatsuka jolted, then stammered as she asked if he meant she should step inside. Seeing her freeze in panic, he calmly offered another option. If you prefer, we can talk in the hallway too. I don't mind. Hatsuka quickly waved her hands in denial. No, then I'm sorry for dropping by so suddenly. With that, she entered the room, unable to hide her shyness. The two fell into silence, and the private atmosphere only made Hatsuka more flustered. In the quiet rented room, he sat on the bed, facing the female manager. Looking around the bare room, he silently observed every bashful expression appearing on her face. He quickly realized that the flow of mana radiating from Hatsuka was far deeper and harder to read than her appearance suggested. He told himself that she clearly was not the kind of person who should only stand behind the scenes as a simple manager. If a manager like this stepped into the arena, she would probably be a hidden boss, no joke. Seeing Hatsuka stay flustered for so long, he asked if something was wrong, or if there was something on his face. She blushed and asked him back, but he only replied calmly that it was because she still would not speak. I heard you have reference materials related to this tournament. As if snapping back to herself, Hatsuka quickly apologized, took out a stack of documents, and explained that the upcoming tournament would use a battle royale format. She explains that this is an extremely simple system, where every player has to charge into battle and fight to the bitter end. The sole objective of this chaotic melee is to claim the one-of-a-kind reward, the Teleria boots. Watching the chaotic battlefield scenes unfold before his eyes, Narukami instantly realizes this is basically a solo survival tournament. Hatsuka nods in confirmation. Since there is only one prize, the outcome is naturally survival of the strongest. The arena is set inside a virtual trial zone, and the entry requirements are simple. Be a floor 3 player, pay a 1,000 reputation point registration fee, and face no limit on the number of contestants. Hatsuka quickly transfers all the related data into the protagonist's activator. Thanks to that, he gets a rough grasp of the situation before stepping into the challenge. But the moment the screen lights up, the young man freezes on the spot, because everything on it, from the undefeated melee route to the secret of becoming a complete version, is written about his own past. He holds back his shock, then calmly says he wants to see whether this junior got any of it right. Hatsuka cheerfully says that is her job, but right after that, she hesitantly asks whether he has received any news from the leader. The protagonist blankly asks what news she means. Hatsuka hesitates, then reveals something that instantly changes the mood. In truth, the company has just received a message from the Blue District. The instant that name rings out, an icy wave of killing intent erupts from him, making the space around him feel as if it has frozen solid. The protagonist's eyes twitch sharply. The gaze behind his mask suddenly blazes with terrifying rage. The image of the traitor, Kyojo Kazuki Eisuki, memory instantly flashes through his mind, cold and sharp like an old knife wound. It is a wound that has never truly closed. He lowers his voice and asks again, full of suspicion, whether she really said that message came from the Blue District. Hatsuka explains that those people want to meet him once, but because they cannot contact him directly, they send an email through the company. The protagonist is secretly shaken, never expecting them to make a move this early. Hatsuka worriedly guesses that those rich elites might be planning to use money and pressure to steal him away from her, but he coldly cuts her off and tells her to ignore it. His decisiveness makes Hatsuka cry out in panic. Wait, you really want to ignore it? The protagonist states firmly that he has no intention of joining the Blue District, and the same goes for every other guild. Hearing that decisive answer, Hatsuka is so happy that she jumps in place and cheers with excitement. She lets out a breath of relief, admitting that she had been torn for a long time over whether to tell him, but luckily, she chose to be honest in the end. Before leaving, Hatsuka also reminds him to get as much rest as he can before the upcoming collaboration. Watching his manager skip down the hallway while humming, the protagonist quietly mutters that his manager might be a little more hyperactive than necessary. He slowly removes the mask, revealing a face with sharp golden eyes, deep in thought. In his heart, he cannot help admiring the almost extraordinary dedication that an ordinary employee like Hatsuka shows toward her job. Behind the door, she is still quietly celebrating with blazing determination. Right after that, the scene shifts to a massive arena, majestic and overflowing with energy. At the center of the overwhelmingly vast arena, two small figures stand facing each other. John Teo and Hawkeye review the entire plan for the live stream. John Teo looks at the screen and asks, "So today's project is a talent comparison test between the old version and the new version, right?" He smiles meaningfully and says it sounds pretty interesting. However, John Teo also reminds Hawkeye that directly challenging his own statement is an extremely risky direction, and if he fails, his reputation will take a brutal hit. Hawkeye calmly replies that he is ready to accept that, because once the results appear, he has to accept everything if he wants to earn the audience's trust. Hawkeye's eyes shine with confidence as he wonders whether he has ever lost a match before. But brag too early, and a beating usually comes right after. Faced with that arrogance, John Teo can only blurt out that he is far too confident. Either way, everything ultimately depends on the main guest. Hawkeye chuckles and says that is probably true. Just then, Hatsuka, wearing a seductive red dress, leads the protagonist into the arena. The moment she sees her boss, she excitedly calls out, "Leader." John Teo nods in satisfaction and praises her for doing well today, while Hatsuka quickly turns to greet Hawkeye too. Hawkeye looks at him and secretly thinks this is his chance to become a true star, soaring straight into the sky. He steps closer and starts a friendly conversation, saying they finally get to meet. "This place is huge. Did you rent out an entire arena just for this?" Hawkeye takes the initiative and extends his hand, bowing slightly as he introduces himself as Shimmer Hawkeye. The protagonist politely shakes his hand in return and says he is glad to work with him. Immediately, Hawkeye shows the excitement of a full-blown hardcore fan, exclaiming that this feels just like meeting his idol in real life. He says meeting today's main character has him incredibly moved, and even insists that he is a fan, a total diehard fan. Seeing the two of them keep getting acquainted, John Teo speaks up to hurry them along. He says, "Alright, save that social routine for after the stream starts." That is how streamers get to know each other. And at that very moment, the system announces that Hawkeye has officially started the live stream. As soon as the live stream opens, Hawkeye excitedly greets the audience. The viewer count skyrockets, quickly hitting 12,000 in an instant, surprising even the protagonist with the heat behind this collaboration. As the number keeps jumping, Hawkeye declares to the camera that today is the moment everyone has been waiting for, and he has invited that person here. In front of more than 14,000 viewers, the main guest gives everyone a slight greeting. Immediately, the chat explodes with countless curious questions about the real face behind the mask. Hawkeye admits that even he and the guest's manager have never seen his true face, then turns and jokingly asks whether he wears the mask because he is too handsome or because he is hiding from debt collectors. Facing the audience's guesses about a shady past or an ugly appearance, he calmly denies them. Then the protagonist confidently adds that he is actually very handsome, making the viewer count surge again as donations flood in, challenging him to reveal his face. Hawkeye is secretly stunned by the influence far beyond his expectations, while also realizing that this guest's ability to adapt on camera is much better than he imagined. The protagonist confidently declares that he will not lose to anyone in this friendly exchange, while also revealing that he currently has no girlfriend and barely has any friends either. Through the screen, Hatsuka blushes with excitement as she watches the stage banter, while John Teo has to remind everyone to stop teasing the important guest and return to the professional segment. Hawkeye quickly takes control of the pace, saying that is enough small talk, and now it is time to see just how strong this classic version really is. The challenge officially begins beneath the dazzling stage lights. The protagonist silently walks step by step toward the very center of the arena. In his heart, he wonders what the real reason was for choosing this brutally difficult challenge in the first place. A legion of combat robots with blood-red eyes suddenly poured out, tightening their encirclement around Narukami from all four sides. He began explaining that he had chosen this location for two extremely clear reasons. The first reason was that this place was the perfect environment to accurately test his control over his power. The lead stood alone amid a swarm of metal enemies, all gripping weapons as if ready to launch a massive sweep. The second reason was that he wanted to prove right here and now that what he had just declared was not empty talk. A legendary leaderboard suddenly appeared on the giant screen. This young man's name sat proudly in first place with 43 points, surpassing even infamous experts like Kyojo, Kazuki Isuki, and Asagiri, under the audience's doubtful stares as they wondered whether that unprecedented record could truly be broken. The lead simply warmed up and stated coldly, "If I had not been confident from the start, I never would have accepted this offer." The combat robot army immediately activated attack mode. Their blazing red eyes radiated an icy killing intent. Hawkeye flashed an excited grin, then shouted, "The money counter, wait, I mean the kill counter is running now. Let's go, baby." He decisively pressed the start button on the timer device in his hand. The giant screen instantly displayed a 3-minute countdown, while the kill count began at 0. Without wasting even a single second, the lead charged straight into the robot encirclement as they swung blades, swords, and weapons packed with murderous intent. Streaks of brilliant golden lightning began dancing around his mask, while the system coldly announced the activation of Thunderbolt. He moved like a bolt of lightning tearing across space, triggering earth-shaking explosions the moment he collided with his enemies. This young man slipped through a barrage of icy sword strikes from the robots. Then he suddenly closed in, his hand clamping tightly around the head of a combat robot. A savage surge of electricity erupted, crushing its electronic brain in an instant. The system confirmed that the first kill belonged to him. With a single blow, the lead left every viewer speechless, and some even realized he still had not drawn his demon sword. Watching golden lightning rip through the darkness, Hawkeye grew so excited he could hardly believe he was seeing real thunder and lightning with his own eyes. Immediately after that, the lead tightened his grip on the demon sword's hilt. One terrifying dash instantly tore the enemy formation apart. With 2 minutes and 39 seconds left on the clock, his speed was so absurd that the audience believed, in theory, the lead could absolutely reach 70 kills, even though the trial ahead would only grow harsher. The red-eyed robots were continuously crushed beneath his feet. Amid the devastated wreckage, this young man stood towering like a god of war. Then he shot forward again, unleashing hand strikes so fast they were almost suffocating. When the timer dropped to 2 minutes and 3 seconds, the lead was still charging in every direction, turning the arena into a stage of thunder and destruction. At this pace, reaching 70 kills was practically becoming a minor matter. Suddenly, he launched himself into the air, recreating a legendary scene that made the entire arena feel like it was about to explode. He spun his body, poured all his strength into the demon sword, and brought down a pitch-black thunder strike onto the ground. The shockwave swept away every obstacle in sight. The system recorded that with 1 minute and 22 seconds remaining, the kill count had reached 26. The lead's punches and slashes were so powerful that the robots shattered into pieces. From a distance, John Teo Hatsuka and Hawkeye watched this impossible performance in stunned silence. The audience began offering condolences to anyone who had bet against him, because the possibility of breaking the record was now clearer than ever. Hawkeye's eyes shone with emotion as he witnessed the essence of a legend slowly rising again. When only 13 seconds remained, the lead's kill count had rocketed to 41 at terrifying speed. He kept sweeping through the robot horde at a horrifying pace. When the clock showed only 1 minute and 22 seconds remaining, the system recorded that he had taken down 42 targets. The countdown rushed toward its final moments, dropping to 5 seconds, then 3 seconds. A robot wielding a greatsword charged in, trying to deliver the finishing blow right in front of him. At the second-to-last moment, the lead shifted with stunning finesse, cleanly dodging the enemy's fatal downward strike. That razor-close evasion pushed the clock almost to the final second. A lethal slash was unleashed, tearing through the thick steel armor. When the timer hit 0, the number 42 flashed brightly, then changed to 43. The system announced that the challenge had officially ended. The total kill count was 43. The record was updated as he stood tall amid the scrap metal. On the leaderboard, this young man's name now sat proudly in first place, officially tying the legendary record from years ago. The live viewership exploded past 38,000 people. The lead panted heavily, sweat running down his face after a performance that pushed him beyond his limits. The atmosphere erupted with admiration. 43 kills, an achievement so insane it was almost impossible to believe. Hawkeye rushed over in a panic, unable to hide his shock. 43 kills. He thought to himself he really tied the record. Hawkeye roared excitedly into the camera. "This match is a tie, damn it. That was way too close. Did you all see that?" The viewer count kept skyrocketing, and everyone felt chills at this historic moment. A rain of reputation points from the fans kept pouring down. The lead replied softly, "Thanks for the 100 reputation points, trembling bottle." Right after that, a familiar name appeared again, making him sigh with sarcasm. "Thanks for the money, sure, but your feng shui name is awful, bro. Change it fast." While the chat went wild asking whether this was really Narukami's livestream, he calmly denied it. "No, it isn't." But at that exact moment, a shocking notification popped up. "Reinhardt has gifted you 10,000 reputation points." Hawkeye froze, sweat pouring down as the legendary name Reinhardt appeared clearly on the screen. The chat instantly exploded, and everyone rushed to check the profile, only to realize in shock that the famed one-slash-swordsman was truly there. The main character gave a small nod and thanked the special guest for both of them. "Reinhardt, thanks for the 10,000 reputation points." Beside him, Hawkeye clutched his head and stammered in pure excitement, unable to believe a top-tier ranker like the one-slash-swordsman was personally watching this stream. The image of Reinhardt, the legendary master sitting with regal authority on a throne amid countless swords, appeared like a symbol of the overwhelming class of someone standing at the peak of martial arts. Right after that, another message from Reinhardt appeared on the screen. "I'm a quiet fan of yours, kid. Your fights are seriously addictive." While Hawkeye was still floating from the honor, the main character narrowed his eyes slightly beneath the mask, and countless calculations immediately rose in his mind. He quietly grew suspicious, wondering why that guy was watching this stream. Could he already know that he had made a move against Isaac? Suddenly, Reinhardt dropped another earth-shaking invitation right on the live broadcast. "Will you work with me?" An offer from a top ranker made the entire arena seem to freeze. The main character silently weighed his options, while Hawkeye held his breath, waiting for his partner's reaction. Below the stands, Hatsuka and Jontio were stunned speechless by this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Meanwhile, the chat erupted with excited comments about how explosively the main character's fame had leveled up. Yet in front of tens of thousands of expectant viewers, the main character calmly gave an answer that left everyone frozen. "I'm busy climbing the tower, so save this networking stuff for later. I don't have time." That decision was like a bucket of ice water dumped straight over Hawkeye, making his eyes bulge in shock. Luca and Jontio, standing behind him, were also left gaping, sweat streaming down as they struggled to believe the main character had dared refuse such a prestigious invitation. Ignoring the chaos among the audience, the main character turned to him warily and asked for help. "Sorry, I used too much energy. Hawkeye, can you handle the closing for me?" Hawkeye could only stammer. Wait, what? What?" While the main character had already turned away decisively, Hawkeye panicked and called after him. "No, wait!" Jontio and Hatsuka hurried after him. The department head could not hide his regret as he blurted out, "Why would you turn him down? That was a massive chance to boost your streamer career." Hatsuka also nodded in agreement, admitting she was still seriously shocked. The main character stopped and calmly asked back, "It's just a little fame. Why are you all so worked up?" Jontio explained in a cold sweat that collaborating with a high-ranking ranker almost never happened, and what it brought was enormous fame. The main character glanced back slightly, his sharp golden pupils revealing clear pride. "Oh, is that all? If becoming a ranker matters that much, then I'll climb to that position myself." Hawkeye stepped closer and shouted excitedly. "Just as expected, that performance was insane. Once the revenue comes in, I'll send you your share right away." But right after that, his voice suddenly dropped, and his expression turned serious. "By the way, now that the stream is over, can I ask you something?" Hawkeye stared straight at the main character and said, "You hid your skills pretty well, but these hawk eyes of mine saw right through it." That question briefly surprised the main character. He thought to himself, "So Hawkeye noticed too? I thought I had concealed it fairly well, but it looks like the nickname Hawkeye really isn't just for show." The main character answered calmly, "Whether I won or lost, that would only bring me more trouble." Hawkeye smirked and explained, "Trouble for you? The focus of the stream was whether I could surpass you or not. That exact point is what shows growth. If I had won today, sure, I would have gotten a temporary boost, but the hype around this duel would have dropped fast, and if I lost, people would only say that I still wasn't strong enough to fight the real body anyway." Looking up at the ranking board, where both names were tied for first place with 43 points, Hawkeye continued, "So in this test, I needed a result that let both characters keep equal standing. That's why it had to be a draw. It was the only optimal choice." Seeing that level of calculation, Jontio asked in shock, "So that means if you wanted to, you could have surpassed him?" The main character stayed silent for a brief moment. Then he coldly let one sentence fall. "Who knows?" Passing by everyone, he added, "We can't change the result now. Everything depends on how the viewers interpret it." The main character slowly walked down the stairs, leaving the three of them standing frozen behind him. him. Behind him, the group quietly watched his mysterious back gradually disappear from sight. A sudden burst of rage erupted, and the tabletop shattered under a punch as heavy as 1,000 pounds. This time, the main character had truly provoked the wrong high-grade monster. Inside a luxurious room, Golden Lion Guildmaster Reinhardt, the powerful holder of rank 121, gnashed his teeth in fury. Insolent brat. On the floor, the tablet was still lit, displaying the notification that Hawkeye's broadcast had ended. Seeing the room thrown into chaos, an attendant rushed in with panic, his entire body trembling. He bowed his head and asked, "Lord Reinhardt, has something happened?" Reinhardt's eyes were bloodshot and filled with killing intent as he mentioned the main character. Through clenched teeth, he declared, "That brat actually dared reject my offer." The subordinate could only lower his head and play along, saying that such an act was outrageously arrogant, daring to refuse someone like Lord Reinhardt. The Golden Lion Guildmaster roared, his voice packed with resentment. He had originally planned to crush the main character in front of the public and snuff out those annoying rumors, but now every plan had gone down the drain. He declared that he did not regret the reputation points he had spent. What enraged him most was that some nameless guard had dared touch his pride. The subordinate shakily picked up the tablet and handed it back. "Here is your device, sir." Reinhardt coldly asked about the task he had assigned earlier. The attendant hurriedly reported that they were still searching with all their strength. Isaac, but the attendant also quietly mentioned that it was not unheard of for a young master his age to disappear for a few days. That was a self-inflicted slap straight into the dirt. In an instant, blazing red spiritual power erupted from Reinhardt's hand. He squeezed the device in a fit of extreme rage. Reinhardt grabbed the subordinate by the collar and lifted him into the air amid strangled, painful groans. His face twisted with fury, and his voice dropped into an icy growl. "Are you trying to insult me too, subordinate?" The poor attendant could only stammer, struggling to open his mouth and beg. But before his plea could escape, he was blasted away by a terrifying surge of power. The impact was so brutal that it cracked the solid stone wall behind him wide open. Reinhardt slowly advanced, each heavy step like death closing in on its prey. His entire body radiated pitch-black killing intent, making the air feel thick and suffocating. "Here, I am the law. No arguing, no prying. Is that clear?" He looked down at the trembling man beneath his feet and coldly asked, "Since when did you start questioning my orders?" Terrified by the guildmaster's wrath, the subordinate immediately. The man dropped to his knees as if facing a demon, his forehead pressed hopelessly against the ground. Trembling, he begged for his life and swore he would resume the search at once. At the same time, somewhere else, white petals drifted silently through the quiet night. Hatsuka reached for the device, ringing nonstop with a call from her overly chatty department chief. Hatsuka let out a tired breath, answered the call, and replied in a sluggish voice, "Yes, hello." From the other end came a forced good evening, as if he had been waiting there just to begin his usual lecture. The next instant, Jontio's shout exploded through the device. He was annoyed by her lifeless attitude, and even demanded she sound at least as excited as when she talked to the main character. Hatsuka could only think in exasperation, here we go again. After her superior rambled on about the trust they had built over so many years, she held herself back from sighing out loud. She cut him off firmly and asked straight out whether he was calling about the proposal to cooperate with Reinhardt. Only then did Jontio admit it, saying they absolutely could not miss such a massive opportunity. Hatsuka kept the phone to her ear, quietly listening as the department chief continued grumbling without end. She frowned concern and asked, "But what can we actually do?" Jontio casually flipped an egg in the pan while urging her to use her charm, or whatever method worked, as long as it made that young man earn money for them. He judged that the boy seemed more interested in climbing the tower than cooperating, and for a true player, that mindset was not wrong. Seeing Hatsuka fall silent, Jontio teased that she only got fired up when arguing with him. Not wanting to bicker any longer, she coldly declared, "I am hanging up now," then immediately cut the connection while her boss was still calling after her. Standing in front of Narukami's room, Hatsuka gave a soft sigh. No matter how tough she sounded, she knew this was truly a major opportunity for him, so she told herself she should probably try one more time. She gathered all her courage, raised her hand to knock, and called out softly. Right after that, the door slowly opened. The main character appeared before her and unexpectedly called her name, Uika. Hatsuka froze, only managing to let out a flustered sound. Seeing that he still wore the black and gold mask even inside his own room, she hesitantly asked whether he always kept the mask on like that. He calmly stepped outside and replied that, for now, yes, because this appearance made him feel more comfortable. The main character slipped through the doorway and asked in return whether she was curious about his real face too. Hatsuka immediately denied it in a panic, then explained that the mask made viewers think of that legend, even though he was obviously the one carrying that title. Hatsuka said thoughtfully that one day, he might still have to reveal his true face. The main character stayed silent for a few seconds, then suddenly asked why everyone was so obsessed with that image. Hatsuka smiled, placed a finger against her chin and thought, and said she could think of a few reasons. For example, he was an earthling with low stats, yet his mere existence made everything cooler. Her gaze deepened with reverence as she said he was the lifeline of this entire tower. The main character tilted his head slightly, unable to hide his confusion as he asked what she meant by that. Hatsuka looked into the distance, her voice sinking as she said he might not know this, but when she first set foot in the tower, there was almost nothing there. Memories of those early days in a dusty, ruined wasteland surfaced in her mind, where a lonely young girl stood amid rubble and despair. Monsters roamed everywhere, food supplies slowly ran out, and there was almost no way to earn money, making the word stability a luxury illusion. Back then, the only path to survival was to keep climbing to higher floors of the tower, because only by clearing floors could players get a chance to change their lives. Through tower climbing, they finally earned reputation points to settle down and build a life. Bit by bit, people began to believe this brutal world could still become a place where they belonged. In the darkness of despair, the greatest players appeared, like the first flames rekindling hope for everyone. They proved that conquering the tower was not some empty legend, but a real goal, enough for humanity to hold its ground in this other world. And the one standing at the very top, leading all of them, was that legend. His achievement was not just climbing the tower, but being the first to prove that the summit could truly be conquered. Hearing this, the main character quietly asked whether she really thought that too. Hatsuka looked at him with a meaningful gaze and said that was a secret, just like the true face hidden behind that mask. She smiled softly, a little embarrassed, and promised that maybe one day she would tell him. Realizing he had asked too many intense questions and made Hatsuka flustered, the main character quickly opened the door wider and invited her inside, so they could continue talking. But Hatsuka immediately panicked and waved her hands in refusal. She stammered that it was nothing important, then turned and ran off, leaving only a quick night behind. The main character stood still, silently watching the manager's back disappear beyond the door. Walking alone down the hallway, Hatsuka held her flushed face. He had casually invited her into his room, while her heart had nearly leaped right out of her chest. Hope, huh? The main character murmured Hatsuka's words to himself, his eyes sinking into thought. Right after that, he started a new live stream. The heat from the previous collaboration had pushed the live viewer count past 700. The main character repeatedly thanked loyal fans like Narukami Love and Mission Villa Inn for their extremely generous donations. However, his attention was quickly pulled toward the pressure-filled chat messages from the Golden Lion Guild, constantly questioning why he still had not agreed to cooperate with Reinhardt. At the same time, a mysterious meeting invitation from the G-Rezo Guild also appeared. The collaboration with Hawkeye had indeed become a crazy hit, sending views and donation money pouring into the main character's account. He gradually realized the rule of this system was simple: give the audience what they wanted to see, and they would gladly pay reputation points. Just then, the Floor 3 challenge initialization notice appeared, requiring him to choose one of two factions, the Ottoman Kingdom or the Conrad Kingdom. Although most viewers leaned toward Ottoman, the main character understood that choosing a faction would change nearly every mission on this floor. Viewers only liked the wealthy side, but the two kingdoms were locked in hatred as deep as the sea, so his side would decide his future path. Then he shocked everyone by choosing Conrad, a risky choice only about 3% of players dared to try, because it was the land of mercenaries and rebel troops. The main character stepped into a tavern deep inside Conrad territory. Inside the roadie tavern were the heavy stink of alcohol, crude laughter, and the chaos of mercenaries drinking themselves senseless. The moment he walked in, his striking appearance immediately drew the eyes of several dangerous men. He quickly caught the attention of a rough-faced mercenary, whose savage grin stretched across his lips. The man licked his lips in delight, thinking a juicy prey had arrived. So let Big Brother teach you how to survive while leveling. The huge man lumbered closer, his body like a wall blocking the path. He deliberately slammed his shoulder hard into the main character to show off his strength, as if trying to crush the newcomer's spirit immediately. But instead of being knocked away like other weak players, the result was the complete opposite. The main character stood as firm as bedrock, not moving even a single step. The sight made the mercenary freeze, forcing him to turn back and look at his opponent with shock-filled eyes. He was stunned to realize the man before him was as solid as a boulder. A chill flashed through his heart as he understood the other party was far stronger than he had expected. But to save face in front of the mercenaries, he could not easily back down. Narukami had barely stepped in front of the crowd when that guy put on a dramatic act, stretched his neck, and barked, "How the hell do you walk? Where are your eyes?" The main character turned back coldly, and the eyes behind his mask flashed like thunder as he shot back in a razor-sharp voice. "The one with the problem is you. You deliberately bumped into us." Stung in his pride, the mercenary instantly grabbed the boy by the collar and growled through clenched teeth, "You worthless E-rank trash. What gives you the right to talk back to a B rank?" The whole tavern started whispering, and everyone recognized that this vulture bastard was bullying rookies again, just like always. Even under that vicious pressure, he stayed unnervingly calm, thinking only one thing: I need a punching bag anyway. Since it walked right up to me, I'll take it. The next instant, a brilliant surge of golden lightning coiled up and wrapped around this young man's legs, like a thunder element awakening. Before the mercenary could even make sense of what was happening, a kick sliced through the air and slammed toward him with terrifying force. Thunderous power crashed straight into his chin, launching the massive body clean into the air. The hulking man flew off, smashed hard into the floor, and passed out on the spot, losing every ounce of his B-rank swagger. The tavern crowd froze solid, stunned and wondering whether they had just seen a strike or a real bolt of lightning flash before their eyes. A middle-aged man with a neatly trimmed mustache silently watched the whole scene with a calculating gaze. While the others still tried to believe the B-rank had only fallen because he slipped up, the atmosphere had already begun to shift. Vulture's crew flew into a rage, instantly surrounding the main character and roaring threats. "You bastard, I'll rip that mask off your face and tear your flesh apart too. This place will be your grave today." A cold light flashed in his eyes, and the sight of him standing amid the defeated men groaning on the floor made him look like an awakened hidden boss. Seeing that overwhelming power, the mercenary could only cry out in panic, "Mom, save me! He's not human, he's a monster!" At that moment, the elegant middle-aged man walked over slowly and said, "Young man, you're strong. I'm Jamin, an appraiser." He looked at the boy with clear admiration and continued, "Young man, your skill set is far from ordinary." Noticing how unfamiliar the young man in front of him was, the appraiser asked with curiosity, "I've never seen you around this area. Have you completed any quests yet?" The main character paused to think, because he knew an E-rank mercenary could only take on menial jobs, and the rewards were barely worth mentioning. At the same time, the livestream chat exploded with mocking comments, insulting him for wasting time and abusing the fame he got from beating a B rank. Under the rules of the Floor 3 gate, players had to complete countless mercenary jobs to earn 10,000 points, but E-rank work paid at most 50 points each time, leaving plenty of people stuck for years. Grinding like this, when would anyone ever get out? The main character's eyes hardened at once, and he made up his mind. He had to take a shortcut. He understood that he could not afford to level up at a leisurely pace in this situation, and he absolutely could not waste any more time. The appraiser looked a little surprised by that plan. A shortcut. Now that I think about it, the man narrowed his eyes and asked, "Are you a player? They usually don't show up around here." "Even if that is true, I still can't give you special treatment. Everything has to follow procedure." The main character kept pressing him for a way to cut through that tedious process, and the appraiser's headache was starting to become real. Jamin had no choice but to ask, "Why should I go out of my way for players who will just leave this place in the end?" Faced with that refusal, he stated flatly, "There is only one way to clear Floor 3 immediately, and I can make your dream come true." When the man asked in shock what he meant, the main character coldly named the target, Thunder Cave. Then he looked straight at the appraiser and said, "I'll turn it into Conrad's property." Jamin was so shocked he stammered, asking whether he truly intended to conquer that place, since only A-rank mercenaries were qualified to even approach it. Sweat broke out across his forehead as he stressed that the real problem was far worse than that. The main character stared straight at him, and the eyes behind his mask glowed with mysterious light. He knew Thunder Cave was not just a dungeon, but a battlefield of honor between the kingdoms of Osman and Conrad, a zone widely regarded as impossible to handle. This was Floor 3's special dungeon, and in all of history no player, mercenary, or knight had ever succeeded in clearing it. On the map, that cave stretched across a gigantic mountain range, like a gate sealed shut by nature itself. That treacherous mountain range had become an impassable wall, and at the same time, it was something both nations desperately wanted to seize. To put it bluntly, this was the ultimate pain-in-the-ass location. If Conrad conquered Thunder Cave, it would open a direct mountain route, blocking invasions, allowing lightning-fast reinforcements in wartime. He made his proposal bluntly. "If you give me an A-rank certificate, I'll clear that dungeon. I promise I won't abuse it." This was borrowing a tiger's prestige to hunt another tiger, except this tiger was a deadly dungeon. Jamin fell into deep thought and lifted a hand to his chin, clearly weighing this proposal that was so bold it bordered on insane. The main character thought that if he got rejected, he would have no choice but to defeat the appraiser to reach his goal. The livestream viewers immediately panicked for Jamin, spamming comments and telling him to run while he still could. After some hesitation, the man finally decided, "Fine, I'll write you a recommendation letter so you can join the raid." He explained that raid teams were always shorthanded, and the next expedition would depart in 5 days. After that, he told the boy to wait there while he went to get the recommendation letter immediately. Just then, a flood of new quests from the viewers appeared, bringing the total value to 35,000 credits for the objective of solo clearing Thunder Cave. If he could grab this dungeon, the main character's life would change on the spot. Suddenly, he realized that 5 days from now was also the critical turning point. That was when the third gate would close, and he could not help wondering whether Lan Ku had arranged arranged all of this on purpose. Jamin returned with the letter in hand, but his eyes still could not hide the suspicion he felt toward the young man before him. The appraiser said in a heavy voice that when he was young, he had once challenged Thunder Cave himself, and the price was losing half his team that very day. The main character took the letter and calmly told him, "That won't happen this time." Jamin still did not understand, so he asked, "Then why do you need the recommendation letter?" The young man looked straight at him, and his eyes behind the mask flashed with arrogant confidence. "Because I'm going in alone." That insane declaration sent the chat into chaos, with countless comments doubting that a rookie would dare charge solo into a death zone like that. Someone immediately screamed in chat, "Are you trying to kill yourself? 20 people died in there. What, you think you're Superman or something?" Another comment pointed out that Conrad was already far more short-handed than Osman, so just managing their own lineup was a huge problem. Getting 20 people together was the real gate. Jamin broke out in a cold sweat, sighed, and admitted the situation was hopeless, privately guessing that this young man must already have teammates lined up. But every one of his assumptions was instantly crushed when the boy said coldly, "I don't have any teammates, at least not right now." Watching that confident exchange on the device screen, Asagiri smiled faintly and said with clear interest, "Now that's impressive." Narukami entered the sight of the girl hanging from the sheer cliff, making her eyes blaze with excitement as she followed every move of the masked man. Asagiri wondered to herself, is he really planning to handle that monster alone? Looking at the screen, she suddenly realized this young man's aura was exactly like that person from years ago, a coincidence that made her heart ache. He was far too much like the original, if only this were not a livestream. On the livestream, faced with a flood of questions asking why he would not try the other trials, he coldly replied that he had no interest at all. Then he adjusted his mask and abruptly announced he was stopping here. He had earned enough money, and streaming any longer would only wear him out. The view count, already climbing past 4,000, instantly stalled as the young man calmly said goodbye. "Thanks for watching, everyone." The screen went dark in a flash, and the notice that the broadcast had ended appeared, making Asagiri freeze before shouting in regret. "Huh? No way." She fumed because her only entertainment while waiting to reach the third floor had vanished. But only a few seconds later, Asagiri burst into delighted laughter, her eyes shining with both anger and nostalgia. "He really does remind me of that person." Asagiri stared thoughtfully into empty space, realizing that he had an unusually distinct personality. He always chose his own path, no matter what anyone said, as if the original himself were truly standing in front of the livestream camera. Her device gave a faint vibration, and Asagiri immediately made her decision. Alright, she tightened her grip on the cliff face. A mischievous glint flashed in her eyes as she thought about the upcoming tournament. "Trying to run, are you? Let's see where he can possibly escape from me." Asagiri launched herself straight toward the mountaintop at terrifying speed, tearing through the thick mist and leaving behind a loaded remark. "But honestly, I hope he does not win." Walking down the street, Hatsuka looked at him with admiration, as if everything had gone exactly as expected. That's right, this is exactly how this young man would act. He really was unbelievably similar to the original, though he still felt bothered because the viewers did not seem to have much goodwill toward him yet. She sincerely reminded him that if he only accepted ordinary jobs, his channel would never leave a special mark in this fiercely competitive world of hunters. He gave a small nod, taking her words in, then answered calmly, "You think so? Thanks for the advice." When asked about his next move, Narukami answered without hesitation that he would keep hunting until the tournament began, since he still had no idea how strong his next opponents might be. Our main guy wanted to squeeze in more levels, test how much lightning his current body could endure, and see the true power of his living core. His gaze sharpened, his will roaring like thunder. If anyone dared touch something from the woman he loved, he swore he would fry them black on the spot. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Jinzaki Naoto of the Blue District was storming forward, his face twisted with rage. He ground his teeth and cursed under his breath, unable to believe some no-name had forced him to come in person instead of obediently crawling over to take his beating. Naoto walked into the tavern with a gloomy expression, his heart full of contempt for the tiny third-floor nobody he was about to face. The moment he pushed the door open, he gave the most reluctant greeting imaginable. "Hello, I am here." Exactly the kind of face worn by a guy seconds away from getting slapped into next week. John Teo was already waiting in a shadowed corner, raising a hand to signal him over. Naoto snorted in irritation when he saw the star floor manager calmly sipping his drink, as if he did not take him seriously at all. John Teo calmly got straight to the point, asking if he was indeed Mr. Jinzaki from the Blue District. He said he had heard the other party wanted to discuss something related to one of the company's live streams. Naoto immediately growled, demanding to know the whereabouts of the person causing chaos across the Hunter network. But John Teo answered casually that our main guy was not present right now, because he was busy with personal matters. That answer made Naoto explode. He slammed the table and shouted, asking how a mere rookie could be that arrogant. Busy, he said. What could possibly matter more than meeting the Blue District right now? Faced with that aggression, John Teo remained firm and flatly refused to reveal his partner's private information. John Teo looked Naoto straight in the eye and stressed that he had made his position perfectly clear, which was exactly why the young man was not here. Naoto clenched his teeth in fury as he realized what the other side was trying to do. He growled that he had seen through all their little tricks. He believed the company only wanted to keep its golden goose locked down. Naoto slammed the table and demanded that John Teo reconsider, because in his view, the main guy should join a major guild, instead of wasting his time live streaming. Facing that pressure tactic, John Teo still kept an unreadable smile on his lips. He calmly remarked that in this era, a famous streamer could absolutely earn as much money as top dungeon masters. John Teo gave a cold laugh, saying there were always people who looked down on live streaming and refused to admit it was a legitimate profession. Work was work, as long as you were strong enough and made enough money. Naoto roared, accusing John Teo of deliberately turning the Blue District into an enemy. But the department head only told him to listen until the end. The company always placed the streamer's will first, and it would fully support every choice the main guy had made. Naoto mocked John Teo as an outdated old man who did not understand the rules of this world, then threatened that the Blue District would absolutely not let this matter slide. Facing that boiling rage, John Teo replied coldly that some people in this world would never be shaken by cheap threats. In that instant, a pitch-black and terrifying surge of mana pressure erupted from John Teo's body, instantly swallowing the entire room. Naoto froze, sweat pouring down as he felt that overwhelming power choking the space itself. John Teo lowered his voice and dismissed him, saying that if he was done talking, he should get lost before force became necessary. Being thrown out to his face drove Naoto nearly insane, and he screamed, asking who John thought he was talking to. Even though his legs were already shaking with fear, he tried to keep up his fierce act as he backed toward the door. John Teo casually waved him off, his face openly showing contempt. As Naoto fled, he shouted one final threat over his shoulder, swearing that John would definitely pay for this. Watching the defeated man's back disappear, John Teo leisurely sat down, took a sip of his drink, and dropped a sarcastic line. Oh, terrifying. Truly. The scene shifts to the third-floor dungeon, a place known as the Heavenly Serpent Lair. The connection has been fully established. From the endless darkness, a gigantic serpent covered in white scales, with eyes glowing red as blood, roared and slithered out of the cavern. From a distance, our main guy silently watched the monster. Lightning flashed in his eyes, his hand tightened around his weapon, and he was ready to begin a brand new hunt. He immediately launched lightning spears, tearing through the air straight toward the target. Slashes carrying terrifying power crashed down one after another, leaving the monster no chance to fight back. The giant serpent howled in pain, its massive body writhing under the player's relentless and brutal chain of attacks. After that completely one-sided domination, he calmly rested his weapon on his shoulder and told himself this test had gone more smoothly than expected. Looking a demon's sword blazing in his hand, the main guy clearly felt the harmony between his body and the thunder. He lowered his stance, locked his gaze on the dying prey, and said coldly that playtime was over, so he would send it straight to meet its ancestors. He launched himself into the air, drawing every bit of lightning power into an explosion around his body. Thunder and weapon fused as one, forming a gigantic spear of light that pierced through the sky. The main guy delivered the finishing blow, stabbing straight into the monster's mouth as it gaped open in despair. A heaven-shaking blast of celestial lightning erupted, burning and crushing the giant serpent completely amid the ruined wasteland. The system kept displaying notifications congratulating him for defeating the heavenly serpent boss. Along with leveling up, the main guy's strength, stamina, and focus stats all surged at once. He sat on the corpse of the gigantic serpent, quietly observing the loot that had just dropped. Holding the heavenly serpent fang, glowing with a crimson light, he silently judged that it could probably sell for around 10,000 reputation points, or at least that was the price from 20 years ago. Looking at his status panel, the main guy realized he had reached level 35, meaning he had climbed 9 whole levels in just 3 short days. He told himself that was enough, and that he should not get greedy, because Tashiya was still waiting for him. The scene shifts to an upscale cafe, where Hatsuka was already waiting and excitedly waved when she saw the main guy walk in. Curious, she asked if something was going on. The moment he reached the table, Hatsuka flashed a mischievous smile and immediately bombarded him with questions, saying she had some incredibly hot news. She excitedly asked if he was mentally prepared to become a star. The main guy blankly asked what she meant. Hatsuka instantly froze when she realized he still had no idea what had just exploded online. He lightly touched his head and guessed she meant that collaboration video, apologizing because he had been too busy lately. Classic main guy behavior, so obsessed with hunting monsters and leveling up that he'd not even know he was about to get rich. Hatsuka smiled in understanding, saying she would explain from the beginning, and that even if he had not meant to, that carefree innocence was exactly what made him who he was. Baru. But her expression suddenly turned serious, and she pushed a stack of documents toward him. This part is completely different from the original, so check it for yourself. Narukami could only blurt out in shock. Hatsuka immediately placed the file in front of him and began explaining in a slow, careful tone. This is the revenue statement from the recent collab stream between our lead and Highs. The young man opened it, then froze the instant he saw 44,789 credibility points on the page, an income far beyond anything he had expected. Hatsuka lowered her head slightly, saying she could have given him this statement anytime, but she came to him today for something more important. She hesitantly brought up her friend Kiyoharu, a gambling addict who always made introductions awkward, yet he was also the reason she learned a valuable lesson. He asked curiously what that person had done. Hatsuka began talking about a type of betting where players wagered on the winner and profited from the difference in odds. By that rule, the side with a higher chance of winning has a lower payout, while the riskier side offers a much fatter reward. In other words, the profit is not exactly huge, but the odds of success are far more secure. Hatsuka warned him in a grave voice that his current payout rate was 6-1, but another opponent sat at only 1-2, a terrifyingly overwhelming number. Seeing the balance of power tilted so sharply to one side, the young man immediately pressed her on who that person was. Hatsuka firmly named him Omar Schneider, a member of the Blue District Guild who had clung to the third floor for 10 straight years because of his obsession with conquering Thunder Cave. 10 years of dungeon grinding like an ascetic, and that insane stubbornness made him famous despite not being a top ranker or a major streamer. Hatsuka worried that Schneider was definitely looking for every possible way to cross paths with Shuga. After all, our lead had declared on stream that he would clear Thunder Cave alone. That was no different from slapping Schneider's 10 years of dungeon grinding in the face, and it even sounded like a public insult. Seeing Hatsuka get far too worked up, he gently reminded her, but aren't you standing a little too close? Only then did Hatsuka startle and realize her face had somehow moved right up close to his. She instantly flushed red with embarrassment, hurriedly stepped back, and warned him to be extremely careful, because there was a high chance he would run into Schneider during the upcoming trials on Octan's third floor. Late at night, the clatter of horse echoed through the cold, empty street. In the silent darkness of the Altanen Kingdom, a horse-drawn carriage rolled quietly through deserted avenues, heading straight for the Thunder Cave dungeon. Inside the carriage, the air was thick with killing intent and hatred, and one soldier gritted his teeth as he spat out venomous words. He declared that tomorrow, they would snuff out that brat's dazzling spotlight. The others kept mocking the streamer who dared brag on a live broadcast that he would conquer Thunder Cave alone. To them, that guy had no idea how deep the water was, because Thunder Cave was true hell, a place no one dared enter solo. Sitting silently in the dark corner, Captain Omar Schneider, a man with a full beard and eyes heavy with pressure, listened to every word. One subordinate spoke up anxiously, asking the captain not to take any of it to heart. Captain Schneider furrowed his brow slightly, his vivid blue eyes flashing with thought. He replied coldly, "You pups can keep barking. I only care whether that kid has real skill or not." Schneider admitted that although the rookie's journey had been brief, he had truly become the new master of Thunder, the power the Blue District Guild had craved for so long. His subordinates were still seething, saying that masked guy was far too arrogant, acting as if he were the real Narukami just because he had gotten hold of lightning. Schneider cut them off in a low growl. "Enough, this is not the time for jealousy or rivalry. Looking down on him and denying his achievements has gone way too far." Faced with their captain's stern expression, the spiky-haired soldier hesitantly asked if they really had to respect that man. Schneider clenched his fist and ground his teeth, affirming that if necessary, the kid could still do it. Suddenly, a dry crack rang out, making the subordinates flinch. The gold coin in Schneider's hand had been crushed to pieces by finger strength alone. Clearly, the coin had done nothing wrong. Seeing that, the spiky-haired soldier broke out in a cold sweat. He realized that despite all Schneider's noble words, his pride had actually been pulverized. The thought made him even more uneasy. He began to worry about the fate of that blurry bird guy, because once he had to face him, facing a monster whose pride had just been wounded like Schneider's would absolutely be a disaster in the truest sense. At the same time, inside his rented room, Narukami was focused on studying the file about the opponent he was about to meet. Our lead set the mask and sword aside, then muttered softly, "Spending a full 15 days just to grind one cave. Is your head okay, little bro?" As he flipped through the file page by page, he realized Omar Schneider had only risen to prominence 5 years ago and had joined Blue District around that same time. According to the records, Schneider's talent had always been the focus of the Thunder Cave trial, where he once reached the deepest layer and stood only one step from the finish. Looking at the enemy's photo, he said the name Omar Schneider of Blue District in a low voice. He thought to himself, himself, at first I assumed he organized this tournament because he was just that confident, but if they already had a promising internal candidate, then everything makes sense. A dangerous smile curved across the young man's lips. But sorry, Kyojo Kazuki, I have officially returned. He looked over at the sword and mask, silently challenging his enemy to open his eyes wide and see whether his plan would really run the way he wanted. The scene immediately shifted to Odin Central Market, where crowds and hunters moved back and forth in a lively rush. There, a merchant was haggling hard to drive down a mercenary's price, constantly complaining that the monster hide was scratched up too badly. In the end, the old man only offered 1,500 credibility points, making the soldier freeze and blurt out, "What?" That's it. Faced with the merchant's stubborn attitude, the soldier could only grit his teeth and accept selling cheap the item he had risked his life to obtain. The old man smugly thought he had hit the jackpot today, because that dog hide was actually very valuable, and ordinary people simply lacked the eye to recognize it. Just then, our lead strode over and placed a brilliantly glowing item on the table. He spoke coldly. "This is a fang of the heavenly pretender. How much are you planning to pay me for it?" The merchant instantly froze when he realized the item before him was flawless S-grade merchandise, with almost no damage at all. But his greedy nature quickly brought a sinister smile to his face. He pretended to appraise it as only somewhere between high-end B-grade and A-grade, then praised the hunter who had collected it for being fairly skilled. On top of that, he invented a tiny scratch to lower the treasure's grade, then kept trying to force the price down by claiming supply had surged and demand was steadily falling. The old man entered a price of 8,000 credits on the screen, making him briefly fall into thought. Considering that 20 years had passed, this price was probably not all that terrible. However, Narukami instantly saw through the old fox. In an icy voice, he nailed it down. In its current condition, this thing was worth at least 15,000 credits. Take it or leave it. The protagonist flatly declared that he alone set the selling price, then turned and walked away, leaving the old merchant stammering for excuses. Just then, a towering figure wrapped in crackling lightning suddenly appeared behind him. It was a burly warrior with long hair, a beard, and a massive spear gripped in his hand, radiating terrifying pressure. He stared at the protagonist with ice-cold eyes, his deep voice rumbling out, "So you are the brat who dared to brag about soloing my dungeon." Behind the mask, the young man stayed perfectly calm. He looked straight at his opponent and confirmed it clearly. "That is right." At this moment, the protagonist was sitting across from Schneider in a lavish space, the atmosphere stretched tight as a bowstring. He opened in a cool voice. "Why do we not skip the pleasantries and get straight to the point?" He made it clear that the two of them were not close enough to casually drink coffee together like this was some normal date. Watching his opponent calmly enjoy a sweet parfait, the protagonist silently felt the scene clashed badly with Schneider's usual stern aura. Schneider spoke slowly. "You once declared that you would conquer Thunderclap." He answered with a careless look. "Yeah, and what is the problem with that?" Schneider smirked. "You are still too green to run your mouth." He admitted that was what he first thought when someone who had just reached floor 3 dared to loudly declare he would conquer the dungeon. The protagonist calmly asked back, "Does that mean you have changed your mind?" Schneider gave an ambiguous answer, saying things were only 50-50 for now. Even so, he admitted that at least half of the young man's value lay in the enormous potential he possessed. Schneider lowered his voice, sounding calculating. "Hard to believe you are being weighed against someone like that." Looking into the blazing eyes of the man across from him, the protagonist understood this guy was not as eccentric as he seemed. He was deadly serious. He asked bluntly, "And then, I doubt you stopped me just to toss out a few compliments for fun." Schneider immediately made a demand that reeked of pressure. He wanted the protagonist to take back every claim he had made about conquering Thunderclap alone. His blue eyes flared with menace. He growled that the protagonist had to admit it was only ignorant arrogance, start a live stream, and offer a sincere public apology. Too bad he had threatened the wrong man. He replied calmly, "The way you say it, that does not sound like a request at all." Schneider said he would not force the protagonist to do it right away. Instead, he offered a wager. If he defeated him in the upcoming tournament, the protagonist had to admit his immaturity and bow his head in apology. The protagonist answered calmly fine, but of course he did not forget to put forward a condition of his own. "If I win, over every piece of data you have on Thunderclap." He looked straight at Schneider and said in a low voice, "You started this, so I assume you will not refuse." Schneider accepted without the slightest hesitation. "No problem at all, because there is no chance I will lose." Undefeated, at least against the current him. But in the world of action and dungeon, those who brag too early are usually the first to taste bitterness. After saying that, Schneider leisurely stood up and turned to leave, carrying himself with the arrogance of a true floor boss. Watching Schneider's back, the protagonist fell into thought. This old man had some real inner strength after all. He was not only good at squeezing gold coins. At the same time, in the management company's office, the air was heating up by the the second, like the eve of a great battle. A male employee cried out in shock as he stared at the screen. More than 10,000 participants already? Seeing the registration numbers skyrocket, he judged that with the Talaria shoes as the prize, the number of people flooding into this tournament was truly insane. He smirked and quietly felt a little regret. Man, if this contest had happened when I was still on floor 3, I definitely would have tried it once. Weighing the two promising candidates, he began analyzing the protagonist. The scale was far too large, and the risks were way beyond the safety line. By contrast, Schneider was the safer bet with proven ability. Seeing his odds still holding at 1.2 despite the packed field, he told himself the answer was obvious. As a professional bettor, he decided to trust his faith above every statistic. His finger pressed firmly on the screen. Alright, everything on Schneider. All in. The sudden ring of the phone made Song Hyeon jump, nearly knocking the device onto the desk. He shouted in panic, "Ah, you scared me." The moment he answered, Song Hyeon snapped irritably. "You definitely do not know anything, right? Are you monitoring me or something? Hey, what exactly are you doing?" On the other end of the line, Hatsuka calmly asked back, "Are you getting mixed up in gambling nonsense again?" The comment hit the nail on the head, and Song Hyeon froze. He frantically checked his surroundings, muttering, "I knew it. Hey, where did you plant the wiretap? In my office? Or directly on me?" Hatsuka ignored all his wild guesses and went straight to the point. "More importantly, teach me how to play that thing you are doing." Song Hyeon asked in disbelief. Are you seriously stepping onto the path of gambling?" Hatsuka declared flatly that she was putting this month's salary on their guy. If she did not get rich, she would quit. Hearing that, Song Hyeon wailed helplessly, "You idiot. Do you not value the money you earned?" He pressed her on whether she truly believed the protagonist would win, even though she said no. Song Hyeon was not looking down on the protagonist, but he still tried to reason with her. He said she had to consider combat style, technical stats, and odds to gauge the probability. Schneider was no ordinary floor 3 fighter, and his record even surpassed the original. To him, a rising rookie beating someone who had trained for a decade was pure fantasy. Annoyed by his noise, Hatsuka coldly challenged him, "Want to bet? The loser skips meals and works unpaid next month." Song Hyeon instantly took the deal. Hatsuka left him with a cold warning, "No whining later." As she spoke, she strode down the hallway. But the instant she brushed past a mysterious figure in a black cloak, she suddenly stopped in shock. Hatsuka let out a soft sound, "Huh?" Meanwhile, back in the office, Song Hyeon frowned at the phone after the call was cut off. "Titch that woman. Do not just hang up on me like that." He pondered why Hatsuka had suddenly brought up betting, and whether something serious had happened that he still did not know about. Amid the lively crowd at Octanol, Omar Snyder strode forward imposingly, the spear on his shoulder releasing a pressure that made everyone wary. The subordinate walking beside him curiously asked how he judged the rising opponent. Snyder answered thoughtfully, "No matter how I look at him, that guy is no ordinary man." The captain's reply landed like a boulder, instantly sending a chill down his subordinate's spine. He trembled as he wondered if even a seasoned warrior like Snyder could fall to that rookie. Snyder remained as cold as ever, because he knew danger hidden in an enemy could only be felt by facing them directly. His eyes flared with resolve, and every day he carved one unshakable belief deeper into himself. In his dictionary, the word defeat did not exist, so the kid had better keep his eyes open and watch. However, every move he made had already been quietly taken in by Asagiri. She was silently watching from the roof of a high-rise, like a mage standing outside the game board. Watching Schneider's back, Asagiri curled her lips with interest. So that was the heavy favorite for the championship. She judged his mana supply to be fairly impressive, but she was still confident the coming battle held no variable worth worrying about. The tournament flag snapped in the wind, signaling that the destined moment was closing in. The official match day finally arrived, making Antenna Arena explode with a sea of players and roaring spectators. In the dark tunnel, Narukami trudged forward, his boots striking the stone floor with a dry rhythm like drums announcing the opening act. The heavy iron gate slowly opened, letting a flood of blinding light pour in. The main character stepped into the blazing light of the arena, ready to face any opponent. The instant he appeared, the entire grandstand erupted in cheers like thunder. The crowd buzzed with chatter when they recognized the familiar mask, the same mysterious guy who had caused an uproar before. His appearance left more than a few people stunned. Was that blurry bird guy fighting today too? By then, the voting gate had closed, and the main character's betting odds sat proudly in second place. As if just waiting for a chance to flip the board, a towering black shadow slowly stepped out. It was none other than Omar Snyder. He wore pitch-black armor, gripping a massive spear that radiated killing intent. The pressure pouring from his body was so heavy that the air itself seemed to freeze. The atmosphere in the arena instantly boiled hotter than ever, and thousands of spectators sprang to their feet at once. They screamed the name of the man leading the betting board, Snyder. Snyder, his fanbase was terrifyingly huge. Cheers thundered through the space, mixing with brilliant fireworks that lit up the sky to welcome the #1 championship contender. Amid the haze, a beautiful female MC with braided blonde hair suddenly appeared. She spoke in a clear, energetic voice. "Thank you all for waiting. I am Mizuha from Blue Zone, the host of this tournament. It is truly my pleasure to welcome everyone." Then she quickly announced the rules, explaining that contestants had to survive brutal preliminary rounds to earn a ticket to the finals. With excitement in her voice, Mizuha declared that it was time to behold the one and only prize reserved for the final champion. From below the battlefield, the young man narrowed his eyes with determination, preparing to see the item he had long desired with his own eyes. Mizuha solemnly introduced the priceless treasure to the entire audience, the shoes that once belonged to the god Hermes. This was Blue Zone Guild's greatest pride, a true national class relic. The legacy of the legend Hatsuka Soya, known as the Talaria shoes, had just appeared on stage. Dazzling light instantly covered the entire venue, while the main character simply looked up in silence, his gaze unwavering. He silently called the name of his old comrade, telling himself that his friend's possession had to be taken back, and Schneider could forget about laying a hand on it. Meanwhile, Hatsuka watched from afar and guessed that his livestream was probably about to begin. She could not hide her anger at seeing Soya's relic brought out as a prize. Those bastards, how dare they? Suddenly, Hatsuka sensed a heavy pressure closing in from behind. She turned back in terror, then froze when she recognized the identity of the one who had just appeared. Hatsuka trembled in absolute fear. This was the person she least wanted to run into right now. Talk about meeting her natural enemy. Before her, a mysterious black figure in a cloak and a cold iron mask was striding forward. The system announced that the main character's live stream had officially begun right in the middle of Orton Arena. The viewer count quickly passed 3,000, and the chat exploded with greetings and countless questions about the mysterious streamer's identity. Behind the mask, he spoke softly. "Long time no see, everyone." Watching the comments rush by like a waterfall, he thought it really was hard to keep up with the chat speed right now. Suddenly, a fan quest from someone named Sister Love appeared, offering a reward of 30,000 points if he won the championship. The main character answered calmly, 30,000 credit points, thank you. Accepting the A-rank quest with a totally composed look, he decisively drew his magic sword, his eyes blazing with rage as he prepared to enter the real action. At the same time, the female MC Mizuha shouted excitedly, pushing the atmosphere to its absolute peak. Fireworks ripped across the sky as Mizuha announced in a ringing voice, "The tournament officially begins." Immediately, a stream of blue-black energy swirled like a storm, gathering before erupting in the center of the battlefield. A gigantic pillar of light shot straight into the sky, like a teleportation gate from an isekai world. The terrifying pressure spreading from it left every contestant and spectator stunned, holding their breath. The crowd kept marveling at the grand scale, convinced that only Blue Zone had the power to create such a unique spectacle. Standing in the radiant light, the young man narrowed his eyes slightly. He observed the whole scene and quietly judged that a setup of this scale definitely could not have been prepared in just a day or two. The entire venue sank into a solemn atmosphere as every warrior stood ready. "Everyone, take your positions." The system immediately announced that the preliminary round had officially begun. He and thousands of other contestants were transported into a vast jungle arena, no different from a survival dungeon. A brutal rule appeared on the screen. "Once you are in here, forget morality. Whoever survives is right." The challenge would only end when the remaining number dropped to exactly 1,000, forcing everyone to charge into slaughter for a ticket onward. Seeing the current count reach 10,059 people, the main character calmly realized this was a battle royale format. Since no one targeted him directly at the start, he decided to conserve his strength for the harsher stages ahead. Narukami barely had time to breathe before viewer missions came flooding in, each one baiting him into a deathmatch he could not refuse. Every kill was worth 100 points, more than enough to drag the main character into the hunt. Faced with the fat rewards from 2 sponsors, he gave a faint, calculating smirk. 100 points for every eliminated target was the kind of price no hunter could easily ignore. Suddenly, he leaned aside, sensing a razor-sharp wave of killing intent slicing through the air from behind him. A vicious enemy launched a surprise attack, making the chat explode with excitement. "Run, smoke that guy and grab the reward already." Unshaken, the main character tightened his grip on his sword hilt, his icy gaze locking onto the attacker, rushing in like prey offering itself up. 200 reputation points were standing right in front of him. The purge unfolded with brutal speed, and the number of survivors quickly dropped to 8,544. Deep in the forest, Omar Snyder carried a massive spear on his shoulder, calmly walking past scattered skirmishes around him. He sneered that small fry like them were not even worthy of entering his sight. His eyes burned with resolve as he declared that his true target was only one person. Then he quietly spoke the name of the one he was hunting. Just then, an arrow suddenly tore through the air toward him, but he dodged it with nothing more than a slight tilt of his body. so someone was trying to ambush him, but their skill level was embarrassingly amateur. The group of hunters with the archer immediately got noisy, and one guy shouted with excitement, "Place your bets, boys. If this arrow lands, that is 100 points for breakfast." Seeing the target dodge the first shot, the archer clicked his tongue because he had misread the trajectory, then turned to mock him. "You really got lucky there." The whole group started to panic because their one-shot assassination plan had failed, but another guy snorted and reassured them that their opponent was just some loser stuck on floor 3 for 10 whole years. Standing in the middle of the encirclement, Omar Snyder loomed with his spear on his shoulder, calmly saying the plan was not bad, but they had chosen the wrong opponent. Seeing Snyder remain so arrogant, a hammer-wielding man stepped forward to provoke him. "Look who is talking, acting tough because you know you are about to die." But before he could finish speaking, an invisible slash tore across the battlefield. Watching his teammate collapse in an instant, the archer shouted in shock, "What the hell was that? That distance should not be within spear range." Snyder stood tall amid a violent eruption of purple spiritual energy, coldly declaring that he had met countless people just like them. His eyes flashed with killing intent as he poured all his power into the giant spear. With a single swing of his arm, he unleashed an earth-shaking cut. The ground was ripped apart, and the entire hunter squad was crushed inside a blinding surge of purple light. Snyder coldly stepped past the defeated, growling that if they wanted to climb floors, they should grind properly and stop chasing childish fantasies. A savage purple spiritual aura wrapped around his body, creating a suffocating pressure that would make anyone who saw it tremble. He advanced like a walking fortress, his eyes growing more terrifying by the second. That gaze blazed like a threat, and his voice rang out with chilling calm. "The only thing that protected you this far ends here too." Everyone witnessed Snyder's absolute domination right in front of their eyes. The spectators in the arena could only fall silent in terror. Every movement he made turned the air as heavy as lead. Each motion carried destructive force, and every sweep of his spear forced his opponents to scream in pain. The gap in level was too huge, turning the preliminaries into his personal stage for showing off power. Amid the chaos, one man shouted like mad to hold the formation. "Hey, do not run, this is only a test. Stop acting like cowards." But his voice could not stop the fear spreading through the crowd. In a hidden corner, Asagiri watched in silence and realized that this was no longer a real battle at all. She kept her eyes glued to the screen, showing the main character, certain that if this young man climbed to the higher floors, he would belong among the top players. Her faith in her idol was almost absolute, leaving her lost in thought. It turned out that beside her, another girl was also watching his performance with sparkling eyes. The girl screamed while watching, as if she were about to tear her own throat open. Asagiri turned to her and gently reminded her, "Hey, could you lower the volume a little for me?" Then she asked curiously, "Are you a hardcore fan of his too?" Hatsuka blushed, flashed a radiant smile, and introduced herself with pride. "I am Hatsuka, a genuine fan for 20 years. Her excitement was almost impossible to hide. "What about you?" Their brief conversation was immediately cut off when the system announced that only 142 people remained alive in the preliminary round. Standing in the wild forest, the main character calmly looked around and quietly asked into his microphone how many people had just been eliminated. The chat exploded at once, with viewers confirming that he had sent 98 enemies out of the game, including the guy who had just tried to run away. Looking up at the sky as its color slowly changed, he muttered that it was almost over, then lightly touched his mask to adjust the device. Meanwhile, viewers kept reminding him about the 200-point reward for each kill. Finding that number pretty decent, a bold idea suddenly flashed through the main character's mind, making his eyes shine with crafty excitement. Instead of wasting effort hunting them down one by one, he wondered what would happen if he simply stood still and waited for the prey to come to him. Turn on location tracking and lure all those walking depths over quickly. Without hesitation, the young man tightened his grip on the sword hilt and decisively drew the weapon from its sheath. The move thrilled the audience, and everyone wondered what he was planning while the other players were still busy hiding. The main character poured all his thunder power into the blade, creating a golden surge of spiritual energy that crackled violently like lightning magic. He unleashed an earth-shattering slash, sweeping clean an entire stretch of mountain forest. Wild bolts of lightning burst from the sword edge, toppling ancient trees one after another and creating a shockwave that shook the entire arena. He turned himself into a blazing focal point in the gloomy forest, deliberately making a huge racket to provoke every opponent. Thick dust and smoke rose from the ruined area, proving the overwhelming might of the one who wielded thunder arts. From within the dense fog, a towering figure slowly stepped over the scattered bodies of defeated fighters. Omar Snyder appeared with his giant spear resting on his shoulder, his cold eyes locking onto the battlefield. His killing intent flared as he stared at the wreckage the main character had just created. "The big spender has arrived, and our boy is about to cash in." The moment they met, Snyder growled in a threatening voice, "Found you, but he did not waver at all, only tightening his grip on the sword that radiated pitch-black energy before answering coldly. "I think I am the one who found you." The stream audience instantly went wild as one of the tournament's heavy hitters finally showed himself. Narukami strode forward with crushing pressure, eyes locked on his opponent, then declared in an icy voice that the timing was perfect. "No more dragging this out, let it end here." At that exact moment, the system suddenly triggered a new audience mission from Mission Villain, offering a brutal 1,000 points for defeating Dong Chao, and especially 10,000 points for taking down Omar Snader. Seeing that blazing 10,000 point number in front of him, the main character curled his lips slightly, confidence showing in every breath. He thought to himself that this reward might land in his hands sooner than expected. In the silent forest, the two strongest monsters in the tournament faced each other, the air stretched tight as a bowstring before a deathmatch. The number of survivors was now 1-2, meaning once 2 more were eliminated, the qualifier would officially end. The main character's gaze instantly darkened, cold and sharp as a blade freshly drawn from its sheath. The force from his opponent's strike only grazed his shoulder, yet it was enough to tear open the air around him. Sure enough, dangerous guys at this level were absolutely not something anyone could joke around with. Omar Snader remained terrifyingly calm, casually thinking that he would clean up these ants first, and then it would be the kid's turn. But for the main character, he knew this battle had already gone beyond ordinary skill. This was a peak martial arts clash between two fighters who could finish each other in a single breath. He focused completely, because if he slipped for even 1 second against that spear point, everything would end at once. The attack range of Schneider's spear easily shattered every normal physical limit, as if it were ripping apart the rules of the arena itself. That forced the main character to keep changing directions, slipping through surging waves of purple spiritual power, while hunting for even the smallest opening. Right then, the nameless demon sword began frantically draining its master's life force, forcing his power to erupt to its absolute limit. If it wanted to suck his blood, then let it, as long as he could cut down the enemy in front of him. The system announced that all stats would increase according to the amount of blood consumed, while the skill Greed LV4 was also running at full output, trying to suppress the horrifying side effects from the demon sword. The main character's eyes blazed with fury as he put all his strength into a twist of his body, unleashing a pitch-black crescent slash that tore through space and blasted back his opponent's pressure. A violent explosion of spiritual power erupted as sword and spear collided head-on. Snyder was shaken by the savage speed and power his opponent had just displayed. He only had time to let out a startled sound, because the main character was already right in front of him, like a ghost from the dungeon. The main character gritted his teeth and tightened his grip on the sword hilt, his eyes burning with killing intent, as he faced the deathly spear point rushing straight at him. Schneider swung the massive spear again and again, creating cold purple slashes that ripped through the space around them. The main character moved with extreme agility, constantly slipping aside and using the demon sword to knock away each vicious thrust. Every time the weapons clashed, electric sparks scattered everywhere, lighting up the mountain forest like a battlefield of magic. Behind the mask, his eyes glowed crimson, releasing killing intent that sent chills down even the viewer's spine. He poured every sense into tracking each lightning-fast movement from Schneider. The non-stop collisions created terrifying aftershocks, making the ground quake violently amid the thick clouds of dust and smoke. After one breathless exchange, both of them suddenly sprang back, separating from each other in silence. They stood facing each other in the ruined battlefield, where only the hiss of spiritual power remained in the air. Schneider panted, eyes fixed on the main character with suspicion, then taunted him by asking why he had not turned on the electricity yet. Was he planning to fight him in the dark? He let out a soft breath and calmly replied with pure arrogance, saying electricity rates were up lately, so he was saving it for a better opponent. Schneider froze in shock, unable to believe his ears after being dismissed so blatantly by his opponent. He growled back in disbelief, asking if the kid meant using that thing against him would be a waste too. At the same time, the system announced that only 1 in 7 people remained standing. Schneider ground his teeth in fury, the humiliation nearly driving him insane. He roared that this was unbelievable, and asked if the main character was deliberately stalling for time. He did not give his opponent the chance to finish speaking. Schneider instantly shot forward at terrifying speed, unleashing a thrust like a thunderbolt crashing down, shaking the entire arena. The main character raised his sword to block with reflexive speed, creating a blinding explosion of spiritual power the moment the two weapons collided. Amid the showering sparks, he mocked coldly, telling him not to say he had actually been going all out this whole time. At that very moment, the survivor count dropped to 1,003, with only a few beats left before the final 1,000 were officially decided. Snyder roared wildly in utter humiliation, cursing the bastard in front of him. Immediately after that, the qualifier officially closed as the number of living players stopped exactly at 1,000. He withdrew his spear and left a cold warning for their rematch, telling him that next time he had better prepare himself properly. Losing this round and still acting like he could schedule another, the main character was not shaken at all and calmly answered that was fine, he would see him again soon. Before disappearing, he did not forget to mock him about the 10,000 credits he would temporarily hold for his opponent. The system immediately transferred every player to the waiting area to prepare for the next round. When the process finished, he appeared alone in a waiting room flooded with blue light. He had 30 precious minutes to recover all the stamina that had just been wrung dry in that chaotic battle. Looking at his hand, still trembling from the thunderous aftershock, the main character silently admitted that in the final seconds, Schneider had almost completely overpowered him. If the fight had dragged on even a little longer, the result might have gone another way. Meanwhile, the live stream was still exploding with over 11,000 viewers and countless excited comments about that breathless performance. Over 11,000 viewers already. This side was practically reaching for silver and gold buttons. According to what the department head had once told Hatsuka, this was the life or death threshold that proved whether a streamer had the right to survive in the profession. The main character felt quietly satisfied when he realized he had taken the first step in building his own name and status in this fiercely competitive action streaming world. Everything, from the broadcast to the clash with Schneider, had gone smoothly and almost exactly according to plan. However, he still could not help wondering why someone on Schneider's level had failed to see through the true secret of Thunder Motion. At the same time, his live stream kept burning up as donations poured in non-stop. After receiving nearly 20,000 credits in total from 2 anonymous users, he thought to himself that anything he could take, he absolutely should take, then thanked every viewer. A poor streamer clawing his way up did not play around with pocket change. Right after that, the main character decided to spend a full 80,000 credits to raise greed to level 5. At its current B grade, this skill allowed him to suppress the side effects from his own skills and equipment much more powerfully. He could not help being surprised that he had reached B rank so quickly, then thought that if he had already come this far, using that thing probably would not be a problem. He was about to turn on the cheat, so his opponents had better run. The stream viewers began buzzing over their idol's unusual silence, guessing that he was focused on calculating tactics for the upcoming finals. Night gradually fell, and the full moon hung silently above the arena, where streams of blue spiritual power glowed in secret, full of mystery. Before the heavily guarded Teleria shoes, Mizuha silently observed, her eyes sinking into countless calculations. She wondered whether the truth was really as her growing suspicions suggested. An uneasy instinct made Mizuha believe that after this incident, a thief would definitely be exposed, and that person's true identity was exactly what kept dragging her deeper into thought. Mizuha suddenly flinched, cold sweat running down her spine when she heard someone call her name from behind. A soldier reported that reinforcements from guild headquarters had arrived. Mizuha turned back in shock, unable to understand what was happening, and immediately asked who was commanding this group. From the pitch-black darkness, a towering figure slowly stepped out, his voice as cold as ice as he said, "That would be me." Mizuha froze when she realized the one who had just appeared was Kurokawa Emon. Trembling, she asked why an expert of his caliber would personally lower himself and come all the way down to the 3rd floor. Kurokawa brushed past her, his expression so grim it was suffocating, then dropped a chilling line. "The guildmaster's mood right now is extremely foul." Mizuha went pale and asked Amon whether his appearance here had anything to do with Narukami. Amon coldly confirmed that both the protagonist and Schneider were targets, but right after that, he warned in a low voice that another problem had just emerged. At the same time, in a hidden corner of the arena, Hatsuka was facing a mysterious figure in a black cloak, with pressure so heavy it nearly stopped her breath. The glowing eyes behind the stranger's mask made Hatsuka shiver without realizing it. She silently judged that this person possessed an unbelievable amount of magic power, and she could not understand why such a dangerous being had appeared on this lowly floor. Suddenly, the mysterious figure slowly raised a hand and removed the mask. Beneath it was the face of a young girl, with purple hair and sharp golden eyes. She looked like a schoolgirl, but her magical aura was terrifying. She introduced herself as Sanhee. At the same time, she curled her lips slightly and said being called by that title felt a little unfamiliar. Just from the other girl's bearing, Hatsuka was certain she was absolutely no ordinary person. Not only was she abnormally strong, Hatsuka also realized the girl was using magic to alter her face. Asagi was shocked, almost thinking the girl before her was an assassin sent by the Blue Guild. Hatsuka immediately asked her straight out whether she had come here to destroy the tournament. And if that truly happened, Hatsuka erupted with killing intent and declared that she would stop her at any cost. A sapphire blue notification panel suddenly appeared in midair, its cold text signaling the start of the test. In that instant, a blinding burst of light exploded, leaving every contestant stunned with terror. Someone nearby shouted, asking what the hell was going on, then shakily realized the unbelievable truth. All this time, they had been standing right next to one another, yet he had not heard a single sound. Amid the screams and the chaos, this young man still stood firm, calm to a frightening degree. The system continued announcing the rules. The match would be fought as a territorial conquest. and the player's mission was to seize enemy land. A beautiful little fairy suddenly appeared, taking on the role of explaining the rules in detail. She said that when the match began, each player would be assigned a personal territory. Each plot could host up to 2 guests, and whoever won would instantly get the deed transferred. The warriors had to do 3 things at once: defend, attack, and hold their ground. Once a player defeated an opponent, they would seize all the territory that opponent owned. The little fairy excitedly declared that when time ran out, whoever controlled the most territory would claim the final victory. She also did not forget to fire up the contestants with a priceless reward. Who would become the new owner of Teleria? In just 2 hours, the answer would be revealed. Immediately after that, a thunderous bell rang out, officially opening the test. The entire massive arena instantly turned into a radiant game board, where thousands of black shadows rushed at one another to fight over every inch of land. Watching from his position, he narrowed his eyes slightly and realized that, just as expected, not a single person was rushing to move. He quietly analyzed the situation. If he started fighting now, he could gain only 1 extra territory at best. The smarter tactic was to wait patiently, because later on, taking down someone holding many plots would let him swallow all their gains at once. The protagonist told himself that waiting a little longer before acting was the proper play, but he instantly shot forward like a ghost and unleashed a brutal slash that tore through the contestant in front of him. He coldly declared that he had planned to be an introvert, but the audience kept forcing him to become a money printer. In the middle of the battlefield, the demon sword blazed, signaling that a large-scale massacre was about to begin. In another corner of the arena, Omar Snyder was also opening a bloody purge that was no less vicious. Wherever his spear swept, fresh blood sprayed, turning the surrounding territory into a living hell. In the middle of his bloodlust, Snyder looked around, his face impatient as if he were hunting for a special prey. Gritting his teeth, he wondered where that guy was, frantically searching for the one who would face him directly. Viewed from above, the arena now looked like a giant bloodstained chessboard, where territories kept changing hands. Black shadows with blazing red eyes and savage killing intent crashed into one another, creating a chaotic, merciless scene worthy of survival action. At the heart of the war zone, the protagonist remained strangely calm. He quietly observed the situation while the people around him hacked each other apart. The fisherman profits, and the streamer gets paid. Suddenly, the young man turned his back and trudged off in the complete opposite direction. Snyder froze for a moment, then roared in fury, "Stop right there!" He was already geared up for combat, yet this brat was just walking away. The livestream chat instantly exploded with confused comments over his baffling move, yet he still did not stop. Without even looking back, he coldly replied, "Fighting you does not pay, so let me go farm some rookies for pocket money first." That extreme practicality left the entire audience speechless. Fresh blood slowly dripped from the cold, sharp blade in his hand. Andrew stood proudly after sending yet another obstacle out of the game. He silently judged that the level of the tower's 3rd floor was much higher than he had imagined, and the gap between him and Schneider was actually that large. Just then, the system announced that a player had invaded your territory. He immediately turned to look at the magic screen, where the warning continued to show that 2 players were currently inside this territory. "You are forbidden from moving to another territory." A bald, muscular man stepped forward and blocked the way. He stared at the protagonist and growled, "You are that guy, right?" The live stream chat instantly buzzed as viewers recognized him, saying this man came from Blue Zone A and seemed to be one of Schneider's subordinates. Oh, then this round was starting to look pretty tasty. The bald man smirked smugly, muttering that if he defeated the person here, he would probably get chewed out for it. The protagonist narrowed his eyes coldly, killing intent spilling out as he decisively drew the demon sword and prepared to meet the fight. Wasting no more time, the bald man shouted, "Sorry in advance, Captain," then shot forward with a staff swing as heavy as a sledgehammer. A lightning-fast clash erupted at once. Narukami instantly leaned aside, slipping past each incoming palm strike with the razor-sharp speed of a swordsman's instinct. The main character countered with a ruthless slash, so precise that his opponent barely sensed the danger before it came crashing down. The captain froze when he saw the weapon in his hand split clean in 2. His voice shook as he stammered, "What is this? My weapon was cut apart in a single strike." Seizing that instant, he launched a kick as heavy as 1,000 pounds, blasting the mercenary soldier far away. The young man immediately closed in, stopping the icy tip of his blade right against the enemy's throat. Seeing the man's stiff expression, he mocked him in a cold voice, "I take back what I just said, Captain." The captain trembled in humiliating shame, unable to accept that he had just lost so miserably. On the stream, viewers instantly flooded in to roast this bottom-tier swordsman. They laughed that the captain was not even qualified to be called a swordsman. What trash, he probably got here through through backdoor connections. With skills like that, he should just retire. Right then, a system notification suddenly appeared. Player Snyder has invaded your territory. The main character's eyes instantly turned serious, while the viewers buzzed with excitement. Damn, so you were telling the truth. Looks like those guys are lining up to get handled. Snyder roared in fury and charged straight at his target. He was smug, believing he had finally caught up with the young man's speed. Sword and spear clashed again and again, throwing off blinding sparks and revealing the terrifying pressure Snyder was forcing onto the main character. Seeing his opponent only dodge and defend, Snyder shouted for him to use lightning already, because if he kept hiding his trump card, the next blow would definitely take his life. The viewers watching the stream also began noisily discussing it. Someone wondered whether Snyder actually wanted to kill his opponent, or if he was trying to remind him to stay alive. Someone else mocked his baffling politeness, saying he was in the middle of a fight yet still waiting for the other guy to use his ultimate move. The main character quickly retreated, widening the safe distance between them. Dodging is an art, and the one who dodges is the artist. Seeing him pull back, Snyder sneered and asked how long the young man planned to keep running away. The main character coldly replied that he would let Snyder see with his own eyes the thing he had craved for so long. At that very moment, the system immediately sounded a notification that a lightning skill was being cast. Thanks to the Heart of Thunder, all of his lightning skills gained extra 20% boost, while he became completely immune to shock status. The level 5 greed skill also activated, canceling every brutal lightning backlash against his body. The main character clenched the roaring thunder in his palm, then coldly declared that running away had always been the choice of the weak. Snyder was stunned as he watched him condense the element into a radiant lightning spear right in his hand. He could not believe a rookie had reached such a high realm, turning pure energy into a battle-ready weapon like a high-level mage. The main character advanced step by step, the lightning spear in his hand radiating suffocating pressure. He stared straight at his opponent and asked in return, "So are you the one who wants to run now, Snyder?" Snyder gritted his teeth, telling himself with iron will that if he could break through what stood before him this time, then he would surely overcome the wall that had haunted him for so long. As he walked with his subordinates, one teammate suddenly spoke up hesitantly, "Captain, may I ask something a little disrespectful?" Snyder smirked and replied, "You know it is disrespectful and you still want to ask." The subordinate could not hide his curiosity. Why is someone as strong as you, someone who could easily climb to the 5th or 6th floor, so obsessed with the lightning user on the 3rd floor? Snyder only gave a faint laugh. Who knows? He admitted that once people sink too deeply into something, they often forget the reason they started. His teammate looked confused by that vague answer. Snyder explained in a low voice, "If you make it sound noble, it is faith, but if you say it harshly, it is obsession." But there was one thing he knew for certain: whether he overcame this or failed, it would change his entire life. Snyder's eyes burned with resolve. Once you have thrown the spear, you have to follow it through, and even if you lose beautifully. Back in the current battle, deep purple spiritual energy erupted around Snyder's spear as he poured all his strength into the decisive blow. Snyder shot forward like a purple cyclone, his spearhead tearing through the air as he aimed straight at his opponent and roared, "And you, I have a feeling you are about to become the second obsession of my life." Facing that suffocating pressure, the main character still stood firm, while his legs began blazing with powerful light. He thought to himself that, in recognition of his opponent's 15 days of relentless grinding, he would deliver a worthy counterattack. The main character growled, "Time for showing off is over. Get ready to take full power thunder." In an instant, he dove down like a brilliant golden bolt, pouring all his lightning into the finishing strike. Below, Snyder also unleashed deep purple spiritual energy, using every ounce of strength to face the horrifying pressure crashing down from above. The two massive powers collided head-on, creating a shockwave explosion that made the entire space tremble. Snyder gritted his teeth, his emerald blue eyes blazing fiercely as he poured all his strength into his spear to resist the main character's berserk attack. The entire arena split open, the ground shattering under the terrifying pressure of the peak clash between the two warriors. An earth-shaking explosion erupted, sweeping away the entire surrounding area in the blink of an eye. Facing the mysterious girl's question, Hatsuka did not waver at all. She looked straight at her and declared loudly, "Because I am the main character's manager." That proud declaration instantly left the stranger stunned. Hatsuka went on to explain that if this tournament was ruined, her stream would be destroyed too. His reputation would take a major hit, and she absolutely could not turn a blind eye to that. She laughed smugly and said, "I worked so hard to invite him to join, so do not even think about ruining everything." Contrary to her initial threatening air, the mysterious girl suddenly turned into a full-blown superfan. She held her flushed face in excitement and cried out, Are you really his manager? No way, that is unbelievable. I have been following him since his battle with the wolf warrior. Faced with that over-the-top excitement, Hatsuka widened her eyes and asked, so you were actually a decent hardcore fan this whole time? She froze for a second, then asked again, wait, does that mean you admire blue-eyed Narukami too? Before their conversation could go any further, a terrifying shockwave suddenly erupted from the arena. A blinding streak of light exploded outward, scorching everything around the collision point between the protagonist and Schneider. The two girls whipped around in stunned silence, holding their breath as the earth-shaking blast rattled the entire grandstand. Dust billowed, sparks sprayed everywhere, and the suffocating chaos left everyone frozen. Hatsuka trembled as she looked down at the device screen in her hand. Worry and pain were written all over her face. She groaned softly. If they fight this hard, where am I supposed to find the money to compensate the organizers for all this damage? Before her eyes lay the ruined arena, devastated by a collision that looked no different from a finishing blow. Brilliant golden arcs of lightning still flickered amid the rubble and thick smoke, signaling a disastrous outcome. As the dust slowly cleared, two figures emerged, standing tall in the wreckage of the battlefield. Schneider staggered, fresh blood leaking from the corner of his mouth, his body pushed far beyond what it could bear. The terrifying damage from the thunder and that explosive force had shattered the limits of his endurance. He no longer had the strength to hold himself up, and his legs shook violently before he collapsed helplessly to the ground. The protagonist silently watched his opponent fall at his feet, while the demonic sword in his hand still roared with brilliant golden lightning. He gave a cold parting line, "See you soon, Schneider." At that exact moment, the system notification panel blazed across the sky, confirming that he had seized a total of 283 territories. The loudspeaker boomed with the final result, making the whole place feel like it had exploded. The winner was the protagonist with 283 territories. Fireworks burst across the sky, lighting up the face of the new king as he stood proudly amid a sea of cheers. The audience went wild, chanting his name in absolute frenzy after that unprecedented performance as a rising idol with rabid fans lining up behind him. After witnessing the miracle that had just been achieved, Hatsuka was so overwhelmed that she could not find the words to speak. Beside her, the mysterious girl with cold golden eyes was also staring straight at the protagonist. Her gaze was both grave and admiring. In her astonishment, she murmured under her breath, "Unbelievable. The one receiving the highest reward is actually..." Mizuha stood at center stage and announced it once more, her voice ringing out amid the roaring cheers. "The glorious winner of this tournament is..." The protagonist hovered beneath a dazzling halo of light. The majestic bearing of the new king made the entire arena seem to hold its breath for a moment. Refusing to let the atmosphere cool down, Mizuha kept stirring up the crowd. "Next, the most anticipated prize will be awarded to..." The winner's prize, the Talaria shoes, glowed inside a purple crystal block as it slowly descended. In the middle of the crowd, the mysterious cloaked girl quietly stood up. Her eyes locked onto the stage, and her face was covered with a solemn expression. The legendary shoes slowly fell into the protagonist's hands, and the instant he touched them, he sensed something. The familiar warmth from the relic left him stunned, and he wondered to himself, has it really been 20 years? Behind the mask, his eyes lit up with emotions too complicated to name. As he looked again at the keepsake once tied to his old comrades, the memories inside him immediately awakened. Tashia's image suddenly came rushing back, with him roaring in furious anger. "Who borrowed my shoes to hit on girls and still has not returned them?" While Toshia was still raging and interrogating the whole group on the rooftop, the atmosphere was both chaotic and hilarious. Back then, the protagonist could only ask in exasperation, "What is going on, Toshia? Are you losing it again?" Another man rubbed his stomach and sighed, "Hey man, you look seriously uncomfortable." Never mind, that is enough, I am full. In every battle, there is always one hungry guy." The memory of Toshia appeared so vividly that it felt like it had happened only yesterday. He screamed until his voice went hoarse in absolute fury, "My shoes." Toshia charged forward like a madman, kicking and yelling after discovering that someone else had worn his precious shoes. "I warned you 100 times not to touch them. They will lose their shape." Looking back at those playful, bickering moments from the rooftop that year, everything suddenly felt unbearably distant. The protagonist unconsciously let out a faint smile. Then he pulled himself back to the present. Right then, a flood of comments from the audience kept popping up, claiming the protagonist was broke and would definitely sell the item out of greed. Faced with Mizuha's curiosity, he declared firmly, "I am not selling them." Mizuha blinked and asked, "Huh?" She explained that the audience was buzzing because those shoes could be listed for an extremely high price, from hundreds of thousands to even 1,000,000 credits. But the protagonist held his ground. "No matter how much you offer, I am not selling." The crowd below instantly descended into chaos, screaming like lunatics, "Bro, sell them to me. I will sell everything I own to buy those shoes." The craze for hunting blue-eyed relics made the grandstand feel like it would explode. Someone even bragged that his inventory had better high-end items to tempt the protagonist. Offers of 1 million, 2 million, Then a sudden jump to 4 million credits rang out one after another. Annoyed by the crowd's greed, the protagonist coldly said, "Get out of my sight." Immediately, a brilliant golden surge of thunder erupted with violent force. Lightning slammed down from Narukami's body, shaking the entire arena like a warning to every bastard still daring to watch. While arcs of electricity still danced wildly through the air, the protagonist declared to the whole crowd, loud and clear, that even if they offered 10 million credits, he still would not sell. His sheer resolve and oppressive presence left Mizuha trembling uncontrollably, sweat pouring down her face. All she could do was silently wonder why she had gotten dragged into this mess, where the job was dangerous and the pay never seemed to go up. The protagonist turned his back coldly and tossed out a short answer. "That's it, he's leaving." He wandered into the tunnel at an easy pace, carrying his old teammates' shoes in hand, leaving the arena's blazing glory behind him. Night gradually settled over the entire city in a heavy, silent shroud. The lights from the high-rises flickered faintly through the gloom, making the whole scene feel even colder. Emon stared at the device screen, his face unable to hide his shock at the result that had just come in. He actually won. This was completely beyond anything he had calculated. Hanamaki Hiyori, the female archer from the Green Zone, stepped closer and kept marveling at the protagonist's unbelievable performance against a master-class fighter like Schneider. She curiously pressed him on, asking him, "Hey, is this guy the RFP version or the AUTH version of that legend?" Seeing his teammates still act indifferent, Hiyori explained how the public was labeling the two of them. Blue Eyes was the original, while the current streamer was being called the new blue-eyed one. Amon clicked his tongue, clearly irritated by definitions he thought were both outdated and stupid. He lowered his voice and insisted that this comparison had always been backwards, because if this young man could do it, then the original Blue Eyes should be able to do it too. That total mismatch in perspective made Amon silently curse Blue Eyes' rabid fanbase as the most annoying bunch alive. Even while Amon muttered in frustration, Hiyori stayed glued to him, excitedly asking about the breathless developments still to come. Amon hoisted his spear onto his shoulder and coldly repeated their real objective. "Quit the chatter and hurry up. Go drag that thief back here." Seeing Amon march off in silence, Hiyori panicked and ran after him, asking if he was mad. Just like that, the two black-clad assassins vanished into the night. Elsewhere, the protagonist quietly held Teleria in his hands, all while being watched by more than 11,000 live viewers. The chat exploded at once with every opinion under the sun. Some called it obsolete, while others gasped at the insane value of such a famous relic. Staring at the worn old item, he thought, "Toshiya, even in a situation like this, I'm still really glad I got to see you again." The tasks from the viewers also eased his heart a little, even as the audience kept arguing about how unreadably calm, almost emotionless he looked. The protagonist began checking the item's stats. This unique pair of shoes required level 30 or higher, boosted movement speed by 25% and jump power by 15%, and even came with Cloud Step, a skill that could be activated twice per day. While the viewers were still debating whether the ultra-rare speed gear was actually worth it, he suddenly received an urgent message from Waika on his handheld device. She warned him anxiously, "Hey, don't keep celebrating. A vicious thief is showing up. He's been lurking around here," she added, and if the protagonist was still wondering what had just happened, then, right now, in the middle of the noisy nighttime crowd, a mysterious figure slipped by. That person wore a black cloak and moved with a creeping, unnerving air of secrecy. The stranger stood motionless before the display, her mind tearing itself apart. "What the hell am I doing, standing right in front of Tashia's shoes?" She adjusted her mask, her eyes blazing with determination as she realized she had already gone too far to turn back now. Her heels struck the stone floor with a dry, hard clack. She growled inwardly with vicious intent that if borrowing the shoes wasn't possible, then she'd just borrow the legs too, to be safe. Her golden eyes flashed with killing intent and fury before the shadowy figure melted into the crowd and vanished into the city. In the quiet atmosphere of a lavish bar with night already fallen, Hatsuka gave the protagonist a soft smile and congratulated him on the victory he had just earned. She thoughtfully told him she had already ordered food and prepared drinks as well. She figured that after such a brutal fight, he had to be completely wiped out. The protagonist sat down quietly, then pulled out his device. He checked Hatsuka's urgent warnings about a suspicious person targeting the prize, then asked in a low voice what those earlier messages were supposed to mean. Hatsuka took a slow sip of wine, her expression growing serious as she began to explain that she had actually spotted a very strange person in the stands. It was a female gamer wearing a fully sealed mask, and she oddly looked a lot like him. At first Hatsuka found her suspicious, but after a few exchanged words, the two hit it off because they were both Hatsuka fans. But the instant the protagonist won in the end, her expression changed in the most bizarre way. Hatsuka described it like she had just been dumped by her boyfriend right in front of her eyes. She said that if someone were a true fan, no one would look that heartbroken when their idol won. Not to mention that right after that moment, the woman vanished without leaving a single trace behind. Hatsuka tried to chase after her, but that mysterious woman's ability to disappear into a crowd was truly formidable. The protagonist fell into thought, silently judging that anyone who could hide their trail from someone like Hatsuka definitely was no ordinary character. Only then did Hatsuka suddenly remember one crucial detail. She said that when she asked whether that person was a Blue Eyes fan, he cut her off because he thought she was talking about him. But Hatsuka quickly corrected herself, saying no, she didn't mean him. She meant a member of Blue Eyes flag. Hatsuka went on to say that right after she mentioned that, the woman's face immediately turned incredibly complicated. It felt like she was trying to confirm something, but not quite. Even with that vague reaction, Hatsuka was sure the woman had never denied any connection to Blue Eyes. Stirring her wine gently, Hatsuka mused that one look in her eyes was enough to tell she was digging up old debts with him. That was what she said. Hatsuka's story made the protagonist's eyes suddenly light up, his shock impossible to hide. The moment he heard it all, he froze, then shot upright so hard the chair crashed over onto the floor. Without even bothering to explain himself, the protagonist bolted out of the bar, leaving the manager staring after him in stunned disbelief. Hatsuka could only scream in despair. What the hell was this? Narukami, had the manager been abandoned? In the stillness of night, darkness settled over the kingdom of Altinen. The mysterious girl from earlier was perched on the roof of a high-rise building. She silently watched the dense crowd flowing below. Those eyes of hers shone with a cold golden light, thoughtful yet full of schemes. She murmured, "I knew long ago things would end up like this." Turning toward her silver-haired companion, who stood hidden in the shadows, the girl spoke with pride. "If you had shown yourself in person, there might still be room for discussion. But do you truly believe a rookie like him could defeat me?" Kotake was forced to admit she had underestimated her opponent, because the one who claimed the final victory was none other than the main character. She watched his figure rush away through the doorway in a hurry. She sneered, "Where are you running off to in such a panic? Still drunk on victory? Or is dopamine boiling through your veins?" She was certain she would not need 10 seconds. 5 would be enough to send him to the afterlife. Her gaze turned icy as it shifted to the Talaria shoes. "Rest easy, this is Soya's most precious treasure. I will not let anyone lay a hand on it." Suddenly, the girl clutched her head and stomped in irritation. "Damn it, my entrance was obviously incredibly impressive. Beautiful, yet sulky over one botched performance." Her anger was soon replaced by a strange feeling creeping into her mind. She wondered why she did not want to use extreme measures against that masked man. Because every gesture, every action of his far too similar to the man she had always longed for. Everything about that guy was exactly like him, as if a dead Narukami had come back to life. The thought left her stunned for a moment, but she immediately cast aside that softness and turned decisively into the darkness. Before vanishing, she left him with a warning as sharp as a blade. "Fine, whatever, you had better prepare yourself. The next time you step into the blue zone, I will not aim only for your legs. I will take your head as well." Deep down, Asagiri had always longed for the day she could speak directly with that mysterious man. She told herself she only wanted to remove that mask and see whether he was truly the real thing. No. At the same time, in the middle of the bustling district, the main character was being swallowed by chaotic thoughts. He blamed himself for never considering that the tournament and the Talaria shoes might have been nothing but a vicious bait, designed to lure out the surviving members of Blue Eye. If Rina had truly been sent to infiltrate and retrieve Soya's shoes, then that was exactly why she had deliberately hidden her presence all this time. He recalled Asagiri's flow of magic, the one he had once sensed radiating from the warm snowflake, and now someone with a face identical to Soya's had suddenly appeared, leaving him deeply shaken. A faint spark of hope flashed through his mind. He thought everything had been wiped out, but could there still be spirits lingering here? However, the main character quickly calmed himself down, knowing it was still far too early to confirm anything. Knowing Rina's personality, he believed she would never watch from a distance when Soya's keepsake was right in front of her. Just then, Hatsuka's voice rang out from behind him. That sound snapped the young man back to his senses. "Hey Narukami, are you still okay?" She rushed over in a panic, her face full of worry and sweat pouring down her skin. "Well, you suddenly dashed out of the shop like that," he answered softly. "It is nothing. I just thought that might have been someone I knew." Hatsuka looked surprised when he mentioned the suspicious person from earlier, but he merely waved it off and said he had probably seen wrong. Hatsuka hesitated, her face flushing bright red with embarrassment. "Narukami, this is kind of awkward to say, but you do not have even a single friend, do you?" Subaru remained silent and offered no explanation at all. Hatsuka added one more teasing jab, "Let alone a girlfriend." Ignoring her teasing, the main character said flatly, "That is enough. I am going home to sleep off the humiliation, kiddo." Seeing him turn to leave, Hatsuka panicked and asked if she had accidentally upset him, but he calmly replied that it was fine. Meanwhile, in another corner of the city, Hiyori kept whining to Amon, Senior, my legs hurt so much. They hurt so badly I could pass out, and my stomach is totally empty too. Hey, Senior, I am so bored I could die." Hiyori kept pestering him. "Senior, say something already. Did we really let them get away?" Amon coldly checked the device and answered no. Hiyori asked curiously how he could be so sure. Amon held the screen in front of her and announced, "I just received a message from Itsuki. All forces are to withdraw." Seeing that sudden order, Hiyori jumped up in a frenzy and screamed, "What? Withdraw? We are just going home like this. Are you kidding me? After all the time we spent waiting so carefully?" Amon explained calmly. He said that if they went to the trouble of coming here, they definitely would not accept that reward falling into someone else's hands. Hiyori asked in disappointment, "So does that mean all our effort until now has gone completely down the drain?" Amon suddenly paused, then added in a thoughtful tone, "Besides that, he also said that even knowing it was a trap, they would still come. They know it is a trap, yet they will step into it themselves. They will still jump in. Talk about being hopelessly chained to old memories." Hiyori immediately pressed him for the true identity of the people they were hunting, while reminding him that Amon had once dismissed it as a baseless rumor. Looking up at the perfectly round full moon, Amon admitted, "I also hoped they were lying. Who would have thought the truth would be this brutally ugly?" He brought up the rumor that once shook the entire hunter world. Narukami had died after being betrayed by Blue Eyes themselves. On a cold upper floor, the main character stood alone on the rooftop, silently watching the city sink into the night below. Beneath the pale moon, his face was heavy with thought, yet his gaze was ice cold, as if he had already chosen his path. He quietly opened his handheld device. A string of old headlines about the fall of Blue Eyes flashed painfully across the screen. The press still spoke of the main character's sacrifice, and of Kyojo Kazuki's suspicious silence after that tragedy. In the blink of an eye, 20 years had passed, and he bitterly realized that Kyojo Kazuki's current status had likely climbed beyond his reach. The main character calculated in silence. To catch up to a monster like Kyojo Kazuki while he was still a beginner, he needed a variable big enough to matter. That variable was the power of the lightning spear summoned in the battle just now. That spear, the legendary grade treasure he once possessed on the second floor, was the key that could turn everything around. He had successfully recreated an energy source that was supposed to be used only once, and used it to reverse the battle. But the main character was not satisfied. He once thought he understood lightning radiance completely, yet reality proved that this power still had countless edges left to sharpen. It was an energy so immense that even gods and colossal beings from the otherworld could not help but covet it. It was also the kind of power humans desperately wanted to seize, so they could fight back against supernatural forces, and eventually subdue them. All this time, the main character's ability to draw out lightning radiance clearly had not come close to its final limit. His gaze hardened as he looked straight toward the mysterious tower, hazy and indistinct in the night. That place was known as the Dwelling of Spirits. The main character told himself he had to conquer that tower, because only by reaching it would the buried truth have a chance to surface. Under the full moon hanging silently in the sky, yet in complete contrast to that quiet night at a luxurious tea party, Lady Hatsuka was resting her chin in her hand, wearing an expression of unbearable boredom. She looked at the screen and calmly declared that she heard nothing, even as the person on the other end explained himself hoarse. "When you are rich, apparently you can choose when to go deaf." At that moment, Chihan was practically kneeling on the ground, sincerely apologizing for getting far too excited. Seeing Hatsuka keep pretending not to understand, he went mad and shouted that she should at least act like she had heard him. Hatsuka merely sneered, saying her hand did not come with an audio recorder for a guy who had just burned all his money on gambling. Stabbed right in the sore spot, Chihan immediately shouted about the massive fortune Hatsuka had just pocketed from the profit split connected to the main character. Desperate because he had no money left to pay this month's electric bill, Chihan threw away every scrap of dignity and kept calling her gorgeous big sis, elder sister, anything that might win a little mercy. At this point, dignity was truly a luxury. Seeing that she still had not softened, he even lowered himself to performing weird pet-like gestures right in front of the screen. Hatsuka instantly frowned in irritation and coldly ordered him to stop at once. But her eyes suddenly turned serious as she asked whether he was willing to carry out a request for her. At the same time, the tavern doorbell rang clearly as the main character slowly walked in. He approached the bar, met his old conte again, and made the same familiar request as always. Looking at the cheap beer placed in front of him, the main character took a sip, then gave a bitter comment. He could not believe those famous guilds had been stingy for so long that they only treated guests to a dirt cheap drink like this. This had been a hard-to-break tradition since long ago. The bearded man drank while reminiscing. He said that back in the day he had many brothers, and whenever he paid for the whole team, his wallet was instantly cleaned out. Over time, the taste of cheap alcohol sank into his blood, until nothing else seemed better. Hearing that, the main character wondered if he had always been the one paying for everyone. The man gave a sad smile and said that if a big brother did not treat his juniors, what face would he have left? Besides, they had all entered the lightning radiance cave because of his stubbornness. He remembered that the team had been pitifully poor back then, and guild sponsorship was as luxurious as something out of fantasy. The group's strength at the time was not enough for them to proudly claim that hunting monsters was easy. In the days before cheats or system support, everything was brutally suffocating. After the dry clink of their glasses, the man seemed to begin opening up the part of his memory he had always wanted to bury. In a low voice, he explained that entering a trial during the exam required spending credits, but if you happened to die, everything became zero. The only choice for poor players back then was to hunt monsters for money to pay the exam fee, clinging to the tiny hope that even one more level would be enough. When the main character quietly asked about that day, the man nodded and let the faded memory flood back. That was when the unlucky team ran into the Sky Serpent, an opponent so far beyond them that 7 beginners could not even touch it. The giant monster was covered in white scales, its eyes glowing red as blood, and it roared before charging straight into their formation. Its attack crushed everything, turning the hunt into a slaughter where the difference in power was absolute. In pain, the man asked the main character whether victory made you king. But if losing meant watching your brothers fall like that, was it still worth it in the end? Amid the devastated, blood-soaked scene, he choked out the truth that 4 people could never return. They were not just teammates, but sworn friends who had faced life and death with him. In the memory, the man's face was covered in blood, and his eyes trembled with weakness, regret, and unbearable pain as he spoke of the brothers who had fallen. They must hate me, don't they? In Snyder's mind, the curses of his comrades still echoed without end. What was inside that lightning radiance cave that was worth trading their lives for? It was all your fault that everyone got cornered like that. Those hate-filled screams kept drilling into his heart. If only you had not been so stubborn. You pushed your closest friends to their deaths. How does someone like you still have the nerve to keep living? That cruel question left the main character stunned, and his eyes clearly showed a shock he could barely hide. Nader barked softly as if trying to drive away the ghosts of the past. Stop it, that's enough. Returning to the present, he looked at the main character and mocked himself, telling him not to look at him with those eyes anymore, because he had gotten used to pain long ago. Snyder said pensively that if an ordinary person were thrown into that situation, he would probably break down and give up on everything. But to him, giving up would be the greatest insult to those who had fallen. His teammates had nearly died because he stubbornly insisted on pushing forward, so if he stopped now, their sacrifices would mean nothing. The weight of guilt and responsibility kept Snyder from letting go of Thunderlight Cave for 10 long years. Looking toward Narukami, he gave a faint smile and said, "You may never understand it, but thank you anyway for letting me see a glimmer of hope." The main character froze, repeating the word hope, as if he had just heard something impossibly distant in the middle of absolute despair. The atmosphere in the bar fell silent, and Schneider slowly lowered his voice before saying, "Let me tell you." He began to reveal just how terrifying Thunderlight Cave truly was. Man proposes, heaven disposes. That bastard Kyojo Kazuki had already gotten one step ahead of him. Inaka walked in silence, countless schemes churning through his mind. He worried that if Kyojo Kazuki really moved to disable Zaina's stealth skill, he would be forced completely onto the defensive. Inaka clutched his head in tension, his eyes fixed on the device in his hand, his gaze blazing with rage while flickering with unease. Damn it. Kyojo Kazuki, do not think you will get to die an easy death. Every step Inaka took froze the ground beneath him, then shattered it into fragments. A bitter wave of cold radiated from his body, heavy as a death god's warning. Just then, a message from Jaina popped up on the screen and made him freeze. "I'm sorry, Inaka." Vina explained that she simply could not sleep, felt restless, and acted on her own, even adding a carefree smiley face that was honestly unbearable. Her reason for running away from home was enough to spike anyone's blood pressure. Reading this far, Inaka went pale with shock, then roared in fury. "Huh? What'd you just say?" At that very moment, in the silent night of the forest, a shocking notification appeared on the system. The main character had started a live stream. He appeared with overwhelming pressure inside a high-end building, carrying the aura of a final boss who had just stepped out of a dungeon. In the blink of an eye, thousands of viewers flooded in, greeting him non-stop and spamming the chat with explosive energy. After receiving 10 credits from a fan and a question about today's goal, he frankly confirmed that this livestream was for conquering Thunderlight Cave. The viewer count instantly surged close to 6,000, and the chat exploded with excitement. While interacting with the audience, he suddenly stopped when a romantic-looking young man with purple hair approached and asked if he was that famous streamer. He calmly confirmed it, making the stranger cheer with excitement because his group had also accepted a mission to conquer Thunderlight Cave. The man immediately introduced his party, then smiled brightly and suggested, "Bro, let us come with you. Let us ride your stream a little, with you carrying the team. This cave is basically a mosquito." But right then, Hatsuka sent a blunt warning straight into the chat. "Brother Subaruba, those people are just a random party recruited online. They only want to leech off your fame." The purple-haired youths eagerly gathered around him, and their leader excitedly said they were also planning to raid the Thunder Cave. Meeting him in real life was unbelievable, while the red-haired girl beside him quickly cut in, saying she was sure their group could offer plenty of support. The young man remained silent, his eyes fixed on his phone as he read Hatsuka's warning, while the purple-haired guy kept proposing cooperation since both sides shared the same goal. He coldly asked what the guy meant by that, and the man hurriedly insisted that his group absolutely had no intention of relying on him or becoming dead weight. He let out a weary sigh and replied, "I get it. Then let's do our best together." Seeing him agree, the purple-haired guy flashed a smug smile and praised him, saying that was the kind of spirit worth respecting. Fine, he thought. If word spread that he accepted a commission and then ran away, his reputation would be finished, so he had no choice but to swallow this nuisance. He made up his mind. As he turned and walked away, he kept muttering in his head, "Does this mean every time someone annoys me, I have to wipe them all out? Being famous is seriously exhausting beyond belief." Those words left the purple-haired young man stunned, and he blurted out in panic, What terrifying thing did you just say?" He stopped without turning around and coldly declared, "However, I need to make one thing clear." The eyes behind his mask glinted with frost as his voice sank. "We are not comrades. We are simply walking the same road." The scene shifted to the gathering area of the Conrad's kingdom on the outskirts. Before the city gate, a sea of people packed the area so densely that anyone who saw it would be stunned. The mercenaries buzzed with discussion, wondering whether this was a monster hunt or a festival, considering how insanely crowded it was. They could not believe this massive crowd had gathered because of one Thunder Cave. In the middle of the crowd, Demon, a notorious S-rank mercenary with a scarred face and a thick beard, held the proposal letter from him and laughed with interest. "Just an E-rank," he mocked, saying Raymond must have misjudged him, though the old man was famous for having a good eye despite being terrible in battle. Demon looked at the letter and sneered, unable to believe a lowly E-rank dared to come here. He kept jeering, "Oh, someone from another world. No wonder you people always look down on your own lives." In the brutal mercenary's mind, he had already planned to turn the main character into fresh bait for the dungeon vultures. The livestream audience immediately warned that Demon was a terrifying nickname. That was what people called those who specialized in hunting weaker mercenaries to steal credit and make a profit. Demon's killing intent spread through the air until it felt thick and suffocating, and he roared an order at the entire force. "What are you all standing around for? Move your asses!" At the same time, at the gathering area of the Osman kingdom on the outskirts, in the middle of the yard, a confrontation as tense as a drawn bow erupted when Captain Schneider was insulted by a stranger right in front of his subordinates. Schneider lowered his voice and asked again, his gaze turning cold, "You've got guts, daring to stand in front of me and tug a tiger's whiskers." The one who had just appeared was Blue Zone Spear Wielder, and he mocked Miles Nader for being so old that his ears were ringing too badly to hear clearly. He brazenly declared that half their forces should withdraw, because his side would be joining this clearing operation. Faced with such arrogance, Snyder coldly asked whether this was an order from Kyojo. The spear wielder curled his lip and corrected him, saying he should call him Guildmaster instead. Then he cruelly dumped all the blame on Snyder for losing a valuable item to someone else, which had sent the Guildmaster into a rage. Seeing Snyder stay silent, he pushed even harder with his insults. "You trained for 10 years and still got your teeth kicked in by a rookie. You should just retire." Those insults drove Snyder's subordinates into a rage, and they immediately moved to draw. Their weapons rushed forward to attack, but the Blue Zone Spear Wielder calmly turned his back and walked away, saying they should feel lucky he was taking part in the Thunder Cave occupation. Seeing the bald man about to charge over and force the bastard to shut up, Snyder stopped him in time, then bitterly admitted, "He's talking trash, but he's right. The humiliation was too much, brothers." Schneider steeled his resolve. This time, failure was absolutely not an option. "We will break through and fully conquer this cave soon, no doubt about it." The entire squad advanced in silence, moving deeper into the pitch-black, oppressive ravine wedged between cold, sheer cliffs. Demon scanned the terrain, then frowned as he realized this place was disturbingly unnatural. The entrance opened and closed on a strict cycle, just like an artificial mechanism set in advance. He cast his gaze forward, where the Thunder Cave loomed in the distance, surrounded by jagged stone pillars scarred by countless lightning strikes. Demon explained that, under normal conditions, raging bolts of electricity would constantly hammer the cave entrance, making entry impossible except during a few rare fixed windows. Hearing that, Narukami curiously asked how many times he had already tried to conquer this Thunder Cave. Demon admitted in a low voice that this was his third attempt, and fewer surviving mercenaries had returned from that place than he could count on both hands. Seeing him still stubbornly hanging on, the main character asked why he had joined this team. The mercenary answered bluntly that he was after one thing only, the Thunder Relic. He confessed that he was sick to death of living as a mercenary with a blade at his throat every day, so if he could seize that treasure, he would retire for good. When asked whether he planned to reach the very end of the dungeon, Demon rejected the idea at once, saying only a lunatic would dare do that. You boys can still act optimistic only because you do not truly understand how terrifying this place really is. He glanced at the main character with contempt and coldly warned him, especially you, E-rank brat, you had better not touch anything. Demon even let out a mocking laugh. Poisonwood also sneered that if the main character wanted to log out, he should do it quickly and not drag him down with him. In the pitch black night, violent bolts of lightning kept crashing down on the gate, creating a scene that felt suffocating and soaked in killing intent. A journey with almost no chance of returning safely was now officially about to begin. Demon looked up at the sky covered in lightning and announced that the thunder would pause in about an hour. Only then would the entrance appear, though the danger would not be gone. The rough mercenary suddenly grabbed a small squirrel nearby without warning. Then he coldly hurled it straight toward the dungeon gate. In the next instant, a terrifying bolt of lightning struck down, burning the poor creature to ash in a flash before the stunned eyes of the entire group. Demon turned to the main character and growled, "You see that? If you do not want the same ending, behave yourself and rest until we move out." While the livestream audience waited impatiently for the broadcast to begin, the main character stood still, his eyes fixed on the shoes beneath his feet. Seeing him look distracted, Demon shouted, "E-rank, are you even listening to me?" The main character completely ignored the mercenary, because his mind was being pulled into a strangely familiar sensation. It felt exactly like the trial on Thousand-Year Kinenline Mountain, where he had once faced the pressure of lightning in a brutally harsh martial arts test. Entering a dungeon somehow felt like going back to a class reunion, and under Demon's stunned gaze, the main character suddenly stepped forward. He slowly approached, then reached out and touched the rock wall wrapped in dense layers of lightning. The system immediately warned that the Thunder Heart was resisting the Thunder Gate, while his body entered an abnormal state from enduring electric shock. Golden lightning erupted violently as the Thunder Gate began testing the intruder's qualifications. Seeing the main character still standing tall in the heart of the thunderstorm, the people around him could only scream in horror. How is he still holding on? The violent resonance between the lightning and the Thunder Heart instantly created a blinding explosion of light. The Thunder Gate vanished completely, revealing the secret of the Thunder Relic that had been hidden for centuries. The main character raised his still charged hands toward the light slowly emerging ahead. The rock wall collapsed, opening a radiant fissure in the thick darkness. From the rubble, a tiny item glowing with emerald blue light slowly fell to the ground. The mercenaries froze in breathless excitement, stammering that it was the Thunder Relic, while their eyes shone as if they had just seen divine-grade equipment. Demon stood rooted in place, his voice trembling with both panic and greed as he stammered, asking how the main character could possibly have done that. The main character bent down and picked up the treasure, silently wondering whether it had waited all this time, just someone qualified like him. But the moment he touched the Thunder Relic, a crimson surge of killing intent tore through the air and sought straight at him. The livestream viewers were also stunned by this vicious betrayal. The main character immediately leaned aside and narrowly dodged the sneak attack from behind. The system quickly issued an emergency alert, stating that the player had been attacked by an allied raid team member, and confirming that he could counterattack without triggering the penalty mechanism. The main character turned back, and the one standing opposite him now was none other than Demon. The mercenary wore a clearly sinister expression as he advanced step by step with his towering body, his eyes blazing with greed and murderous intent. Demon threatened through gritted teeth that the main character had only gotten lucky, so if he knew what was good for him, he would hand the item over. He kept threatening him, saying that if he did not give it up, he would turn him into roasted meat. Facing such shameless greed, the main character calmly asked, "What reason do I have to obey you?" Demon's subordinates immediately joined in, claiming that items found in this area should belong to the locals, not fall into the hands of outsiders like him. Demon gave a cruel smile, raised his weapon, and coldly asked whether the main character was afraid of dying. The main character replied in an icy voice, "Exactly." He knew very well that dying inside an instance was not true death, but the pain and terror of facing death still felt real enough to crush anyone's mind and leave deep trauma behind. Demon licked his lips with a bloodthirsty look, declaring that he was far too used to sending outsiders to the next world. Witnessing that brutality, the young man traveling with the main character was shocked to realize that the rumors about Conrad's mercenaries murdering players were completely true, and he began regretting ever setting foot here. In a panic, the purple-haired man rushed out to stop them, his voice shaking as he told everyone to calm down, sit down, and split the loot peacefully. However, before he could finish speaking, a ruthless slash tore through him and left him gravely wounded on the spot. Seeing blood spill, the mercenaries laughed with delight, believing they now had a proper excuse to strike and turn the whole group into vulture food. In the next instant, the main character shot forward like a ghost, unleashing a lightning-fast blow that ripped through the enemy's defense. The mercenaries were horrified to see their comrade taken down so easily, unable to believe the person before them was only labeled E rank. What the hell is going on? Amid that shrill cry, the main character continued gliding straight into the formation ahead. He pierced through the encirclement like a death god's blade, every slash carrying killing intent that left his opponents no time to react. He looked straight at the enemy, curled his lips in mockery, and asked whether not being finished off in a single move was the only pride that self-proclaimed S-rank trash like them had left. Forced into a corner, Demon screamed in terror, "You dared to trick me. Who the hell are you?" Narukami stood tall on the battlefield, his aura as cold as thunder. The protagonist unleashed a terrifying thunderstrike, blasting Demon's weapon away and dropping him on the spot. The mercenary trembled with humiliation, gritting his teeth as he shouted that this was a demonic swordsman, a coward who was only strong because he clung to his weapon. Classic cheap loser excuse. Standing before the defeated enemy sprawled miserably at his feet, he answered in an icy voice, "If you're weak, don't run your mouth. If you want premium gear, top up and buy it yourself." Killing intent flashed in his eyes as he delivered the finisher. "Too bad you won't have a life left to use it." Demon's eyes bulged and he only managed to roar in hatred, "You bastard." Right after that, a brutal slash tore downward, sending him straight out of the game. The system rang out coldly, "You have eliminated Demon." After witnessing that scene, everyone around them went dead silent, able only to let out horrified cries. Holding the glowing item in his hand, the protagonist glanced at the purple-haired man and asked, "You want this too?" Overwhelmed by that crushing power, the purple-haired man instantly dropped to his knees and worshipped him like a god. "No way. That item belongs to you." The stream viewers nearly died laughing at a face turn faster than a system update. They all realized this young man was being worshipped almost like a god in the other world. After retrieving his weapon, he quietly walked away through the suffocating silence that had fallen over the entire party. The protagonist gave a firm order, "All right, keep moving." The group trudged deeper into the dungeon, where dazzling golden lightning kept crashing into blood-red cliffs heavy with murderous pressure. Walking behind his mysterious back, the red-haired girl could not hide her worry. She softly asked her teammates if following him was really safe, then admitted in a trembling voice, "This guy clearly isn't normal." The deeper they went into the dungeon, the more the purple-haired man whispered to his lackeys that as long as they did not start trouble first, the protagonist would not go too far, because a streamer always had to protect his public image. He casually scrolled past comments mocking him as a parasite making money by tailing someone else, then smugly told himself he just had to act carefully. Once he found a chance later, he would post an expose and milk the drama hard. Suddenly, a sky-shaking explosion erupted, and crimson stone pillars wrapped in lightning shot straight up from the ground, sealing the entire group's path. Panic instantly spread when everyone realized both the way back and the way forward had been completely blocked. While the whole party was still thrown into chaos by the cave's abnormal change, the protagonist remained calm, as if he had predicted everything. He warned in a cold voice, "Listen carefully. The first creatures you'll meet in this cave are the thunder wolves." In an instant, pairs of blue-green eyes flashed in the darkness, and a pack of wolves covered in crackling lightning slowly stepped out, surrounding them from every direction. He warned that their numbers were extremely high. If they fought them one by one, the whole party's stamina would run dry before the battle ended. The moment he finished speaking, the protagonist suddenly shot forward, leaving behind his teammates' desperate cries. "Bro, don't go. Without you carrying us, we're all dog food." He calculated inwardly that there was still one way to shorten the battle, and that was to strike directly at their leader. Unlike ordinary monsters within the Thunder Wolf pack, the smallest one was actually the existence with absolute authority, the Thunder Wolf King. The protagonist sprang into the air and swung a ruthless sword strike that split the charging wolf in two. Right after that, he activated the skill Cloud Step, allowing him to walk on air for exactly 3 seconds. Like a straight-up game hack for strolling across clouds, he kicked hard off empty space and launched himself higher. From that height, he faced the giant roaring monster below head-on. As his figure streaked through the air, the image of his old teammate Toshia suddenly appeared in his mind. Feeling the strange resonance between memory and thunder power, he murmured inwardly, "Toshia, so this is the feeling you once experienced?" In the blink of an eye, the vicious Thunder Wolf pack rushed in and locked him down from every side. One wolf bared its fangs and lunged from behind, aiming straight for a blind spot to deliver a fatal pounce. Without flinching at all, the protagonist spun around at extreme speed and slashed backward with his sword. An earth-shaking thunder explosion erupted, blasting away every enemy attack. Amid the rolling dust and arcs of electricity webbing through the air, his silhouette gradually became clear. He landed on the ground as solid as a boulder. Even as the wolves kept growling threats around him, this young man remained terrifyingly calm. A thunder wolf charged in madly, its ear-splitting roar echoing throughout the dungeon. But thunderlight was already surging through the nameless demonic sword, and the protagonist growled with pride. Trying to race electricity? Buddy, you're just a power bank. I'm the main source. A destructive slash tore across the air, shredding the monster's body in an instant. The system kept announcing, "You have defeated the Thunderwolf King," causing the entire pack's frenzy to immediately weaken. His strength, agility, and stamina all rose at once, while he casually walked among the trembling defeated wolves. He remembered the lesson from years ago. As long as you take down the leader, the winner gains control of everything. At that point, you become the boss. The boss of the whole pack, and now the Thunder Wolves before him had only one choice left. All of them lowered their heads in submission before the protagonist's pressure. The system confirmed that he had successfully tamed this species and could command them through thunder blood. Watching that absurd scene, the purple-haired man froze and blurted out, "What the hell just happened?" He only replied indifferently, "Small stuff. Let's keep moving before we're late for the live stream." At his command to move out, the protagonist strode forward proudly, with the entire pack of electric wolves following obediently behind him. The once proud monster pack now obeyed like loyal subordinates. His teammates stood frozen in shock, completely unable to keep up with this young man's level. No one could explain why the savage monsters that once spread nightmares through this dungeon had suddenly bowed their heads and shown Narukami absolute loyalty. The main lead silently pressed deeper into the cave, with the freshly tamed monster legion following obediently behind him. The deeper he went into the cavern, the more he suddenly stopped scanning the terrain before murmuring under his breath. Looking at the blazing red cliffs crackling with lightning, he silently confirmed that this place was perfect for carrying out his plan. His eyes glowed beneath the cold mask, and then the main lead ordered the 7 thunder wolves behind him. "It is time. Howl with everything you have." At once the wolves lifted their heads and let out a chorus of savage howls that shook the entire dungeon. A full-on death-calling chore officially began, and just hearing it was enough to raise goosebumps. Golden bolts of lightning kept slamming down from the cliff walls, mixing with the beast's roars to form a scene of pure terror. The noise was so loud that the purple-haired man beside him went pale, panicking as he screamed for the main lead. "What the hell are you doing?" From the dark cracks in the cliff face, countless twisted creatures began crawling out. It was an entire legion of giant insects, their cold blue eyes shining as their wings beat furiously, like they were ready to swallow everything whole. Drawn in by the howls, they surged forward in a crazed tide, an unstoppable monster flood. Seeing himself about to be surrounded, the purple-haired man ran while screaming in despair. "Bro, are you trying to open an insect hotpot feast or what, calling this many over?" Unlike his companion's panic, the main lead stayed terrifyingly calm. He slowly drew the demonic sword blazing with crimson spiritual energy, then declared that he would turn this suffocating encirclement into a real hunt. That was his style from the start. Watching the monsters swarm in, the main lead coldly reminded the others not to worry about him. With the Thunder Wolves helping, he alone was enough to wipe them all out. Horrified, the purple-haired man stammered and asked what would happen to them. The main lead only gave him a contemptuous glance and repeated that he had made himself clear from the beginning. They were nothing more than freeloaders tagging along for the ride. He growled out the order, "So if you want to live, figure out how to protect your own damn life." With that, he stood tall in the middle of the howling monster ring, gripping his sword tight and ready to launch a bloody massacre. At the same time, in a modern room, the atmosphere was just as tense as the main lead's livestream played live on a giant screen. The cries of A and Rogesh echoed through the room, making everyone shiver. On the sofa, Kyojo Kazuki silently watched the battlefield on the screen, his gaze heavy at the unpredictable variable in the lightning storm. Hatsuka anxiously asked whether it was really okay to let the main lead keep acting like this. But John Teo only replied casually that it was the streamer's decision, and there was nothing they could do to mesh at themselves anymore. He pointed at the flood of freeloading sign-up messages covering the screen, and said the situation this time was genuinely a little unusual. John Teo flat out called it a free ride, because with that group's skill level, there was no way they could clear the Thunder Dungeon on their own. In his view, it was a bit troublesome, but letting them tag along would help avoid the audience's negative chatter. Even so, John Teo warned that if this free ride reputation spread, people would cling to the main lead like ants finding honey. John Teo's eyes turned icy when he realized the young man's real intent. He was using those people as an example to warn everyone not to even dream about freeloading again. Deep in the dark dungeon, the main lead was carving through monsters with ruthless slashes, blood spraying everywhere, while the monsters looked no different from walking experience points. The system kept chiming with level up congratulations, and his strength, stamina, and focus all surged at once. The main lead stood like a tower on the battlefield, the eyes behind his mask blazing with overwhelming pressure like a final boss deep in the dungeon. Around him now were piles of monster corpses stacked in heaps, undeniable proof of a massacre with zero mercy. he said coldly. At this point, I doubt anyone is still complaining about me splitting off to go my own way, right? On the livestream, viewers were stunned by his overwhelming power and brutality. Some admired him, while others felt he had gone too far. Standing proudly amid the ruins, the main lead held his bloodstained sword and delivered a chilling warning. Anyone still thinking of clinging to my coattails should start preparing a coffin now. That iron-hard warning rang through the screen, while he stood in the blood-soaked dungeon like a ruler. Seeing this performance calculated down to every beat, Jontio burst out laughing on the sofa. He understood that the main lead never treated his words lightly in front of the audience. Every movement, every line, had been carefully planned to create the strongest possible media effect. Jontio curled his lips, admiration written all over his face, and had to admit the guy was truly a top-tier gamer streamer. Just then, Hatsuka's phone kept vibrating and the caller ID on the screen showed that annoying boss. She answered with obvious annoyance, about to say she was busy, when the shouting on the other end made her freeze. Don't ignore the news about the main lead. Hatsuka stared in shock and asked what on earth had happened. Jontio immediately pressed her on whether she had told him about the forum post recruiting freeloaders. Hatsuka calmly confirmed that she had already notified him. Jontio narrowed his eyes, suspicious that this whole act had been arranged by Hatsuka from the start. Faced with her boss's speculation, she warned him coldly, "Get to the point. I don't have time for your wild imagination." Jontio quickly regained his serious expression, then immediately gave her his demand. "You need to hold onto a copy of that forum post and hold it tight." With a power-filled smile, he declared it was time to make them open their eyes and realize the main lead was backed by an extremely powerful representative corporation. Meanwhile, in the dark dungeon, the Thunder Wolves suddenly let out piercing, ear-rending roars. The blue-furred, electricity-charged wolves charged forward like mad, attacking anyone within range. A brutal clash erupted, forcing the group to strain themselves against every lethal pounce from the beasts. In the middle of the chaos and bloodshed, one panicked teammate screamed for their leader, Schneider. Omar Snader appeared with a massive spear in his hand, his stern gaze blazing as he faced the 7 monsters surrounding him. In the chaos, a Blue Zone member was suddenly struck by a Thunder Wolf, blood spraying everywhere. He flew into a rage and screamed at Schneider, "You're jealous of my talent, so you used wolves to have me killed, didn't you?" Schneider remained cold, his gaze sharpening with determination as he thought to himself that he had finally found his target. Schneider firmly tightened his grip on his weapon and struck immediately. A powerful swing exploded outward, and the terrifying force slammed the Blue Zone soldier into the ground, leaving him stunned and terrified. "You bastard, are you messing with me?" At the same time, the savage Thunder Wolves kept surging in from every direction, driving the battlefield into total chaos. Schneider did not hesitate, and the spear in his hand tore through the air as it shot straight forward. The thrust punched clean through the Thunder Wolf's head right in front of him, ending it in an instant. Amid the monster corpses scattered everywhere, Schneider still had to hear the Blue Zone soldier sneer at him. "Come on, I thought you were about to do something impressive, but you only handled one tiny little monster." Schneider ordered in an icy voice, "Sit down." With his pride struck, the man roared, "Huh? Are you ordering me around? You've been picking a fight with me this whole time, fine. Let's see which one of us is stronger." His words suddenly caught in his throat, as if he had sensed something abnormal. A far more terrifying threat had appeared. What was with that wolf pack? The entire raiding squad was suffocating under the Thunder Wolf Legion's encirclement, and the scene instantly plunged into chaos. The Blue Zone soldier went pale and shouted, "What the hell is happening? Hey, what kind of sorcery did you just pull?" Schneider glanced back with contempt in his eyes. "Both you and your higher-ups are nothing but frogs at the bottom of a well." He coldly warned the arrogant soldier to know when to back down, unless he wanted to lose the last shred of dignity he had in front of his men. Watching Schneider walk away, the Blue Zone soldier could only grit his teeth and curse helplessly. "Damn bastard." Schneider quietly advanced deeper into the dungeon's darkness, holding a blue glowing spear that radiated a cold light. Elsewhere, Narukami had entered combat mode, and behind his mask, his eyes flashed with murderous blue lightning. A terrifying pressure suddenly crashed down. From the rock wall, a colossal creature emerged, its mouth packed with sharp fangs and disgusting slime. The system immediately confirmed, the boss Thunderma has appeared. Facing the deformed monster, the main character poured every ounce of thunder into each muscle fiber. He shot upward like a bolt of lightning ripping through the air. A punch as heavy as a meteor slammed straight into Thunderma's grotesque body. Pitch black lightning exploded, tearing through the monster's flesh with a horrifying shockwave, and sending slime splattering everywhere. After wiping out the obstacle in the blink of an eye, he calmly stepped through the ruined wreckage. Watching from afar, Schneider fell silent as he remembered the 3 grueling years he had sacrificed just to reach this place. But the main character character quickly realized a cruel truth. The true lightning cave had only begun at this very moment. Before the massive red gate covered in eerie patterns, he finally understood what Schneider had mentioned earlier. A true lightning cave towered before him, its colossal stone pillars radiating a pressure that made it hard to breathe. The system immediately announced, "He is entering the first Thunder Gate." Standing before the majestic red stone gate, he quietly realized that the previous lightning cave had been nothing more than a beginner dungeon. Everything up to now had only been the warm-up, and the real game was finally starting. According to Schneider, the core transformation would only happen once he crossed this boundary. The moment he stepped in, the system announced, "Trial period over. Please enter to pay with your life." What Subaru saw now were blazing red reliefs carved with the majestic silhouette of an ancient dragon. Meanwhile, the audience on the stream was still buzzing nonstop. Some people thought they were just confusing scribbles, impossible to decode no matter how they looked at them. Schneider was once again flooded with memories of his own brutal training. He admitted that it had taken him more than 5 full years to pass this first gate. Suddenly, several sharp-eyed viewers began to notice the outline of a dragon hidden within the mural. "Yo guys, did the dragon in the picture just wink at me?" At that very moment, the ground shook violently, and the seemingly lifeless lines began to stir and come alive. Schneider spoke in a challenging tone, "So how long do you think you'll take?" Based on the main character's thunder resonance attribute, the system began analyzing the compatibility between his power and the trial ahead. Thunder resonance was the roar that shook heaven and earth whenever lightning descended, and in the end, it all came from a single type of power. He wondered whether the reward in this place was directly connected to the lightning power he possessed. Even if both belonged to the lightning element, he understood perfectly that this did not mean their skills would operate in the exact same way. Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure erupted and gradually condensed into a legendary creature covered in blue lightning. The system coldly announced the arrival of a supreme entity, the Judge of Thunder Resonance Ragnarok. He stood still, looking up at the giant dragon emerging from thin air. Schneider observed him, then spoke softly in confirmation. "You're the one who defeated the wolf warrior Greg, aren't you?" Although he acknowledged the young man's strength, Schneider still issued a warning as heavy as a boulder. "But you had better not dream of taking down Ragnarok." He trembled slightly, sweat rolling down his face as he felt the suffocating pressure from the supreme entity before him. In his heart, he answered, "What kind of person do you think I am?" "Schneider, I'm not crazy. Who could possibly fight a monster this terrifying?" He reminded himself that he had only fought Greg because it was a mandatory mission. Ragnall's trial was a true nightmare, because every time he appeared, it changed unpredictably. Sometimes he would cruelly force his target to endure tens of millions of lightning bolts crashing straight into their body. At other times, he would even strip the intruder of all 5 senses, trapping them in a thick space of darkness and pushing them into absolute loneliness. Ragnall could even summon gigantic monsters with twisted forms, forcing players into an endless battle for survival. Amid the flowing blue spiritual energy, the Judge Ragnarok appeared in towering majesty, his blazing eyes fixed on the masked intruder as he growled, "Little brother, did you come here to clear the game or become dragon food?" Without the slightest hesitation, he answered firmly, "That's right." That arrogant reply made the chat explode, with countless comments both hyped and mocking the arrogance of a rookie. Ragnall curled his lip. How interesting. The ancient entity judged that he had proven his qualifications through countless previous trials. He commanded with absolute authority, "Take out the thing you are hiding in there." He stared down in shock at his arm, where violent arcs of electricity were intertwining. He silently doubted this lightning mark, wondering why Schneider had never mentioned it. Ragnall strode forward, because he had realized that this boy was the one who had truly opened the Thunder Resonance Gate to enter this place. Looking at the radiant crystal glowing in his palm, Ragnall asked in a deep voice, "Could there be someone else besides you who possesses this thing?" He suddenly remembered the durian-headed guy with the thunder spear whom he had met earlier. But Ragnall immediately denied it, confirming that the man had not opened the gate to enter, and had merely happened to pick up a stone crystallized from the dungeon's energy. The real deal had barely spoken before the knockoff instantly vanished. Narukami narrowed his eyes with resolve, finally understanding why only the protagonist truly possessed lightning radiance. Ragnar roared, his pressure shaking space itself, then coldly declared, "Now I shall grant you a trial." He gave a firm order, "Swallow it, that is the test." What stood before him now was the lightning radiance trace, a mysterious crystal whose rank still could not be identified. It was crystallized from ancient currents that once roared across the heavens. Looking at the glowing treasure in his palm, the protagonist could not help weighing its enormous value. Even the viewers in the stream started teasing him, saying he was probably thinking of selling it, changing his life overnight, and living in luxury forever. But what lay before him was not wealth. It was absolute agony and a life or death choice so intense it stole his breath. The protagonist narrowed his eyes slightly, wondering whether he should keep betting his life on this insane otherworld game. He knew that clearing Ragnarok's trial might not earn him a reward worth more than this crystal. Even though swallowing such pure energy was no different from burning money, he had planned to save it for the next trial. But facing facing the massive dragon entity before him. He told himself that backing down here would be way too humiliating. To him, pride stood even higher than the tower. Besides, failing now would leave an unbearable stain on the title of Blue Eyes. Without hesitating another second, the protagonist decisively swallowed the lightning radiance trace whole. The moment it slid down his throat, the system immediately rang out with a shocking notification. You have swallowed the lightning radiance trace. The Gates trial begins inside your body. This is an extremely brutal digestion test. Right after that, savage thunder erupted from his organs, making his eyes bulge with pain and terror. The lightning power seemed ready to rip the protagonist apart from within, turning him into the center of destruction. While the protagonist was writhing in a struggle against death inside the progress room. In her private room, Hatsuka was furious, yelling straight at the screen, "Does that damn bug know how much that stone is worth?" She clutched her head and tugged at her hair in painful regret, because she knew all too well that the protagonist was just as obsessed with money as anyone. Even while cursing nonstop, Hatsuka's eyes clearly showed extreme worry. As she silently prayed he would survive this calamity, Hatsuka immediately picked up her phone and called someone named Kiyoharu. "Hello, Kiyoharu. I am almost there. Where are you?" The voice on the other end answered calmly, "You made it, huh? I figured that place was pretty close to you." Hatsuka sat motionless in the dark room, her thoughtful gaze fixed on the glowing phone screen. She answered the call, her expression so grave that the air around her seemed to freeze solid. The person on the other end asked what was wrong, and then Kiyoharu's trembling voice rang out, "I am truly sorry." But Hatsuka had no intention of showing mercy. She cut him off in an icy voice, "This is your last chance. If you fail, do not show your face to me again." Hatsuka lowered her voice, each word landing like a nail so the other side would understand that she had been pushed into a corner. In her heart, she frantically told herself, "You already know how desperate I am, don't you?" After a sigh, Hatsuka hung up and coldly left him with one last wish. "Fine then. Good luck with your surveillance mission." She sat quietly at her desk, her gaze resting on the card bearing Kiyoharu's name, while her mind had already begun calculating the next move. At the same time, somewhere else, a purple-haired young man stared at the screen in shock, then blurted out in total disbelief, "Impossible." The scene immediately shifted to the 5th floor, the territory of Birin, the divine armament blacksmith. Beneath the blazing red sunset, a magnificent white palace appeared, majestic like a structure built by the gods. The protagonist strolled across the vast audience courtyard, each step echoing through the silent space. He lifted his head slightly to look at the ancient architecture, then sighed inwardly, "So this is the old home, but why does my stomach hurt a little today?" That flicker of nostalgia was crushed when the system announced that the lightning radiance trial had officially activated inside his body. Emerald blue bolts exploded violently, engulfing his entire figure. The protagonist's eyes instantly blazed gold, releasing a pressure that made it hard for anyone to look straight at him. Veins bulged across his skin, signaling a terrifying devastation tearing through his body from within. The system kept announcing, "The lightning radiance trace has settled inside your body. Magic power increased by 1. The protagonist gritted his teeth and endured as his weakness stat surged from 67 to 73. Amid the bone-deep pain, he felt a violent pulse attacking even his smallest meridians. This time was completely different from before. Something was choking him, blocking the flow of magic power, making it impossible for the protagonist to control his body as he wished. The system continued warning, "The lightning radiance trace is spreading and beginning to seize control of your body." The protagonist gritted his teeth bitterly, feeling death right at his neck. "I got too greedy and now I am choking on it. Somebody save me." Suddenly, another source of energy erupted from deep within. The system announced that the lightning radiance heart was fiercely resisting the lightning radiance trace. He froze as he sensed this strange resonance, wondering wasn't it only a piece of equipment. Though his magic power kept rising, his weakness stat hit 81 and made the protagonist collapse. The two powers looked similar, but their natures were completely opposed. A flash of insight struck his mind, and he finally understood that the judge's real hint was not just to swallow that crystal, but the other thing as well. To balance the power, the protagonist had no choice but to swallow the lightning radiance heart too. Without hesitation, he lifted the one remaining crystal to his mouth and swallowed it straight down. Immediately, an earth-shaking energy war exploded inside his body, making the thunder around the protagonist erupt more violently than ever before. Two raging sources of lightning radiance collided, creating a quake of light that shook the entire space. From within the brilliant golden current, the silhouette of a massive, majestic dragon slowly appeared, enveloping the protagonist's small body at the heart of the thunderstorm. Facing the towering judge, Ragnall curled his lip in satisfaction and spoke, "Waiting for you to finish eating made my neck stiff." A heaven-shaking surge of energy erupted, transforming the entire space into a raging sea of thunder, and right at the center of the storm, the protagonist stood tall, his white hair blazing, his golden eyes radiating terrifying pressure. In the middle of his chest, the thunder heart was pounding nonstop, unleashing the dazzling light of ultimate power. He painfully clutched his chest, where the lightning radiance heart kept resonating as if it wanted to shatter the limits of his life. Resonance. Witnessing that scene, Ragnall spoke softly. You handle premium goods like a wrecking ball. Watching you is so depressing I almost have nothing to say. The ancient entity mocked the protagonist's inexperience, but still admitted, either way, realizing that on your own does have some meaning. He dropped to his knees, breathing hard from exhaustion, then snapped, "Are you kidding me, old man? I almost died in there." Ragnar loomed into view amid the crackling bolts, his voice ringing with absolute certainty. Even the previous bearer of lightning radiance could not tame this thing. Even so, the giant dragon entity's eyes showed clear expectation as he looked at the young man. "But this time I have placed great faith in you." Immediately, a radiant golden stream of spiritual power flowed from Ragnall straight into the protagonist's body, making the system ring out with level-up notifications one after another. The lightning radiance skill broke through level 3, then level 4, before finally reaching level 5 amid an eruption of divine power. The rank of the Thunderlight skill officially rose to S-class, a level far beyond every limit anyone could have imagined. At the same time, at the dungeon entrance, the air suddenly fell into a deathly silence. Captain Schneider and his warriors froze as the terrifying thunder phenomenon before them abruptly vanished. Schneider stared into the empty space, his dirt-smeared face showing shock and disbelief, then rasped that it was gone. Schneider and his squad stood stunned as they realized the dragon mural carved into the cliff had completely dispersed. One soldier poked his head out and nervously asked the captain if this place looked strangely empty, or if he was the only one feeling that way. Exactly, the dragon was gone. It was like someone had turned in the test before they had even gotten the chance to read the questions. Schneider kept staring at the bare cliff wall, saying nothing as the silence pressed down around him. No, his gaze sharpened at once, filling with cold calculation. In a low voice, he stated that he had not even begun the trial yet, so someone must have slipped in first and interfered with this place. Hearing that, the Blue Zone soldier instantly went pale and panicked, asking if someone else was here besides them, and hoping it was not Narukami. He lost patience and shouted that dragon murals or dragon tattoos did not matter. They had to hurry before the protagonist snatched everything first. He anxiously asked if Schneider planned to let that guy clean out all the rewards before they arrived. Schneider suddenly stopped, shot him a contemptuous glance, and asked if he really thought he had come all this way, just for a few rewards. Unlike his confused teammates, Schneider wore an unreadable smile. He understood in his heart that everything had finally begun to shift, because someone had truly reached the deepest point of Thunderlight Cavern. Schneider slowly closed in on the Blue Zone soldier, a chilling killing intent radiating from him. He lowered his voice and warned that he was in a very good mood, so anyone who wanted a beating should speak up first. Under that suffocating pressure, the man could only tremble and say he understood. To break the bowstring-tight tension, the Blue Zone soldier quickly tried to calm things down, saying there was no need to rush yet. He brought up how he had faced that young man in the tournament, and had been taken down with a single slash. But right after that, he gave a scornful laugh and said that even with one more protagonist in the mix, there was no way the trials ahead could be cleared so easily. Completely wrong guess, but he still sounded confident. Schneider led the troops forward like a looming shadow, advancing deeper into the darkness. In a stern voice, he told everyone to stay alert, because if they wanted to witness the first conquest of Thunderlight Cavern in history, the bare minimum requirement was staying alive. The Blue Zone soldier followed behind, watching him with suspicion and unease. He wondered whether Schneider truly did not plan to clear the trial himself, and what kind of monster was waiting up ahead. The entire group stopped before a massive stone gate, where blazing red spiritual power radiated a suffocating, threatening pressure. Beyond the deep crimson stone door, the true destination of Thunderlight Cavern finally revealed itself. Schneider thought that he must have crossed this boundary long ago, and already entered beyond the door. The system immediately announced that they had officially entered the second Thunderlight Gate. Before them stood a dark, majestic hall, with a long path stretching straight toward a raised platform. At the center of the hall, a thorn-covered throne radiating suffocating pressure stood in silent dominance. The system issued a mysterious command: sit upon the throne. Schneider silently led the troops from the front, moving forward one step at a time. But the moment he carefully observed the scene, his expression darkened as if he had discovered something abnormal. The protagonist was nowhere to be seen. Maybe he had gone off to fight the trial again. The Blue Zone soldier beside him asked in shock what that meant, but Schneider still stated with certainty that the young man was absolutely not here. The man snapped, telling Schneider to stop bringing up that name, then guessed that their rival had probably sat on the throne and continued deeper inside. Schneider immediately denied it, insisting that such a thing was absolutely impossible. As his teammates questioned him, he silently stepped forward, his eyes fixed on the empty space ahead with extreme vigilance. At that exact moment, the system flashed a bright red warning. The warning stated that they had trespassed into the territory of the throne. A gigantic pillar of blue-green lightning suddenly crashed down from above, triggering an earth-shaking explosion and blasting the entire assault formation backward. Amid the raging electric light, the system continued announcing the arrival of the Guardian, a knight. The Thunderlight Knight had appeared. From the void emerged a towering warrior in silver armor blazing with lightning, ready to crush every illegal intruder. Seeing that terrifying entity, the Blue Zone member cried out in horror, asking if the Thunderlight Knight was the boss of this area. He did not understand how a human could turn into a monster, but if it was a boss, any form was fair game. Schneider silently looked ahead. He understood very clearly that no one could proceed without defeating this guardian. Deep in Schneider's mind, the memory of his defeat years ago surged back like a nightmare. It was him the solid wall Schneider had once faced, an existence no one had managed to overcome for the past 10 years. The identity of that entity shone amid the blue-green lightning. Thunderlight Knight Peleus. Schneider remembered that this was the very name the knight had used to introduce himself during their clash years ago. Clearly, that had been the first time the Thunder Knight had chosen to speak. He had revealed his true identity to someone bold enough to stand and challenge him. In the tavern, Schneider had once told the protagonist about this strange coincidence with a thoughtful expression. He wondered whether two different beings in this world could possibly share the exact same name. No, both were trials tied to Thunderlight, so the most reasonable explanation was to regard them as one and the same. Yet Schneider still did not understand why this secret had never been made public. Even though the name Peleus had been famous for a long time, he stated that he was the only one who knew the Thunderlight Knight's true identity, but even he had only realized who he truly was in that life or death moment. Looking at the protagonist, Schneider was certain that his Thunderlight skill was directly connected to that knight. For that very reason, he had hoped the young man would appear before he set foot here, but reality had turned out to be the complete opposite. Back in the dark hall, Peleus's armored footsteps rang dry and sharp across the cold stone floor. The Thunder Knight strode out from the electrically charged mist and said in a deep, rough voice that it was him again, and that it had been 10 years since they last met. Schneider and his teammates immediately tightened their grips on their weapons. Peleus narrowed his eyes at the group, then asked in a mocking tone whether they were waiting for him, or were they waiting for someone else. With those expectant looks on their faces, Schneider admitted that his opponent had read the situation far too quickly. When Peleus pressed him, asking whether he had met the person he was waiting for, Schneider only gritted his teeth and answered firmly, "Not yet, still not yet." Seeing the situation clearly, Schneider tightened his grip on his sword hilt and understood everything at once. He immediately gave a ringing order for the entire army to surround him, block every path of retreat, and the soldiers charged forward together, closing in on the Thunderlight Knight as he radiated threatening blue-green spiritual power. But the moment that sense of danger pressed against their backs, everything had already spun out of control. Schneider shouted in panic, telling them to stop at once. He knew blind charging would only add pointless casualties, but that warning came far too late. A sword slash wrapped in berserk lightning power came crashing down, tearing open the space in front of them. The first ones to rush and dropped in an instant, while Schneider could only stand frozen where he was. Cold sweat rolled down his face as he watched his comrades get wiped out as easily as low-level monsters. He bitterly realized those cheap stalling tricks were useless against the Knight of Lightning, while Nader's eyes flared with unease beneath that overwhelming pressure. Ignoring the warning, a long-haired warrior still roared with arrogant pride, asking why they should retreat. "If you cowards are scared, leave it to me." He had confidence to spare, but nowhere near the strength to back it up. He charged in like a madman, pouring all his strength into a head-on clash with Peleus. Spiritual power erupted in a blinding white flash as his sword slammed into Knight of Lightning's thunder armor. Yet before that suffocating pressure, he only had time to grit his teeth and force out a resentful snarl. Damn it, he was blasted backward by the violent current, with absolutely no chance to fight back. Inside the dark cave, a figure jolted awake with his face smeared in blood. Narukami let out a low groan of sharp pain, like electric currents raced through his entire body. Seeing the dried blood stuck to his cracked mask, the main character wondered how he woke up covered in this much red syrup, and figured he must have slept a little too deeply. On the other side of the screen, nearly 12,000 viewers were spamming sarcastic comments about his famous fainting routine. Some even bluntly told him to hurry up and climb up there already, and while he was at it, he might as well team up with Hawkeye, if he planned on passing out one more time. He remembered the explosive effect of their last collab and instantly understood that partnering with a streamer who had a massive viewer base like Hawkeye was the perfect springboard to push this battle to its peak. Looking at the stray sparks still drifting around his hand, he muttered, "Fine, let me join in." The system status panel appeared with brutal numbers. Even though he had reached level 37, his weakness stat had climbed all the way to 71. That alarming number made him flinch for a second, but he quickly forced himself to calm down. It was fine. He just had to shock his spirit back into gear and keep going. At the same time, inside the gloomy Great Hall, the battle between Snyder and the Knight of Lightning had been pushed into its most brutal stage. Blue lightning tore through the air as Schneider's spearhead smashed straight into the Thunderblade. He poured all his lightning power into blazing violet slashes, trying to break through his opponent's solid defense, making every collision burst with blinding electric light like a Calamity-grade dungeon raid. He laughed bitterly to himself. After 10 years of brutal training, he was still only good enough to be someone's punching bag. Just then, the pointy-headed subordinate standing behind him spoke with mockery, coldly saying that death was nothing more than a tool. It was prey released for one purpose only, to stab straight into the captain's pride. The Knight of Lightning gave him no more time to think. He kept swinging his sword, pressing in with attacks like a thunderstorm crashing down. In that critical instant, the image of that young man suddenly surfaced in Snyder's mind, making him wonder what kind of monster the one who had once defeated him truly was. The repeated impacts forced Schneider to grit his teeth through the pain, and the price of 10 years of persistence was far too bitter. He was stunned to realize that even after giving everything for an entire decade, he was still helpless before that overwhelming power. Snyder began to run out of strength, with only one question left in his mind. How much longer could he hold on? 2 minutes, or maybe just one short minute? Around him, his comrades were knocked away one after another, then cut down beneath the Knight of Lightning's azure blade, turning the Great Hall into a horrific battlefield. With no way back, Snyder chose to bet everything on one final attack. If it had come to this, he would pour every bit of his essence into one lethal strike. He gathered the last scraps of strength he had left and rushed straight into the decisive clash. But the moment their weapons met, the enemy's blade easily stopped every ounce of that effort. Peleus, the Knight of Lightning, saw through their limits in a single instant. He glanced at Schneider's effort and remarked indifferently that it was still praiseworthy, and that those 10 years had at least counted as proper training. Yet just before the finishing blow could fall, a surge of water, golden heavenly lightning suddenly erupted, cutting across the battle with an earth-shaking explosion. Peleus staggered back in shock, his eyes narrowing with alertness as he asked in a cold voice, "Who are you?" From within the thick cloud of smoke and dust, the unsteady figure of that young man slowly stepped out. His body was covered in wounds, but brilliant golden lightning still erupted violently around him, like a system that had just activated deathmatch mode. He swept his eyes over the fallen Schneider, then ordered coldly, "Fall back. In your current condition, if you keep standing here, you will only get in my way." Without giving his opponent time to recover, he shot forward and swung his demonic sword straight into Peleus's Thunderblade, creating a shockwave that shook the entire Great Hall. Amid countless scattering sparks, he spoke in a low voice, "Hello, teacher. I have come to turn in my sword lesson." That peak showdown left every bystander frozen, able only to swallow dryly in terror. A pointy-headed soldier trembled and muttered, "What the hell is going on?" Even as chaos swallowed the hall, he kept his gaze locked on the knight and said coldly, "I have heard the whole story." Facing the benefactor from years ago, the Knight of Lightning slowly raised his hand and removed his heavy helmet. "Sir, I am not sure whether this face still remains in your memory, so with all due respect, allow me to ask." The instant that heavy iron armor was removed, a horrifying face was revealed, leaving every viewer on the livestream stunned. It was me, Peleus. Half of his face had rotted in a terrifying way. The comments exploded with grief and panic. Was that really Peleus? What on earth happened to him? What had this man endured? He looked at the Thunder Mage before him with absolute reverence, then quietly said he had never known where the mage vanished to after that fateful day. But deep in his heart, he had always believed that as long as he came to this place, the two of them would surely meet again someday. That reunion left the otherworldly visitor speechless, a bitter ache rising in his chest as he wondered how much time had passed since that day. He bitterly realized the mage truly was from another world. Even I no longer remember the time clearly, because after 100 years passed, I stopped counting. Long ago, he had vaguely guessed the man was not from this land, since the lightning trial was a test that could be repeated countless times. The protagonist asked in shock what calamity had struck the villagers, and why the man before him had been ruined so horribly. Blood-soaked memories instantly flooded his mind, blending with a sea of flames that devoured everything. After his savior left, the giant's raids never stopped, and in the end, the entire village was flattened without a trace. His voice choked as he said he was the only survivor, and from that day on, he swore he would become as strong as the benefactor who had saved his life. That very vow dragged him onto a long, endless journey with no way back. He desperately searched for the power the Thunder Mage once possessed, clinging to that fragile hope until the very end. At last, he found the path into this cave and came face to face with that overwhelming source of energy. But the price for someone unworthy to touch such power was crueler than anything he had imagined. The lightning force backlashed against him until he was no longer himself. He gave a bitter laugh and admitted that, because he coveted a god-tier item, he had become blind. Worse still, the curse had bound him inside this cave, making him unable to leave even half a step. He stood towering amid a sea of lightning, his sword driven deep into the stone floor, then coldly declared that everyone was already dead. The only thing he could do was keep waiting day after day, until that person returned. Beneath the silent night, Azuoji slowly crossed the tall grass, each step heavy as if dragging a mountain of thoughts behind her. Her heart was tangled with unease, and she let out a soft sigh, telling herself he would definitely lose his mind once he learned about this. Azuoji's eyes were heavy with sadness, because she understood the problem was not that she could not retrieve the relic, but that she had chosen not to. While she was still drowning in guilt, Azuoji suddenly stopped, her eyes widening in vigilance as she sensed a familiar pressure radiating from up ahead. She immediately ran toward the old wooden house, now sealed beneath cold blue ice. Seeing the devastated scene before her, she went pale and thought, oh no, he really did lose it. Azuoji crept closer and slipped to a crack in the frozen stone door to look inside. She held her breath, cold sweat running down her face. As she watched violent spiritual power tear the room apart, she gathered all her courage, dodged the blade-sharp ice spikes, and stepped inside. The moment she entered, a violent burst of spiritual power blasted Azuoji backward, nearly sending her into a cluster of jagged ice shards. Azuoji cried out in panic that this was way too much, asking if he was really trying to kill her. At that moment, dry footsteps echoed steadily across the cold stone floor. From the darkness, a tall figure with long silver hair slowly emerged, calling her name in a voice as cold as a hunter locking onto prey. Under that suffocating pressure, Azuoji nearly froze with fear. The silver-haired man said in a low voice that she was right, he should pay with his life. Horrified by her companion's extreme thought, she quickly bowed, waved both hands in apology and stammered, "Wait, I meant I should sincerely apologize." He looked straight at her and said she had intentionally let him obtain it, hadn't she? Azuoji tried to deny it, but under his gaze, sharp as a blade, she could only lower her head and admit, yes. She stared into the empty air, her golden eyes covered in sorrow, then explained that even though she could not clearly see his face, she sensed something deeply familiar from that young man. The feeling that young man gave off was exactly like the hero from years ago, so she let him keep the relic. Besides, she was certain he was not the type to pawn off something precious for cash. Seeing Azuoji's remorseful expression, Yishang softened his voice and said he understood, and that it seemed he had made her suffer far too much all this time. Since she had returned safely, they could let this matter go for now. Azuoji asked in delight if he truly forgave her. He answered simply yes, but immediately after that, Yishang coldly turned his back and added one more line, however, remember to clean the house. That remark made Azuoji so furious she practically steamed, and she shouted in frustration, because he was clearly the one who had turned the house into this frozen wreck. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, the warriors were all stunned by their opponent's overwhelming strength, wondering if this was truly only the third kill floor. If monsters want to fight, let them beat each other up, because this scene was insanely intense. Schneider struggled to hold on and realized the lightning night showed no opening at all. Amid the raging thunderstorm, the protagonist had no choice but to brace himself and directly face the knight's deathly sword strikes. Nader quietly analyzed the situation and quickly realized the knight's fatal weakness was his blind eyes. The protagonist told himself that as long as he completely concealed his aura, he would have a chance to find the perfect moment to counterattack. At that moment, the system kept flashing bright red warnings as the protagonist's weakness index reached 81. Suddenly, the leader's lightning spear shot into the middle of the battlefield, shocking everyone who saw it. The spear drove straight into the enemy's arm, pinning him in place at the decisive moment. He said coldly that it had arrived right on time. Then he immediately prepared to unleash the finishing blow, concentrating the entire battle into one final strike. Though gravely wounded, he still roared with stubborn defiance that he had another arm left. Emerald blue electricity erupted violently around the Thunder Knight's body once more, as if he were squeezing out the last of his remaining strength. But the protagonist had already seen through every part of his opponent's plan. He said in an icy voice that the kid was still far too green, then activated Cloud Step, a skill that allowed him to move through the air for 3 seconds. Using that brief instant, the protagonist shot straight upward, escaping the control range under the blind knight's stunned gaze. From the sky above, a massive pillar of radiant golden lightning crashed straight down, like the final judgment of the gods. The lightning knight's body was swallowed whole. An earth-shattering explosion tore through space itself and crushed the ground beneath his feet. Amid the choking dust and blinding golden lightning, Peleus spoke in a faint voice, his face peaceful. "My benefactor, forgive me for troubling you even at the very end." Peleus's figure slowly broke apart, turning into countless mystical blue specks of light that drifted through the air. He smiled faintly in satisfaction and looked toward Narukami. me. Thank you. At last he has been set free. Below them, Snyder and the strike team stood frozen after witnessing that terrifying scene. A sword suddenly flashed past the protagonist's face. Its aura was ice cold, and its killing intent was so sharp it made anyone nearby shudder in caution. Seeing his victory, the Blue Zone soldier roared in frustration. How is this any different from Schneider's last fight? So why make such a fuss? The bald man could not stomach that coward with long hair relying on nothing but dirty tricks. Realizing the young man was exhausted, he immediately rallied his companions. This is our chance. Everyone charge together. Ambush him right now, before he has any chance to recover. Seeing the warriors still standing still, Naoto screamed in fury. Hey, did you not hear me? He is the man your honored leader has chased all this time, so kill him and end every grudge here. He felt smug when he saw the protagonist gasping for breath, and a vicious scheme instantly formed in his mind. If he can no longer use lightning arts, then his strength is completely drained. As long as they exploit this moment, they can absolutely turn the tables. Naoto whipped around towards Schneider and shouted, Schneider, what are you still standing there for? Your chance for revenge is right in front of you. Looking down at his wounded arm, Snyder refused coldly. Stop being stupid. If you want to die, go by yourself and do not drag me into it. Naoto flew into a rage and used the guild's reward and punishment to threaten him. But Schneider calmly answered, what nonsense are you spouting? That reward clearly belongs to him. Besides, I joined Blue Zone only to conquer Thunderclap. I have no interest whatsoever in your guild's internal messes. Knowing he could not borrow Schneider's hand, Naoto immediately changed his tone. He walked closer to the protagonist with a fake smile, trying to seem friendly. I have a very tempting offer for you. He tried hard to lure him into joining Blue Zone, promising the full reward and a position equal to the command staff. Deep down, however, Naoto was quietly calculating a different move. At first, I planned to seize the power of lightning to strengthen my status, but it looks like I have to give that up. Right now, I have found a path that benefits me far more. I have to keep this monster here no matter what it takes. Naoto asked with confidence. Well, with an offer like this, there is no need for us to keep fighting, is there? In response to his hopeful look, the protagonist only stared back coldly and asked in return, why would you think that? Facing the smug look of the man before him, he declared without hesitation, your offer does not interest me. In that same instant, a cold sword stroke swept past, sending him off with the briefest possible farewell. The young man stood tall in the middle of the battlefield, his icy gaze looking down at the defeated man before he slowly turned toward the others. Schneider, do you want to join in as well? Although the man was badly wounded, he showed no sign of fear. After a brief moment of thought, he answered in a hoarse voice. More importantly, I want to know what is really inside there. When asked if he truly meant to go with him, Snyder curled his lip in provocation. What is this? Are you scared? Turning toward the brothers who had fought beside him for 10 years, Schneider gave a firm order. Everyone, withdraw. Protests immediately rang out around him. Under the group's stunned gazes, he confirmed that this was an order, and also his final request as their leader. Then he looked at the comrades who were still hesitating. Snyder suddenly drew a short blade, then drove it down with his own hand. The blade pierced straight through his leg. Gritting his teeth, he continued. One more thing. How about this? Witnessing the almost insane toughness of the man in front of him, the protagonist silently acknowledged it. He is almost too perfect to bring along, right? Though his body was covered in wounds and blood kept flowing, Snyder still staggered forward, making him wonder, what should we do now? While the onlookers kept praising the spirit of a real man, the young man finally made a decisive choice. Fine, let us do it. The two silently advanced toward the center of the Great Hall, where the Thunder King's throne waited within the suffocating air. That was the Thunder Throne, a legendary seat half hidden in a veil of electric mist, radiating the pressure of an ancient otherworld. Everyone who witnessed it was so stunned that they could not speak. The protagonist slowly climbed each stone step, then sat proudly in the supreme seat. Instantly, raging spiritual power erupted, and his eyes blazed with authority. The system coldly issued a shocking notice. You have sat upon the vacant Thunder Throne. The instant his body touched the Thunder Throne, a terrifying pressure came crashing down. The power of thunder and lightning exploded violently, covering the entire hall like a dungeon awakening from sleep. His eyes flared bright. Fierce golden light burned in his pupils, and sweat streamed down his face as his body strained to withstand the wild energy that kept cleansing his marrow. Amid the violent shock, the protagonist cried out in his mind as an ancient vision suddenly flooded back. It was a dark palace, so silent it felt suffocating, as if time had abandoned it in the shadows. The colossal glowing doors suddenly swung open, shattering the gloomy atmosphere that blanketed the great hall. A figure in gleaming golden armor slowly stepped inside. The sound of iron boots striking stone echoed with majestic force, carrying down the red carpet. He was a young man with long red hair, his eyes like burning flames, radiating the presence of a king who held absolute authority in his hands. He looked toward the throne, and his low voice rang out. "I must admit that, in my current state, I cannot endure the power of lightning." With a resolute expression, he admitted that he was still not qualified to sit upon that supreme seat. He declared in a clear, powerful voice, "Therefore I cannot sit there yet, but one day I will return as a vessel worthy of it." Narukami silently watched him turn and walk toward the blinding light beyond the door, leaving behind a cryptic line like a final testament. "I came here only to tell you that, father." The red-haired warrior's figure faded into the radiance, dragging the ancient hall into a heavy silence. The instant the main character sat on the Thunder Throne, he made the entire seat explode, shattering it under a terrifying pressure. The ground around him could not withstand it either, as slabs of flooring caved in and broke apart into piles of rubble. Amid the choking stone dust, the stream chat went wild with confused comments. Did it collapse the moment he sat down? It doesn't look special at all. Maybe that thing is heavier than it seems. He suddenly realized the audience had not seen the story vision that just unfolded, and he froze inwardly. Wait, they couldn't watch that part. From the ruins, he forced himself back to his feet, only for an emerald sphere of energy to appear out of nowhere, hovering right in front of him. The viewers instantly erupted, spamming the chat and demanding to see the dropped item. He reached out and seized that dazzling glow, as if he were gripping a fragment of otherworld power that had just awakened. The system immediately rang out with a notice. "You have completed the Thunderlight Cave. You have received the Hollow Heart of Thunderlight." Thanks to this achievement, the main character jumped 3 levels in a row, with strength, agility, stamina, and focus all receiving clear buffs. Yet the treasure, the Hollow Heart of Thunderlight, left both its rank and category blank, showing only a mysterious question mark, which made the viewers even more curious about its true function. Looking at the reward in his hand, he clicked his tongue, feeling like this item was a little too shabby for how brutal the test had been. But right after that, a thought flashed through his mind and made him pause. Wait, could it be in the same series as the Heart of Thunderlight? Just then, Snyder staggered over through the wreckage, his face still frozen in shock. He blurted out, "What just happened? And what the hell crushed this place into pieces?" Seeing the glowing item in the young man's hand, Snyder grew even more confused and could not help asking what it actually was. But when he saw that the young man was deep in thought too, he could only sigh. "Even you don't know." Snyder looked at him with a complicated gaze, half helpless and half stunned, then muttered, "If even a cheat-enabled monster like you is missing the info, then I'm truly out of options." He clicked his tongue and said, "If I want to see what 10 years of my painstaking work has turned into, I guess I'll have to join your stream and watch the replay myself." The main character kept his usual cold expression and calmly replied, "Achievement. Everything is only just beginning." He also did not forget to remind Schneider that he would soon have to leave this floor as well, as if part of the dungeon mission had just been activated. After saying that, he sauntered away, casually tossing out a very practical request. "If you're going to watch, at least donate enough for a meal or two." He told himself it was time to deal with the final mission. Snyder watched him bury his face in the tablet and could not help sighing. "That's the first thing you do after clearing Thunderlight Cave, huh? You really are strange." Ignoring the jab, the main character only stared at the numbers jumping on the screen, while the system kept reporting huge rewards. Villa Inn has gifted you 20,000, Safe Access has gifted you 10,000 C. A hint of satisfaction flashed through his eyes, and then he thanked everyone for watching all the way to the end. Even though the viewers were still reluctant and kept spamming messages to make him stay, the main character firmly announced, "Today's stream ends here." The device screen went dark, leaving only a cold notification behind. The main character has ended the live stream.